matchup. We're going to talk about G2 Esports. Now, here's the thing. They were able to bounce back after that, loss to 100 Thieves. They took down Furia with ease, but again, I think it's not to knock on Furia here, Myrna, but, that I think was a matchup that when you look at G2, they should have won on paper, and they did.
Yeah, for sure. One thing I was worried about G2 was they looked a little bit out of form, but going into this, it looked like they worked on their fundamentals. We've spoken previously about how they've been this kind of power of friendship team, and I feel like they really, really managed to show up. Trent had a really great showing. All these players all together really put up a really good fight against Furia.
Crucially for me, though, they didn't win off of like one insane individual performance. They didn't necessarily win by just outgunning Furia. I actually thought it was a very well-called game on Lotus in particular. Valen was still calling a very slow, respectful style, did a great job at punishing when Furia was kind of going for these pushes in the mid-round, still calling out a lot of the fakes, a lot of these more complicated ideas that have become the identity for G2, and seeing that and also their late round fundamentals in form has me feeling solid about this team, but it still was against Furia.
It's feeling better, and I think it's important to give that credit because I don't want to revise history.
Yeah.
Like, when we were coming into that matchup, I honestly was like, G2 have been looking forward. This might be a close match, and they proved that it wasn't, and that's what we needed to see out of them to actually be, okay, maybe this team has more fight in them. Maybe this team has the ability to push upper in the standings.
For sure. I feel like their protocols were so textbook and played extremely well. The execution of a lot of their plays, especially their mid-rounding, was just phenomenal. And I feel like that's something that I was waiting for G2 to kind of do. And so I think they really pulled it out against Furia.
And that's the confidence win that they needed after a rough loss to 100 Thieves the week before.
Yeah, you need that because when you go into those matches with the mindset, it's like, okay, this is one that we cannot lose. You kind of get in your own head about it. But I think against Furia, they knew we just need to do what we need to do. And Valen was crushing it out there as well. Was slaying, and on top of that, calling a great game. But for more on all of that goodness, let's go ahead and send it over to Elizabeth, who's standing by with the man himself, Valen.
Hello, gentlemen. All right, where is he? Where is he? Valen, I see you. I'm gonna stop you right there. All right, so I don't know. Did you see my half interview with your girlfriend, Lenise?
Yeah, I did.
All right, well, thoughts on that, and what is it like having such a supportive partner?
Thoughts on that? I mean, I thought it was cool because I turned left and I saw her. Funny enough, Trent was like, Jake, look to your left, and I looked right, and my whole team was clowning me, but I was already looking left, so I'm like, I'm already looking there. I didn't know I had to turn my shoulder. But it's really nice. She helps me. Sometimes I'm feeling a little anxious for a match, or maybe I'm not excited enough, and she always tries to get me feeling that perfect level. So I love her, and I couldn't do it without her, so I appreciate her a lot.
All right, well, best of luck.
Well, that's just heckin' wholesome. Okay.
Every time I listen to Valen speak, I'm shocked that he's not 35 and has been playing Valorant for 19 years. He's got
You mean Valorant hasn't been out for 19 years?
But he should
That's what
be.
you think.
What?
Oh, man. All right. Well,
He's just so mature. It's crazy.
it is, and we're a big fan of Valen on this desk, always and forever. But that being said, though, let's go ahead and dive into some matchups, shall we? Because there's a big one on the table here today. You got Aspas, one of the greatest duelists in the world, facing off against Icy, who Ender's coming into this one, running the gamut against some of the best in the region.
Yeah, and to be honest, this is a lopsided matchup, as lopsided as they come, especially looking at Aspas's recent performance. But I think what was nice to see from Icy finally was him come up and go Posman again. That series against Furia, he actually showed up and was the Icy that was promised from G2.
But it was against Furia.
This is true.
And now they're playing against the Leviathan, who looks to be the team in the best form
right now
out of everyone in the league. And we need to see so much more from this guy. The team keeps talking about the fact that they just need him to do his job, to entry and set up for their ideas. And that's true. But when you're against a team the caliber of LEV, you also need an individual who is going to go out and win you some of those rounds like Aspas does so consistently. And I'm not sure if he's that guy yet.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like the difference between Icy and Aspas is Icy needs so much more setup in order to give him the confidence to kind of push into those spaces. Whereas I feel like Aspas, world-class duelist. He will take the space by himself. He will play aggressive. He will shut it down and make sure the other team doesn't get the firepowers and the frags and the 1v1s that a lot of these players do give sometimes.
Yeah, and when we talked to Tex, we heard him comparing himself when he was playing Duelist to Aspas, and he was just impressed with how fewer resources Aspas needs. He does so much on his own and is so successful even without that level of support.
Yeah, and I think so much of that you heard from Tex as well, talking about how Aspas is able to mask his movements in a pre-round behind Lev's defaults, right? Like, he's always coming from a new place, and I think that is really what has unlocked Aspas. Obviously, he's got the talent, but the way he has put himself inside what Lev is doing round to round is really what allows him to have those insane performances.
Yeah, his movements around the map are insane. I 100% agree with you, because it takes a lot for duelists to kind of show themselves on one side of the map and be able to set up at a different angle where they can still give enough information for their team to rotate around them. And Aspas does an amazing job at that. And you can tell that he doesn't need anyone else to guide him through those motions.
And that's why they pay him the big bucks. Honestly, I mean, the guy is absolutely unreal here. But let's go ahead, though, and move on to his team. We got Leviathan, who are looking so scary these last few days. Scary for the rest of the field, if I'm being completely honest with y'all, with how they're playing. And they have taken down some big, heavy hitters here, Mimi. This is a whole different team than what we saw from kickoff even at the start of the season.
After that Cloud9 game, everyone was doomer, but they've gone and beaten Sentinels and NRG back-to-back, which is incredible. This NRG game in particular was a masterclass. In particular, the Lotus defensive side was excellent. They had so many different looks of how they wanted to play there, setting up so many different trap plays over towards A, constantly hiding their strong side and forcing NRG to continually call into these heavy sites and just get eviscerated.
It was beautiful to watch, not just how King sort of puppet mastered NRG around the map, but then also once he put NRG right into the trap, he is just absolutely frying with the rifle as well. He was putting up numbers in that series, not just as the brains of the op.
I feel like it was so crazy watching it happen, because genuinely it was like a movie. Like, every single time they heard a single sound, the trap play was ready, the protocol was there, everyone was swinging and fighting, all the util was being thrown. They had layers to each one of their trap plays. Even though if they're on defense, they're using util past the barriers. It was insane to watch.
The POV of which team you're on dictates what movie you're watching. If it's Lev, it's the heroic war movie, and if it's NRG, an absolute horror film with all the worst, the goblins and ghouls coming around the corners. Literally, what Lev were doing to them was so sick.
And I think people will cope, oh, it was a bad day for NRG, they weren't playing very good. And that's true, but both need to be true. You need a top-level performance of a team playing at their best and some struggles for a game like that should have been so close to end up a stomp like it was. But that doesn't take away from how good of form Lev are in right now. This is going to be a very scary match for G2.
If you are able to take the task to a team like NRG the way that Leviathan did, regardless of the bad game or not, I mean, come on, you know, like, you got to give him the flowers there. It has been so impressive. But here's another fascinating thing here, because Leviathan has someone on their roster that G2 is quite familiar with. It's that guy right there. It's Tex, because they have a bit of a history with him, and there's certainly something there. There's maybe a little bit of a blood feud happening. You know?
I don't know if I would even call it
it's
that.
It's a wrestling term.
Sure, but for G2, when they were the guard, when they were on their excellent run in 2023, the one change they made was Saya player gone, moving back to Pacific, and picking up Tex, and he was great for them. Their primary duelist, the boys were together. They always talked about how they took the risk to stay as the guard, to continue to be this team, and they inevitably went on that run to make it to Ascension. And when things went down the way they did, he ended up going a different direction towards Lev now, and this is going to be a real chance for them to play up against each other and kind of have that history.
Yeah, the first time that they will be able to play against each other since they didn't face off during kickoff. So I think both sides are going to be coming into this one. Definitely for the score, obviously, but also to settle the score.
I mean, also the pressure is kind of on Valen, too, because when you've played on a team with an IGL, like, you know how that IGL calls.
That's
you
so
know
true.
how they mid-round. So it's kind of like, does Valen have to switch it up, or have they changed enough and gone further from the point that they were that long ago? But I don't know. Speaking from my experience as an IGL, everyone knows how I call if they've played with me. They know what kind of stuff I call, how I mid-round, how I protocol, and kind of how I read the game. So I think
there's that extra mental element to the game.
There's like a big mental element. And Tex even tweeted today, he's like, playing against my exes today. And I was like,
that's actually pretty awesome. All right. Well, you know, I'm glad you mentioned that. Let's go ahead and hear from Tex. Actually going to be standing by with Elizabeth.
Tex, I'm gonna hold you back for a little bit. Thank you. All right, so simple kind of vibe check question. What are the vibes going into today now that you're facing your former team?
My team feels very locked in. They seem very focused today. They really want to win for me, and I can tell just by the vibes. Everyone is very, like, just focused.
Well, danke, as they say in Germany.
All right, well, we'll see how that all plays out here. But Aspas and his kill records, of course, get the headlines, as they usually do. But there's one individual who we got to give some love to. That's Mazzino. This guy has been a silent killer for this team and has been stepping up big time for Leviathan, Mimi.
You think about old crew, and it wasn't just Kesnet, it was the duo of Kesnet and Mazzino. And this guy, I think, has fallen out of the conversation when he's joined a team with so many superstars, but he's been consistently delivering in the NRG game in particular. He was doing nasty things on Bind, winning a lot of these clutches and constantly finding multi-kills while anchoring on the Brimstone.
Yeah, I feel like a really big thing to talk about too is how he switches up his role and still performs no matter what he's playing.
Yeah, he's playing initiator and controller.
Exactly. On that breach, the way that he capitalizes on his own util is insane.
How hard is it to switch between those
It
roles?
is hard because there's so many small mechanical elements that you will obviously, once you're playing that much, you learn, you get to understand how it goes. But then it's a whole different play style. When you're playing controller, you have to play a little bit more passive because if you die first, you don't have enough smokes for the rest of your team. But then if you're playing that flash initiator, like you need that util to support your team as well as be able to fight up by yourself. And I feel like he does such a good job at balancing both roles in this team.
Yeah, this team wouldn't be able to play as many different comps and different maps as they are, I think, without Mazzino's flexibility.
Yeah, it has been beautiful to watch and to see Leviathan put everything together. But for more on Leviathan, let's actually send it over to Ender. He's got himself a little bit of a telly.
I'm right here, guys, and yes, we are going to be looking at how King uses his early round aggression to puppet master NRG or whoever he's playing against into really awful positions that Lev can set up with a trap play. So the first thing I want us to watch here in round 3, the bonus for Leviathan, is what they actually do at the start. It's a huge dive play here where they're going to step into main with Mazzino, throw a fault line there, a paranoia here, and we've got Aspas jumping forward on that raise. And this is to sort of pinch these players over in towards A, and they're going to do it with something a little bit unique. Check this out. Early camera goes down into main. If you want to see that on the map, it's right over here. And what it does is effectively locks down this cross. The toughest point on Sunset to actually get through as an attacker is A main. And because NRG actually reacts to the dive going down in mid, instead of quickly scaling into that A main, the camera ends up not getting broken. NRG make the call, instead of accelerating into what is very likely a Cypher trap over on the A site, that they actually want to go back into B and re-clear all of the space they lost early into the round. But this is where things go wrong for NRG, because Leviathan anticipates exactly what is happening. The important timer to look at with the fault line is 40 seconds. So when you use the fault line at a minute 40, right, that means at 1 minute, that's when the fault line is going to be coming back up. And because this camera was never broken, NRG are anticipating that Mazzino is going to go all the way back around and set up a trap off of that camera in about 25 seconds time. Leviathan anticipate this thought, however, and actually start rotating back over into the B site. You can see actually the Gecko Tex is actually rotating all the way back over here, and Lev are going to have set up 4 players ready for this exec to come in. By the time the camera gets broken, it's way too late in the round, and Lev are here 4 stacked, ready to go and to shut down NRG. The spike getting abandoned out in the open, it's an absolute disaster for NRG. But it gets worse 2 rounds later, because in this one, we again have NRG walking into a trap, and it's with Leviathan showing a ton of presence early on. Again, we have an Omen one-way going here, a Boombot sent out, a fault line, and it tells you B aggression. But Leviathan aren't actually stepping into B main. Check this out. Aspas is going to come back into market, and importantly, in just a couple seconds, he dodges away from a knife that sees the breach, but not the raise. So NRG think there's still a raise inside of B main, and their call is, let's accelerate up into top mid and see if we can pinch in and get behind that Cypher setup over on the A site. But Leviathan anticipate this. They're waiting for it, ready to spring this trap against an NRG that are full contacting into a smoke. There's 2 players there, and also people jumping out of market as well. So the spike gets hopelessly abandoned in mid as NRG fall into yet another trap. It's so many of these moments in a series like this where Leviathan will show you early aggression and push you into different areas, because what's really NRG going to do? If they don't fight against this heavy setup into B main, they're walking into Cypher and getting owned, or they're walking into this mid trap and getting owned. It is so hard to play against a Leviathan that is setting up so nicely like they are in this last series, and really why Leviathan ran away with that one. But you know, that was me kind of nerding out for a little bit. We've got some other nerds that are ready to play a little bit of a game. So let's send it over to Mimi now.
That's right, Christy. We have something fun prepared for you guys. It's once again time for VCT America's beloved game show. Are you smarter than a gold player? Folks, this is going to be a great day. We have a wonderful contestant in front of us, ready to play a game in 4 different categories. We've got Golden Boy out in the audience. He's standing by with a gold player to help her out. Let's meet our contestant, though. Myrna, please introduce yourself. Who are you? Where are you from?
It's me. I'm Athena. I am Egyptian, also Canadian, and I'm a former professional player in Game Changers, so I hope that I'm smarter than a gold player.
You should be pretty smart,
I
then.
really hope so.
How much Valorant do you think you've played?
Way too much. Thousands of hours.
Thousands of hours. Well,
Literally.
she should crush this one. We have 4 questions standing by and a massive prize if she gets it right. But it's not just her. We have some help standing by in the audience. So let's go over to Golden Boy and meet our gold player.
That's right, Mimi. We're joined here today by our gold player. We got, what's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Henry. I'm from Orange County.
Woo!
Henry from Orange County. Give it up for him.
Let's
All
go,
right.
Henry.
So, what is your rank?
I'm currently Gold 2.
Gold 2. Look at that. It's almost as if we planned it for the bit. Okay, Mimi, take it away.
You're laughing at him.
I didn't mean to laugh.
And he's going to help you.
I'm sorry. No, Henry, you got me. No. We got each other, right?
Well, Henry,
You
one
got
of the
me?
smartest minds we
You
could
got
find. The smartest mind we could find in the Riot Games arena today. Let's get into, though, our very first question. Athena, it's Iron Records to start. And the question is, Ospas broke the kill record in week 2. How many kills did he get?
47.
47, your answer. You're confident on that?
Yeah.
Let's see how good her
I know
memory
he-
is, and let's check in if our gold player has a different answer. Golden Boy?
All right, so we got a Ospas kill record. How many kills did he get?
He did indeed at 47.
Okay, let's
47.
go, Henry.
All right, what do you got, Mimi?
Our gold player and our pro player are aligned on that one. Let's check the answer. It's 47.
Let's go!
Congratulations.
That's me and you, Henry.
A great start, but that's only 1 out of 4. Let's move on to our second question, the bronze question here. And this one, of course, is simple. No one's ever gotten this wrong on this show before.
Oh.
How many seconds does it take to defuse
So
the
easy.
spike?
7.
7. Our gold
7.
player. He really should be aligned on
I
this one.
hope, right?
All right, let's see. Henry, how long does it take to defuse the spike?
7 seconds.
Let's go.
7 seconds. I don't know what's going on over here, Mimi. Are
Oh
they
my
right?
God.
The gold players,
killing it.
they're just so smart. Well, let's check our answer. And Myrna, our gold player, everyone, we're absolutely
go!
correct. It's 7 seconds. Was that too easy?
Maybe.
Let's move on. Let's get a little bit harder. We're going to go into our silver agents question now.
Oh, no.
The question is, which agent has only been selected once in VCT America's
Yo,
Stage 1?
my girl Deadlock.
You're locking in Deadlock.
Locked in Deadlock.
She's locked in. Let's stand by and check with our gold player.
All right, Henry, what's the answer here, buddy?
I'm going to just have to go with Deadlock 2.
We're going with Deadlock 2. No independent thoughts over here, Mimi.
No
What do we got?
disagreement, no thoughts,
You can
head
argue
empty.
with me,
That's
it's
exactly
okay.
what we want to see from a gold 2 player. Let's check the answer. And our gold player and Myrna are, of course,
Wow.
correct. Deadlock,
We're
played
3
by
for 3.
Sadak. 3 for 3. We're
3 for
crushing
3.
it out here. That
All
cash
right.
prize on the line.
Let's go, Henry.
$12 million. Remember, Henry.
Wait, there's $12 million?
There is. Just got that approved. Let's move on to our final question.
I don't think that's true.
Gold Classic. And the question
Oh
is,
no.
who leads Americas in classic kills? Athena.
Okay, all right.
You can check with our gold player first if you need.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a lifeline, Henry. You got me?
Okay, what do we got?
Henry.
Most classic kills. Who you got? No one help him.
I'm just going to go with the Sen Classic bundle himself, Mr. Zelsis.
Ooh,
You know what?
Celsius.
Celsius, a good guess. Do you believe Henry?
I like the answer. I think we go with Zelsis. I believe.
After all
I
you've been
believe.
No
through,
independent thoughts.
you trust him.
I trust Henry. Henry trusted
$12
me.
million on the line.
Do I have to split it?
That's up to you. How good of a person are you?
No,
and
Henry.
are you correct?
No, I'll hook you up. No, we're going Celsius. I'll hook
That's legally binding. And the answer is Sen, John QT, and Sen Celsius
Oh.
are tied.
Wow.
What does this mean for
do
the
I
show?
get it? Do I get it? Yo,
Hold on,
audience,
jury's out on
really?
this one. We need a Golden Boy. I'm hearing we need to check with the audience.
Well, all right, we need to check with the audience. Did they get it right? Yes or no? Yes? Yes? It seems like the crowd here says yes, Mimi. Good news
Folks,
that we
it
have
seems
the
like we
Monopoly
have
money
done
ready
it.
to go.
Congratulations to our gold player. Congratulations to Athena. $12 million going your way. What does this moment mean for you?
Oh my goodness, I'm so proud. What, oh, $12 million. This is my check.
And what does this mean for our
amazing.
gold player? Let's see. I don't know. I'm sure he's really happy. But that's it. Congratulations once again. It was an amazing performance. But let's get on to things. Our first match of the day and head into our map select with our coaches. Thanks so much.
Howdy guys, welcome. As you know, teams were decided via coin flip. LEV will be Team A and GT will be Team B. You have first map ban.
We want to split.
LEV ban split. GT, what would you like to ban?
We'll ban Sunset.
GT ban sunset. And what map would you like to pick?
We pick Breeze.
LEV pick breeze. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
GT select attack. And what map would you like?
We'll pick Icebox.
G2 pick icebox. And would you like attack or defense?
Attack.
LEV select attack. And you have one map ban.
We ban Ascent.
LEV ban ascent. And what would you like to ban?
We ban Bind.
G2 ban bind. Decider map will be Lotus, and LEV, you have side select.
We play Attack.
LEV select attack. All right, best of luck today, boys.
All right, so there you have it, and look at that, the power of transportation. I'm here, you know, we made it here.
Did you take the train or your legs?
No, it was like teleportation or whatever.
That's sick.
You know?
Snap, like Yoru.
I mean, guys, we have a $12 million budget, didn't you hear?
Wait a minute.
That's actually
No, oh, never mind. Oh, that's right, it's Monopoly money. So sorry about that,
There
everyone.
was a disclaimer there the whole time.
Okay, so what do we have here? We end up having a Breeze, Icebox, and our last one. Thank you so much, Myrna. Lotus. Okay, so that's what we have here. How are we feeling about this overall series layout? Do you think that there is an opportunity here for G2 to maybe create an upset opportunity here, Mimi?
I think it's going to be really difficult, especially
For sure.
starting on Breeze. I have a feeling that that LEV are banking on the fact that Osboss can diff Icy on Breeze. It's a very jet-heavy map. It is a map where kind of getting those opening engagements, getting those starters on your duels are so important. And Osboss has just been lights out in that respect compared to an Icy who's been struggling this season.
And look, I completely agree with you, but I do have some irony that I have to get the precise numbers on here because
You don't even know your own irony?
No, I literally wanted to look up because I'm like, surely Loud's win rate on jet maps is significantly worse than their non-jet maps, you would imagine. But then on jet maps, which they play Icebox and Breeze,
that's
wait,
so cool
that's the
'cause Loud
later
aren't
series.
playing.
Oh my God.
You know, he was the
Breeze
real
and
gold
Icebox.
player all
Oh
along.
my God.
You know, what do you make of this layout?
I'm gold.
Yo, I think G2 can actually run away with Icebox.
How are they
think
gonna
that
do
Trent.
Yeah?
That's it.
Just the clutches, late rounds?
Trent
individual.
Silva on Icebox was so good that I genuinely believe they have a strong fundamental side on that Icebox. But
That's fair.
Like if they do team together strong, I think they have a good mentality for it. I don't know. LEV has firepower, but
Okay,
G2 has
okay.
good
What
team
they
play.
said.
Yeah, what
But
they
LEV
said.
also has
That's
team
why they
play.
pay you the big bucks.
If G2 can win this, though, it would be an insane upset, but it's going to be very difficult with LEV in this form.
Indeed, it will be. But let's go ahead and close out Super Week with a bang, baby. Yeah! We got it. VCT America starts right now.
Icy has a flash to set him up if they want to go for this one. Ult come in and fight.
Desde atrás King acaba con la vida del robot, rompe la definitiva, Martino prevalece tremendo.
The G2 match is a little personal, but I wouldn't say directly to the players. I would say it's more towards the org of G2.
Claro, eran su ex equipo, lo sacaron y nada. Creo que todos en el equipo van a tener muchas ganas de aplastar a G2 realmente para tener ahí a nuestro compa el Tex, y el Tex también va a ir con set de sangre. Todos vamos a ir a demostrarle lo que somos y básicamente lo que se perdieron.
it's going to be really weird being on the opposite stage of my old teammates.
He's still like one of my good friends. We talk a lot, so I'm excited to compete against him, and I know he wants his revenge, but I also want to shut him down.
One enemy remaining.
Valen's a very smart IGL. I know how he calls, like I know like the ins of his mind. I'm sure he's evolved a lot since then, of course, but I can kind of use it against him a little bit. Hopefully he sees this before the game, so now you know I'm in your head.
Riot Games Arena, llegamos al último día de esta super semana. Le damos la bienvenida a Leviathan. And now let's bring out their opponents. Make some noise for G2 Esports!
Forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2. Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in commerce. If you with us, buy the bundle. Say you should buy the bundle. Barely time to buy the bundle. For this ton of errors rumble. Cause you know we titans in this game, ain't no contest. If we take it to the game, turn a Wild West. We ain't faking what I claim, this a wild threat. No rook, we been a vet. Now check the mindset, by the name of G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. We just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2. How to take over the world, how we come through. We just follow in the herd, we don't have to. Best forget about what you heard, probably ain't true. This ain't go-to, cause you know it's G2. Can't be called a newcomer. We've been up for several summers, seeking how to step in commerce.
Leviathan wants to continue to prove that they are the monster of the Americas region. Meanwhile, G2 Esports have an opportunity here. We talked about it yesterday with MIBR maybe being able to pull off the upset, maybe pulling some inspiration from what we saw with EG. Obviously, different circumstances, different opponents enter. But if there's one thing that we've learned about this Super Week is that, honestly, anything is really possible.
Look, anything is possible, but this is also Leviathan, who I think is looking like our hottest team at the moment off of the heavy hitters.
But what happens if G2 comes out of the gate swinging and Leviathan get rattled? Do you think that is that could be a potential?
The players
here?
are so experienced on this roster. I don't really expect that to happen. In my mind right now, I'm kind of writing off that Cloud9 game. It was the first of their season. They came out, they stumbled, and they've looked incredible since.
I mean, they talked about how they fixed their fundamentals off of that loss. So I feel like that loss, yeah, it may have been just a bad day, but also they needed that to become the team version that they are today. So I think it's going to be really good. And actually, I never talked about this, but for a short period of time, I had Ito Fata as my coach on an org that we shall not name. And I know that his prep is dangerously good. Everything is very thought out. So going into these maps specifically against G2, where you might have techs understanding how Valen calls, I think it's really scary.
See, I think that's interesting too, especially because we're starting things out on Breeze. And the last time we saw G2 play this was 2 months ago, right? But before Icy era, they were playing Leaf on the Yoru. They were playing a Harbor as a second smokes. And since I think a lot of teams that are playing the Yoru still have a Jett. Side them. If you're playing a second smoker, it's usually something like an Ryzen. Get those circle smokes and do a little comboing with that Yoru. And I'm really wondering what it means for G2's team. Like, do we see Leaf going into a Cypher role? Or are they playing something more like a Gen G and going no senti?
Yeah, that is a big question. And I think kind of following up off of that, it's all surrounding Icy. If they're playing into this map, it's very likely that he's playing into the Jett role unless they go for a very weird composition, or at least a slightly different off-meta one than what most of these teams are bringing. Then there's questions around him, right? He's yet to have that standout game that we were promised.
Yeah, and speaking of the Jett roles, when we've seen Ospas on that defense side, he's done such a great job with that operator, which I feel is a must for a map like Breeze. And when you put that up against Icy, I don't know 100% if he's going to be able to do the same amount of damage on that operator.
I think I know 100% that he's not going to be able to do the same amount of damage. Ospas is the best player in the league.
Without a doubt here, Agent Select now starting to come through. We'll see what we end up getting locked in for both sides here, but I am quite interested. You guys raise a really good point. G2's kind of coming into this one as an unknown quantity here, which could be something that works to their advantage, potentially, if they try and throw a spanner into the works. But that being said, again, we keep reiterating it. It's going to be tough to pull that off against Leviathan of all teams.
Yeah, and really, I'm just waiting to see what we get Leaf locking in here. Because I think this
will tell us where we're going.
This would be a great map to see if they wanted to play the double duelist. But with Valen looking over towards the Harbor, that seems maybe a little bit less likely to me. Harbor sort of helps you in your scaling a lot of the time with those push walls, which makes having double dive maybe slightly unnecessary.
Yeah, I think the thing about having double controller on this map is the amount of fakes and mid-rounding that you can do gives you just so many more options. And for someone like Valen, who loves to mid-round call around these things, I think it's going to work out great for you.
And with Leaf locking the Cypher, that means Icy is going to be on that primary duelist, being the solo dive player in this composition.
Still remains to be seen whether or not that is the Yoru like they were running previously with Leaf on that one, or it could be something like the Jett, but I'm a big fan of the Yoru. Yep, happy to see that one locked in.
And I think the Yoru has looked solid for Icy. He's played a lot of it before.
Even on like Vine.
Yeah, we heard in that post-match interview from Ethan as well. It gives you so many options, so much freedom. Hoping to see a stronger game from him, but he's up against the GOAT, Ospas.
It's going to be an exciting matchup regardless. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. After 5 straight days, one can say they might be a little eepy. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Yeah, we're just two little guys. We might be a little bit EP.
I'm not EP.
It feels illegal to say that when we are approaching the age of 13 to describe ourselves as EP. But yeah, it's nearing the end of the Super Week. Here we are. And what a match we've got to really set that stage, I think, as well. Because this is, I would say it's a must-win for both of these teams. They're going to be thinking about it in that kind of fashion. Not in terms of eliminating some of them from playoff contention. Yeah. But if they do win it, it sets their sights towards playoffs. And I think for LEV, if they win it, they will make playoffs. For G2, they're in a group with some hotly contested teams. Currently KRU sitting at 3-0, NRG 3-1, C9 3-1. They need this win to get themselves that third win, so we can stay in contention of it.
The whole day today is big for LATAM fans because both of the LATAM teams are in a great position to get some big wins. But also, Sen fans should be rooting on for LEV here because G2 getting wins is bad for Sen at the bottom of the table. So all of these kind of things. And listen, one of our big stories is going to be who can shut down Aspas. Is he just going to run rampant? And immediately he goes down.
Yeah.
Mazzino baited into making another re-clear play as well, thinking that G2 would probably leave that area after they got the early pick. And so, listen, this pistol round is basically wraps already. G2 are going to be able to get in, get the plant, and play a post plant in a 5v3. And Leaf, miles away, can connect on some kind of post plant flank as well. You couldn't write a better beginning for G2.
No, you really couldn't.
GB was asking the question, what happens if this team gets out to a strong start and slaps down LEV early? Oh, this is looking good at the beginning.
One of the questions I had was that who was going to be shutting down the monster player that is Aspas. Now, Leaf, here's that. Hold on. They're just defusing!
There's no shot!
They're getting away with that!
That's a 5v3! And they're inside the Viper orb. What's going on?
What happened there?
G2, how have you let that slip?
What a problem with the snake bites? What occurred?
I mean, they've got...
I just assumed that was wraps. I'm not going to lie. I assumed that was wraps. It missed.
Oh.
Selena missed. Good catch.
I mean, LEV know that they've gotten away with it.
That's unbelievable, to be honest. Yeah, well,
I mean, if Tex was not already talking his talk in the comms, he's going to be after that mess up from G2.
That's right, the revenge match. Tex versus his former teams. But, listen, he didn't seem too hot on it. the overall narrative. We're trying to shove it down his neck. King definitely was, and his team definitely was. You know, Jonah P's managed to go walkabouts through mid, and there's that gap into the play, which Con was unaware of. So he will fall and get punished, and an upgrade acquired for Jonah P, but dropped just like that.
Speaking of players in gaps, while this fight's going on, there's also LEV all the way back into spawn has picked up Mazzino.
And so hold on about this is a 2 versus 2. Valen sticking his plant. Doesn't expect this one though. Aspas, he spotted. Brooks player crossed up though. Valen takes the peek. Very much alone here, so it draws it into that 1v2 for Trent. Only with the Sheriff, 2 shock darts, dart. Oh, well, they planted for him, so he has to just open himself up wide into the angle.
A nice try from G2, but early on here, we are actually seeing gaps in what LEV are going for. The fact that on a pure eco, G2 are able to walk a player, they make it feel like a big A main push, and they're able to walk a player double door and walk a player up mid into nest. Look at this. Yeah. Massive gaps in the defensive setup there. So, yes, it doesn't end up with a round win, and yes, somehow we're 2-0 up for LEV, when it really should have been 2-0 for G2, based on how the pistol run began. But we are starting to see things that we've got to keep track of throughout this game that could be holes that G2 are looking to exploit.
Mid-take from LEV. Down that angle. Of course, G2, only one player sitting there. It's Jonah P looking to contain, and they're just going fast with this one. The Reckoning to set themselves up. Even the reveal onto King. It's going to be a bit of a sitting duck here. Jonah P could clean up, surely. At least hearing multiple footsteps. The hard rotation of LEV. Many mollies being forced out already just to try and push them back and away from this plant.
And this is going to pull out a little bit of the cove. There are 2 players that would die to 1 shot of Aspas as well. So there's still going to be this pressure to get the plant down.
Timing to take the fight. King, he's dropped Trent. These rifles are not really doing too much at all. They swarmed the position, they've got them surrounded. There's not a single avenue that's open for him. Jonah P has got to offset and contend with way too many players there. 3 in a row for Leviathan.
That's lovely. The utility that came in to deny the plant for G2 is immaculate. G2's compositional strength, having that cove, you should be able to get the plants down a little easier than running default compositions. But we saw Fragment Grenade coming through, Snake Bites coming through as well. And it's quite reminiscent of the way that LEV were playing their defense on Bind against NRG, throwing stuff at those players, stopping them from getting into comfortable spots. And that's a bonus round conversion. Man, the more that LEV run away with this, the more I'm going to be coming back to the fact that G2 threw away the pistol.
Yeah, what a massive beginning. That could have potentially been that early utility. Oh, it should have maybe set them up for a nice early fight here. Still, it's the rifles that do win out the day. So LEV, that 2-player advantage now. G2 are definitely going to be looking to slink themselves into some forward positions. Right behind this high tide. They've cut themselves up onto the left side approach.
Mazzino's picked up the back of it, though, so even if there was a lurk into nest, they have that trip halls, then Mazzino's watching for any kind of deep play. So LEV should still feel fairly comfortable. They went for that push into elbow, and we're seeing a couple of teams do this. We saw the other LATAM team go for it as well, where your Cypher and Jett push out together, one holding elbow, while the Jett tries to get on top and get that really nice sightline into mid. And that's an evolution of the play. Prior to this version of the meta, the Jett was just doing it on their own, so you're seeing kind of the interplay between teams. And G2 now driven into the B site.
Got access to it, at least the first portion of it. Still, they haven't cleared out the backside players, which is LEV. So to be able to get this plant down, the question is, how do you deal with this guy? Right now, Aspas is online with it. Easy pickings. Trent just can't quite withstand it. It's LEV. They are really running away with it at this point. I know it's a half-by round, but the economy is getting built up entirely now for Leviathan. Ult's on top of it as well.
It's going to be a long time before LEV have to run any kind of eco round.
Yeah.
Even if G2 make a massive comeback. Trent, one away. Oh, yeah, got the Hunter's Fury online with the death there. So they might be able to make some kind of play. It's very common to combo the Euro ult with the Sova ult. So if they can get another orb, and this is the play that I'm talking about, this double walk down mid, I think it conditions the attackers into being very scared that that could be an option.
Yeah.
And Aspas has barely had to buy anything other than the Outlaw so far. He's now going to make the upgrade to the Operator, though, so full armor on almost everybody on G2. Not going to save you from Aspas's one-shots again.
Look to do some damage. Look at this early peek into elbow. Will anybody just walk right into him? What an adjustment and a flick. That was a jump spot from Icy.
Oh, that was so good on Icy's extended arm as well.
This off angle is dirty as well if you're not anticipating it. It's rare that a Jet would really play up here, but a couple of stray bullets means that Trent does have that level of awareness, at least to push him back and away off that angle, but another first kill going their way.
Despite the fact they're in a 4v5, it's the positioning up here of Leaf, who might be able to do something. He's got himself into a very deep position over at Halls. And now G2 coming back to A, and they're in a nice spot to make an A split work. Leaf still has 2 cages. He can cage this off, open the door, put a lot of pressure on these players. Close here.
No way, just a dry swing and peek for that mid-round information, not set up with the utility yet comp. He still survives.
Leaf didn't go for
that
a
kill, and yet Leaf was not able to survive that horse lurk. This is just falling to pieces, rattled. That's how G2 are going to be feeling.
Aspas got shut down in the pistol round. First death of the entire map. What's the stat line? Oh, 11-2.
Oh my God.
Oh, right. So that was only one of the times you've actually been able to punish Aspas.
Yeah.
Who otherwise has been running rampant.
This shot's
That's absurd. Slow that one down for me. Oh my God.
That's an elbow.
And by the way, that's not a wall bang. Don't understand how. Don't ask me.
Pixel perfect accuracy from this guy. He's unleashed. And he's the monster in the server, man. He really is. He's the number one checkpost you got to try and mark if you are G2. How do you shut this guy down?
In that round 2, LEV went for a wide swing and shallow swing re-clear into A main. It's dry, but it's well coordinated between the 2 players. And that was just to gain more information because they knew that they'd lost the Halls info. Leaf also doesn't cage, so Aspas gets that free pick over towards Halls, and suddenly the A-split falls apart. But then the follow-up was so nice too. They recon flashed for Aspas to peek in when there was only 1 player left alive. LEV have been doing a lot of these defense re-clear strats. It ruined NRG. It absolutely pasted what they brought to the table. Breeze is a tough map to do that kind of stuff.
It is.
Look at the utility that LEV have to work with. If they want to do heavy defense re-clears, it's nothing like the Gecko Breach comp that they had on Sunset. And yet they're still finding opportunities to do that kind of stuff with what's available to them. Even throwing in the dry re-clear of A main.
Yeah.
That's a scary team if they've got the confidence to go for that kind of stuff.
They're just constantly being creative, inventive on the fly in these rounds. And they're making G2 feel comfortable to set up for it. Look at that. I mean, think about the comfortability. Aspas, this guy is lighting up the server.
Just predicting that people are going to be pushing up behind the cascade.
Yeah.
And he's bang on.
And the G2 players scattering.
And I was talking earlier about G2's possibility of syncing up ultimates. It's really common to have Yoru ult into the Sova, because you basically just Sova ult the Yoru while they run next to people.
Yeah.
Another big combo with the Sova ult is the Reckoning into the Sova ult. And Valen's death there will get him slightly closer, but he's still pretty far away from getting that one online.
And there's just no assail in these positions. Yeah, they are so damn sharp today. LEV not missing a beat.
They are looking like the scariest team in America right now.
They really are. They're the team to beat. My mind keeps going back to that pistol round, Josh.
Yeah.
G2 are going to be kicking themselves for it. And I hate to draw attention back to all the way, I mean, at the beginning of the round, but that's the only time where Leviathan have looked like they've slipped up.
Yeah.
And they've tripped up, but...
Yeah, and they just stuck the diffuse
They just stuck the diffuse and win anyway.
So G2 need to manufacture themselves a way of using these ults to gain themselves around. They're going to go for this fake play up Halls. Actually, the gate crash here is committal, so it's going to be a real take of Halls. Icy's somewhat committed. You'd imagine he's going to use his ult to disengage here.
What did he crash? Dimensional drift forwards here. I mean, somewhere the other side of the map, that's Aspas actually going down into elbow, and he's spotting out a few of these stragglers who are seeking to defend now this B side, but it is easy access for them, or at least it should be in theory.
A little confusing on Icy's ult pathing, but it's got G2 the site. They're going to pit.
Yeah, pit down, tag onto the backside player, shock darts, rebounding. Sending in that long-range artillery, but Mazzino eager to not make any noise, just waiting for the rest of his team, trying to play inside this pit, and that flank attempt, well, it does pay off. Tex taking out Valen. They still have to deal with a lot of obstacles that are here, but that lights them all up towards the back of the site. Leaf is doing dirty work here all around the map and the site. Struggling, contending. How will LEV turning this? Jonah P.
Not again.
Last one left inside the pit, but this time the molly is correct on the course. And a spray down as well, anticipating that fight. That's a Red Bull clutch and a wonderful turning point for G2. They needed that round on the board.
That was a must win, especially when it got into that 1v2 scenario. Jonah playing it well, hitting the snake bite this time. The turning point in the round, though, was Aspas getting punished, so let's see how that happened, yeah. Just going for the setup. They'd heard a lot coming up holes, so Aspas felt like he was safe to go for a peek like that. And that's the power of the Yoru. You have the Yoru and the clone running up holes. It makes it feel like there's way more players over there.
Yeah.
It was a little weird the way that Icy was ulting from halls to B, but listen, they get the job done. Aspas with an early peek.
Never go things. Hunter's Fury, though. That's a deep dart. It was sent flying right at the beginning. The gate crash to evade the shots.
That's a rarity, Com not getting a pick with his ult.
Yeah, with those players lit up as well, there was definitely opportunities for Com to get some value.
So this is one of those times in the mid round where LEV are lacking information towards mid. They've got the trip tunnel, pit B, and good info A. So it's really only in mid that they're missing info. So it might not incentivize them to go for some kind of reclear strategy just yet. But if G2 can take a bit more map control, it might spark that initiative out of Leviathan.
Aspas biding his time, waiting for the right time to pounce here. Online, Mazzino's the one who has to defend his back here, straight through double doors. Maybe hearing a bit of a sound cue. Let loose spray of bullets. But this is very slow by G2.
They're trying to bait out LEV into going for some kind of push.
And here it goes. The go button pressed here with the drone through, getting the one tag, not spotting Aspas, but now they're calling him out. Kills is going to be able to get here, though, with the deep darts over and away. Clone dodged, juked with the cages, really just making this one hard to collect any sort of kills, but they are flooding in the direction of LEV for now. Updraft, dodging away and avoiding! What is that adjustment? Aspas right now will not be denied! And this guy's just flexing on him!
Delivering the 7-1 to G2. It's so ridiculous what he's able to do. But G2 there, very clear game plan, trying to bait out defensive aggression from Leviathan. But the problem with the strategy was, they didn't actually have enough map control. You have to take away parts of the map to incentivize LEV to go and look for information. The only part of the map that G2 were threatening presence in was mid.
Yeah.
And even then, the trip was still up towards tunnel, and there was a player watching Nest, sorry. So if that's your strategy to try to bait out defensive aggression and punish it, you've got to do more with your default.
Cage triggered.
This time everybody coming knocking though onto Texas side, the high tide. Again, it's used prior, so it's going to get them that easy plan, which won't be denied. They haven't cleared any of the site, and it's even the nade. I mean, Valorant's just sticking it, seeing if he can get his team into a favorable scenario. I see.
Good timing.
Yeah, it is a good timing. Aggressive with it, but Texas right there behind! And wrangling control of the beast, it is that rifle. Making short work of these G2 players. You can send all the lineups in the world, Larry, but it's not going to be working out. There's far too much time on the clock, but that's a good one to find here still. Ollie should land, but they know exactly where he is, and with him cleaned up, yeah, Jonah P will not be able to win this one. So just a bit of extra pocket change really with that plant down. LEV are just in more than firm control, man. This is domination.
It is. And we're getting dominant rifle rounds into then G2 looking, you know, they're just kind of throwing it out there when they have an eco. It's got to feel like a good round for Tex to have, though. He gets that rifle advantage, and he's able to bully his former team in back of sight.
One enemy remains.
There's LEV trying to make something happen on the opposite side of the map. But he just hasn't been able to make those lurks work to offer openings in the round. You know, he hasn't really been able to provide Valen those mid-round opportunities. All right, Harbor ult, Sova ult, massive combo. It will ruin you if you try to anchor B against that.
And they will be knocking on the doors. So the Tex to try and push this one back.
I think he's read it. Look, he's so far offside.
Yeah, he's just way out of dodge here. I mean, he's been playing in his backside position pretty frequently. Clone sent in, along with a dart. It's going to clear out most of the side with a cove into the choke, but they have to wait out those mollies. And, I mean, LEV have already followed these sound cues. Guess what? They've already rotated into position. Either for a flood defense, or now they can just start sending it out, but they're going to let Icy get this plant off for now. Gate crash, back to safety now, into this post plant here. King Thinking of corning, aware that Leaf is already just going to be playing tucked into it. He doesn't actually have any util. Snake Bite to clear it. Hunter's Fury forwards. Leaf finds that first fight, but Hunter's Fury as well. These players, they cannot stand their ground and shoot back. Lev putting it difficult now. Snared up into the sides. Aspas seeking that rifle. Pressing forwards now to 2v2, and they know exactly where Valen is. Dashing forwards, dart rebounding. It's absolute chaos here, but what can Aspas do against it, North? And in that particular moment, 8-2, G2, a second round on the board.
I really like the idea that if the Reckoning finds no pulses, they save the Sova ult for the post plan. I think that's very well played by G2 with their ultimates. But they had the opportunity to use these kind of ult combos way earlier in the half to try to make this an even one. And at best case scenario, it's going to be an 8-4, even if G2 win the next couple. They're finding their footing, but it might be too little too late. They've got Icy's ult to build around. Again, another one that can be extremely useful. They're going to start working their way up mid. Last time they got off by Aspas, but he's not here this time.
This time Icy just using the gate crash to get a little bit deeper into these angles. The dimensional drift. Just spot out and clear out almost the entirety of this side. In fact, yeah. It's free for his team to now take and get into the post.
One of the problems with Leviathan's retake in the previous round is that they didn't have people flanking. That angle is filthy.
Just sees right over the top of the high tide, so they assumed it was a safe plant. Not the case. Flash, peek, Icy in the back, but his anti-flash dodged. Zeno looking far too clean with the reflexes. 3 players. Leaf's gonna have to do an awful lot of lifting here to try and make this one winnable. Such a large disadvantage. Now time is being bled off the clock. They're losing out these duels, and the lineups still going to be played from afar. Already Mazzino sticking, gets his half, and it doesn't even matter. No more players will be dropping. They're just fully aware of the game plans that are being played here by G2.
The Snakebite also missed again. So even if that had been something, they're clearly missing some coordination between the plant positions and the lineups. It was a different lineup position, not one that's standard. We normally see people running the lineups from outside cave. This one was more towards Mir. But frankly, that's like a side note. It's not really what won the round.
Joking.
Wow. Just as the planter was about to be covered by the cage as well. They're running a double smoke comp with the Cypher. They have a lot of tools to be able to disguise where the plant position is, and yet it's not quite getting there. And now G2 come into round 12 with a bad buy.
Last chance to do something. Zeno not being faked out there by the clone, but I mean, Icy is playing anti. Tex follows through now with a Hunter's Fury. He's going to be chasing all sorts of kills to Cove, making it difficult, but well, the Cove will not withstand that kind of pressure. It's galvanizing. Oh, this is just ripping them to shreds.
Tex is such an eco-cobra in this game. He's running around, snaffling up the players of G2. See if they set him up for the next one. Can he drive the dagger into the heart of his former team?
Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
It was Com eventually that puts Jonah P down. A 10-2 half. Terrifyingly good from Lev.
I mean, that was fast as well. There weren't much slow play being played.
Oh, this is speedrun time.
We have speedrun this. I mean, I don't know when we started casting, but yeah, that's...
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the fastest one that we've had so far was G2 themselves playing against Furia. 13-3, 13-3. So beating the speedrun record here for Lev, beating G2 would be amazing.
Keeping track of it.
Someone in Salt would be making a video about it.
Yeah, we'll be putting the category up on speedrun.com. But yeah, what an absolute blistering pace. Send it over to the analyst desk to break it down so far.
Thank you so much, fellas. I think, you know, in the streets, we just call that a good old-fashioned beatdown, okay? That's what we're seeing. Only in the streets is it called that. But honestly, real talk, though, it all started in the first round.
Yeah.
Literally, it was just round one, and then that point.
Stuck on.
It didn't have to be this way. Like, it was just a massive blunder from G2 in the pistol, where they started out, they go up into a 5-on-3 situation, but they've got 2 players late re-wrapping and 3 players playing off-site. So it's just a full stick waiting for mollies to come in. it was just a disaster in a space where it absolutely shouldn't have been. And then LEV get this bonus round as well.
Yeah, I mean, LEV in this one, I mean, credit to them. They did a good job of getting some stall util, forcing that planter off. But consistently, that util was pushing the G2 planter off, and then they were going for these fights into backside to try and buy themselves some space. But when we saw these late round fights, it was generally uncoordinated, right? One player swinging ahead, getting punished by a Sheriff, getting punished by Ospas, and I feel like that was a story that repeated throughout this half.
Yeah, it definitely felt like LEV made G2 struggle with their utils, struggle with their comms. Like, a lot of the util they were using didn't really make sense for how the round was playing out. It felt like they didn't understand the timings that LEV was kind of taking as well, kind of putting a wrench into all of their game plans. They couldn't hold down sites. It should have started as a 3-0, but it felt like they just started losing that momentum.
And because they lost those critical swing rounds, then in round 5, we have Ospas with the first op for the first time. LEV wins that. So then it's an eco round. So we go into the situation where every other round for G2 is an eco. You're never going to win a game like that.
On top of that, we're seeing these hard walls go up and LEV being able to sneak up and go for these flood retakes. They were constantly ahead of the pace, and they're in a winning position.
Yeah, well, now we're in a position, as you said, Mimi, where Leviathan could very well close this out quite quickly, and you might be talking to us pretty soon. So we're going to send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
I prompted a question near the beginning of this game, you know, who is going to be shutting down Aspas as the monster on the battlefield, but so far, no one's really stepping up to the challenge. He's made this map look like his playground. Jumping around all over the place.
I think that's what makes this map pool so damn scary. For G2, that is. Because you've just got Aspas running around on Breeze and Icebox here in the first 2. How on earth are you going to stop that?
And who's going to step up to the challenge? Even when they do bring him down, it just seems like divine intervention that LEV still end up winning those rounds.
G2 with 2 players towards double door, heard LEV pathing that way at the beginning. And now, as things go silent, they're looking to go and re-explore. Valen and Jonah P here know that there is nobody in mid, but where have LEV gone? Is it towards the Cypher that's in the halls, or the opposite direction?
They've lost a lot of control over towards B main as well, so there is that uncertainty. That's why G2 are making their way over towards B, just in case. I see. Good kill to collect. Text the lurking player down towards halls, but now pretty aware of the fact that this is going to be an A plant. The dart. LEV are going to be using that to take that backside control. Con could definitely get caught here by this fast flank occurring right behind him. Yes, was unaware of the fact here, and he is going to be squeezed from every single position and angle. I mean, with the classic, how much work is this guy doing? Having to dodge and juke and duck away from these shot darts up onto the ropes. Jonah P does win that fight out. This is a great start for G2. Advantages to be found, and they are making it nice and clean. Aspas. Last one now. Try and push them all back here. Only 5 more bullets left, and there's no easy shots, no easy targets. Valen now sticking that defuse, and guess what? Not planned it for him, but the cove in place. It's a pistol round wrapped up nice and pretty there from G2, with some really, really elegant ideas of what they wanted to do in the mid round.
They certainly didn't have a great idea of where LEV were going, but it didn't matter. Because when G2 double up at double doors and then re-clear mid, no matter whether you plant on A or B, they're getting fast flank retakes off. And the cherry on top of that was that when Tex went down, the trip is disabled. So they then get a good flank onto Cop.
Let's go, boys. Go. Simple, simple. Starts with one.
It does start with one.
Yeah.
You need one at a time, but you need many of them.
They got the right mentality. They're going to even make that a possibility.
Jonah P getting hit by the knife there. If that happens on rifle rounds, it will open up a little bit of an avenue for LEV.
Wow.
Good awareness. What a sick off angle for
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Just anticipating the lurk up. Fast on the play by Aspas. With him shut down, a lot of the danger of the eco round does go away. LEV now looking over towards this B side. Now Mazzino probably going to be waiting for the knife cooldown. Leaf get tagged up by it. Oh, it might even go down to a few stray shots here. It's this setup that's going to be pushing them back in a way. LEV are really quite keen and eager to try and get themselves into the side, but now different direction. Pivot out towards Elbow.
They're going to know where Valen's positioned. That's one of the weaknesses, I suppose, of running the harbor, is that you always give away where you are every time you use that high tide or cascade. But this round is more to do with feeling out what G2 are doing on the defense. It's not like LEV are really coming in here expecting to win. But you think about the way that G2's comp is going to work on defense. They don't have the jet. So if Icy does try to go aggressive, it should be a little more readable, a little less easy for him to escape. Here comes Lev.
Now, yeah, straight through. And the Classics doing a decent amount of work here, but it trips snarling up King. So no one stepping over the boundary. That was that B site.
So my point being that when you have that solo Yoru duelist, I think what the desk was talking about after Ethan's interview, remember Ethan plays Yoru on this map and has played Yoru at an astoundingly good level on multiple maps, but Ethan always plays it with another Jett player. I think it changes things drastically for Icy being the only duelist, because instead of being able to play supportively, he actually has to be the tip of the spear if you wanted to do any of these defensive pushes.
I agree completely.
So it's kind of got to be all in from G2. And look over towards B right now. They are doing one of those all in pushes.
Yeah, just trying to make sure they get the punish here onto Texas. Only job really is to just stay alive and contain and call this one out. But with the high tide, it's misinformation thrown into the mix, especially with the clone. He's going to think there's potentially more footsteps, more bodies there than before.
It's quite cool to get Leaf into such a deep position.
Not only that as well, I think they were just trying to make Lev rush into a decision, potentially to rush into the A side.
And if you react into A, that's where Icy has the gate crash. It's well thought out. Do they think about Leaf? This is where the high tide was pointing.
Oh, it's just not expecting it. But yeah, great awareness from Tex, knowing that that was a slight gap. Had to be re-cleared here. Now Lev can make their moves all the way over. Valen, though, Outlaw in hand. 2 shots will do it. Volleys have to be dodged and juked and avoided and evaded, but not the bullets. Tex is just lighting them up right now. What a takeover and a round. Subtle with it. He's one away now from the ace. Looks like we haven't seen too many of them, to be honest, in the Super Week, but...
This is one of those aces where you get the 4 kills very impressively, and then the rest of your team tries to help you hunt down the final one.
They know where he is, Jonah. P shots. Landing. That is denied. I mean, Aspas just stealing it away.
Oh, that's brutal. Tex did such a great job at getting 4. He's playing against his former team. He's got 20 kills across 15 rounds. He's overtaken Aspas. Maybe that was the reason that Aspas stole the ace at the end.
He needs the kills.
He's like, all right, get down. Get down.
I'm the one playing for the stats. But that is insane. Yeah, I mean, just feeling just empowered, I think.
I swear, Tex has got most of these kills as well when G2 are on eco buys or lighter weapons. Round 15 again, it's like an anti-bonus for Lev, and he runs him over.
Weapons out for IC. Trent's got a very long sight line to look down with the Marshal here, while Lev are exploring into mid. Drone used for some of that information.
Heavy emphasis towards mid here. You can see that G2 playing it somewhat similar to the pistol round. This is what their setup was. Val and Jonah P. When they heard this movement away, they started walking into mid. And you're seeing a similar thing happening right now. They're walking forwards as Leviathan start to take A main. And this puts G2 in a position where the retake A comes from many different angles. Now, the difference was on the pistol, Tex also went down, so that trip was disabled.
Spotted out a shoulder. Tex wins that fight. No one left immediately, but Valen, what a response from him. I mean, just 3 kills toppled like that into the main, executing. And we talked about it. It was the difference maker last time. The double swing is lovely with the coordination. All caught to perfection, and rinse and repeat, I suppose. Mazzino. It's an ace on the cards here for Valen. Wall still up, he can back away, and he does have the spike. With only 17 seconds to utilize it. Running short and shy of the time, so Mazzino sticking to plan. Valen gets a bit of a run on, and there's the kill, okay!
Valen's got to be feeling decent about that one, but they're still so far behind, it's not time to celebrate just yet. I think it's slightly worrying as well that they've only got one strategy that's working so far, which is this defense setup where Valen and Jonah P push down mid. Now, it's great that it's working, but it's such a single-minded idea on your defense that I think Lev are going to read into it real quick. It's a little confusing. They haven't got the idea about it even at this point when it came out on the pistol round. But I would imagine the brains inside Leviathan will be able to figure out what's going on, because it's whenever they go towards mid and then run away, that's when they're getting caught in the back. I think it's pretty easy to put 2 and 2 together. Different defense setup here for G2, not going for that same kind of play. The Reckoning is good to try to stop these sight hits from coming through, and Lev are going for an A split.
Yeah, wow, no command. Waves emanating out now. It's going to be catching all the players towards the back of the site and more. Jonah P is feeling that squeeze. Val into the side, playing that anti-flash through the cage as well. Many targets to deal with. He is being overwhelmed here. Jonah P just can't provide that supportive fire, but the rest of G2 still alive and kicking into the 2v2. Aspas wasn't dropped in the midst of this one, and now he's going to be re-exploring up towards the stairs. Trying to take a good fight as well, but doesn't overstay it. Dart doesn't get broken in time. Aspas playing out of the position. Trent. What a fight to take. Got the confidence back with that one. Com. Have to be ridiculous from him. And the fight to be an isolated 1-on-1. Sova versus Sova. Shock dart, rebounds away, getting the info, getting the knowledge, the jump spot, an additional confirmation, and Com running round and round, but Trent is way ahead of it.
What a round from Trent there. He gave away his position with the recon dart and allowed Lev to know where both players were, just swung out on his own without Leaf's backup, but deletes both of the players he was taking fights against. I guess sometimes when you get outclassed as a team, you have to take matters into your own hands, and that's what Trent did here. Look at that anticipation.
Yeah, I mean, he's so aware in the clutch there of where Com is going to be playing.
And for the first time, Lev are going to get knocked down onto an eco round, and this also prompts the TAC timeout. Some time here for the coaches to come in and probably talk about the strat that was used in round 13, round 16. So that can be a small adjustment. But also, potentially, Lev looking to try some other stuff out. I think, to be honest with you, Lev's attack side calling in that round, the split through A, I think it was all sensible. They didn't quite have the most coordinated peek out through the cage. They double underhand flashed, dashed, but the dash from Aspas was under yellow instead of on top of yellow, and that meant that they couldn't coordinate a double peek out through the cage. Small details like that, you just tweak them a little bit, and the rounds will be even more going towards Lev, I think.
Let's see if they do make those adjustments here, because right now G2 are, stringing together quite a substantial amount of rounds. Money as well is just piling up, and the ultimates.
And that ult combo still exists, the Reckoning into the Hunter's Fury, which is massive, especially, I think, on B post plants, where you have those players tucked in ladder and boards that you need to clear out. A win here for Lev in this round looks like pulling out some of those defense side ults.
Repel them. That's what they'll probably be looking towards.
Listen, it also might look like Aspas killing 5 with Bladestorm. but I think
that's always on the cards.
Set the expectations reasonable.
Yeah. But you never know with Aspas. Everybody grouped up. Aspas is the sole player playing towards double doors here. He will be applying that extra pressure and squeeze through from the main players. They are not looking towards it. Hopped up, get the info. Just barely ahead, but missed out with the Bladestorm. Hunter's Fury will relieve quite a lot of this Jonapedo. Weave it in and out, but the Phantom Spray just can only do so much. Still, 2 kills. Did donate over the rifle with him falling. The plant down as well.
There's a fight on the flank.
What are we feeling? Worried about it? Yep, this flank potentially being hurt here by LEV. Reckoning used to take this space up and scale quite fast onto the approach. King has already caught himself a kill. Already with that rifle that has been donated and only just being dealt with in the main angle. They know where LEV is now at a position, and time ticking away despite being planted. LEV is getting a move on here. He's not really being shy about it, not really obfuscating any sense of his positioning, and just not ready to collect that kill. So it's a thrifty win for Lev. You talked about best case scenario for Lev and what they were expecting. How about winning the round?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing with this team. They're just so good.
Yeah.
I love that eco round strategy though. And to explain what's going on for Leviathan, it looks like on the minimap they're splitting A, but they're not really. They're making it feel like a full A main push. And then your Jett with Bladestorm is creeping quietly up through double doors. The idea is to disguise the fact, to make the defenders all look towards A main, and hopefully Aspas opens things up. Actually, Aspas just ended up being the distraction, and it was King overwhelming a player on site and stealing a rifle that ended up winning the round for them. but the strategy was great. Talk about making the best out of a rough situation.
Oh, yeah.
And G2, again, in an advantage situation, letting it slip away from them.
It's the trouble when you go up against teams with the on-paper quality LEV have. At this point, it's not on paper. They've been showcasing it past few matches. Is that you just need the extra element. Whether it's firepower to shut down those players, because they will. They'll make melons out of you, man. They will force you to make mistakes. And if you make mistakes, of course, they're going to capitalize on them.
Yeah. I think, though, that with Leviathan, it's actually not even the on-paper quality of the roster that I've been most impressed with recently. It's the fact that they've come together as a unit.
Oh, in such a short, a short amount of time. It's a 180, essentially.
Yeah. Because, to be honest, they looked kind of crap in the game against Cloud9.
Yeah.
Like, that match, they were out of it. And the fact that they've managed to come back from that and really retool a lot of what their ideas are and come in with such a fleshed out strat book on their attack and defense side, very impressive.
Quite a short amount of time indeed. With G2 let loose that Viper ult. The pit's going to be covering up the main angle here. Lots of threats to worry about, especially with Tex lurking up halls.
It's a contact play up elbow and halls. All right, the shock not clearing either of those trips.
It's intended for the unbreakable one. The trips are pushed a little bit further back. There's no way. Ball's nowhere to run really here. It's a tight corridor, confined. It's exactly necessary for Trent to confirm that kill. With Tex falling, G2, you get that advantage here. What a time to do it as well when the weaponry wasn't looking too ideal, but Lever immediately just taking up all the space into mid.
They're making this again feel like they're getting set up for a B hit, while this lurk from Aspas and Com is very disguised. Look at the player archers. They're all looking at the site now, only just now thinking about the mid lurk.
And they've lined up perfectly for him. Com and Aspas,
so good.
They're tearing them to pieces. I mean, they were using their own high tide against them to get into that top mid angle as well.
Left.
Just a bait and switch. Valen really just seeking to pluck him apart in that mid angle as well, but he's not going to be able to get too much done now. Still, the pit will fade away. Jonah P, they've got to be aware of his position, and now definitely so. Dart just lights him up. Shock Dart's pushing him back and away. Mazina with the plant and a pit to play within. Should be a done deal, except leave. No! Just util out at a very wrong timing. Leaf now hopping around the place, man. He's seeking an avenue, a kill, anything at all, and he is making it look relatively fancy. Really putting that Spectre to good work, the jumping out, and why? But he doesn't have a right before it, and it's such a long sightline. Damage done to Aspas, updraft for the info, high ground angle played, 5 HP to Leaf's name, sticking half, already gained. Can he get it? Not quite at all. It's Aspas, shuts down that attempt of heroism, man, and so map 1, it's gonna go the way here of Leviathan.
The final round, it got chaotic towards the end, and Leaf did the best he possibly could. But I am massively impressed with what LEV are bringing to the table.
Yeah.
Those attack side rounds towards the end, where it feels like one strat, and then it turns into another. You know, make the eco round that feels like a full 5A main or a 4-1. And instead, Aspas is on the fast split through double doors. This round, they lose a player early, Tex in halls, and then they make it feel like a full B exec while 2 players lurk onto the archers, guys. This is advanced play. This is really good. And LEV are pulling it out after, you know, retooling their whole approach.
Nice. Dead impressive stuff from Leviathan so far, but early days in the series. We're going to step away for about a moment. Map 1 all wrapped up. The desk is going to break it all down for us.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They want to go for this one. Ult committed. Fight.
Desde atrás, King acaba con la vida del robot, rompe la definitiva, Maurino prevalece tremendo.
Here with GoKit from Leviathan, a very convincing map. It was your map pick, but I'm going to bring it back to what we were talking about before when I interviewed Tex, when we saw before the game, that sort of Tex revenge factor that the team was talking about, that Tex was talking about, that even G2 was alluding to as the kind of leader, the adult in the room, if you will. They're all adults, but as the adults in the room. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, when I tried Tex for the team, I specifically booked a prac against G2 to see how he would take it, and he destroyed them. So I can tell he's very hungry to play against them, and he demonstrated it on first map.
Well, you almost got an ace, so he's looking pretty good. Well, best of luck on map 2.
Well, whether it's the practice or it's the actual game, seems like Tex is doing perfectly fine against his old opponents in G2 Esports. Leviathan just look absolutely fantastic as they shut down G2 on Breeze. And I mean, Myrna, I think it just goes without saying, like, this is what we had expected out of Leviathan, considering the firepower that is on that team. But man, the way that they started things off was just something else.
Yeah, for sure. They started off strong. I mean, G2, they have a defensive comp, and they couldn't even get enough rounds on attack in order to put themselves in that good position. But as we can see here, the whole team on LEV contributed to some sort of a win in this scenario. It just felt like they were on top. They played their game, and I think they played it really well.
Yeah, and for Ospas, especially in that first half, getting the op online in round 5, it was lights out before that, but once that came in, there was nothing G2 could do to beat them.
Ospas was ridiculous, and in the head-to-head against Icy, it was completely one-sided. There was a lot of pressure put on the rookie for G2 to play that solo Yoru. Generally, we're seeing those Yoru Jet comps, and in this head-to-head, when he was going for these opening kills, he was getting shut down, and a large part of that was how ridiculous Ospas was playing.
Yeah, and look, it's not a surprise that that happens. Sure. Like, we came in full well knowing Ospas was going to have the upper hand, but it's a thing of beauty to see game after game, series after series, how well Ospas is performing. Like, he does not skip a beat. Ever since that match against Sentinels when he dropped 47, it has just been lights out over and over.
Yeah, I mean, every single player can shoot back, but it's the matter of Ospas being insanely consistent in top fragging. And it's not only the matter that he's just top fragging, he can take that operator in any defensive stance, move it around, get lines for his team, get information, and it's almost like you can just leave him on an island and he'll be fine. Even though he's that duelist player, doesn't have that much util set up behind him, he's just doing great by himself.
Now, that actually happened a few times where he was just like on an island by himself and just dominating
He's
everyone.
so good at setting himself up for success. But despite that, he wasn't the #1 player on that scoreboard for the side of Leviathan. Tex was owning.
Wild stuff, honestly. Tex really just with a point to prove, or I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't even want to look too far into it. I just think it was just Tex popping off because my guy was out there just, you know, Wild Westing it.
No, I mean, especially on defense, right? Whenever they came in towards that B site, and it wasn't always like him waiting for them to come at him. These are two very aggressive plays back to back. But I also just thought that the quick tempo retakes that LEV had around that B site, because the harbor wall not fully giving control to G2 over the full site, Tex was just so often on site as the spikes being planted to farm kills.
Yeah, it takes a lot of nerve to kind of either play on site perfectly or fall off site. And I feel like every single round, Tex made the right call each time. He knew when he could go aggressive and kind of take the fights by himself, and he knew when he should fall off and set up for the retake. That is definitely like a team combined effort, but Tex specifically played that insane.
That's what I've really liked about his kind of switch over of roles now, joining this Leviathan roster, having to play the Sentinel instead of the primary dive duelist agent, which he was playing with G2 when they were going on their run last year. He still will throw in some of those rounds where he makes a play, like pushing through a cage and getting proactive, but also can fall back, be more of an anchor. There's a lot of depth to his play.
And usually those aggressive looks are based on something else the team is doing. Like, it's a clear, cohesive plan that they've built around to enable him to go look for
like I feel like it's two different situations. Right, Ospas, he could just do it on his own because he can't, because that's kind of like how the team's been built. Whereas with Tex, it's really fascinating to see how the team, and even though the team still supports Aspas in that regard, it's great to see them put Tex in those positions.
But because he needs less resources, you can put these resources into setting Tex up for plays sometimes too.
And I think what it's in is for Leviathan having the most flexible defense that I've seen in Americas. Like they can.
It's how they stomped NRG.
Yeah, exactly. And they do it based off of the trap plays that you'd see on a map like Sunset or on Icebox or Breeze, having consistent defaults that then you have the aggro peak of an Osboss or a Tex coming in to just really surprise you. It is those types of looks that make LEV such a dangerous team to prep against.
I mean, they're just so solid on their fundamentals and their protocols. It is insane. I think they've worked so hard specifically on their foundation that you can see it coming out, where they don't hesitate for a second when they all know what to do at all times.
Well, look, G2 need to figure it out. Thankfully, we're going to hear from the coach at G2 with Elizabeth ahead of map 2.
Here with Coach Josh RT of G2 Esports. Now, that map didn't go in your favor. You were attempting to bring it back, not quite, but we are going to your map pick on Icebox. What are we fixing from map 1 into map 2?
I think we just need to trust each other more, believe in our plays, be aggressive when we need to, and don't give them space. But also make sure Ospas doesn't get picks on us on our attack. So I think those are the keys.
Would you say Ospas is like the biggest kind of X factor for Leviathan right now?
I think we couldn't get into our attack side. Like besides the early blunder, of course, he was able to get a man advantage for them constantly. So it didn't get us like into our groove.
Best of luck.
Yeah, I think it's especially important hearing Josh there talking about how they can not allow Osboss to get those free picks as we move into the map of Icebox, where that Jett is so incredibly dominant at re-swinging into lines. This is where G2's scaling fundamentals will be challenged to a T. They have to be perfect when they're working up into B main, A main, not to fall prey to that off.
I feel like on this map, G2 has a much more better fundamental understanding of how to rotate properly and play this map, especially around Trent. He's been so good at getting that information and providing it to the team, and they have that Gecko to get a lot of this information. They don't have the duelist player, which I'm a little bit scared of, so they really need to win out on their defense here.
You can play Icebox with no duelists. I think the comp is totally fine. And in fact, I think these double initiator comps have been playing super well into these more default Jett Harbor Viper comps. When you have the Gecko and the Sova, you have a lot of ideas to flood retake and fight through that util.
Well, G2 Esports need the win right here to force that map 3, but Leviathan could very well shut it down. Let's send it back over to your casters, Brennan Sideshow.
Yeah, let's find out if they can really mount that, I guess come back into the series overall here for G2, and Icebox is their map pick. They're going to get their choice of that at least, and with the composition they're playing, it does give you a lot of options, I think, as well. It also can be quite limiting to a degree. For me, personally, I keep harping on about this, but when you don't have a duelist into this comp, when you're trying to set it up with the double initiator, who's the one who's going to be taking that space? You have the tools, but who's going to be the tip of the spear for you? I think that's going to be a question, and something I'm looking at, I think, for G2 on this particular Icebox.
The desk was talking a lot about how Aspas works with or without resources.
Yeah.
And that is an applicable conversation to have about G2 as well, because the resources are kind of given by IC and used by IC. It's his job to push off the back of a lot of his own util, which is a little more awkward sometimes. But I think while the meta comp, it might not be, Leviathan's usage of it was amazing the last time we saw it on Icebox. All of the details looked sublime.
Contact plays through and through. So similar by G2. I mean, look at this. Hard flank up through mid, making sure that they take all that space. They realize it's coming on through A. It's a flank with 3 players. They contact into the turret and they actually just think twice about it.
Yeah, the turret's broken, so now Leviathan need to look behind them or try to react forwards. Com seems to be prepping a recon for Aspas to push.
This is incredibly deep and aggressive onto the angle and approach, but he has just skewered the man. Sheriff in hand. He lets it sing. Jonah P. It's quite a good job, honestly, of just trying to shore up the offense here onto the retake. Leaf now is alone in it. Spots out the 1 and the 2nd, so he's got to know these players' positions, but he needs to find the kills with only 5 bullets to do it with. Spraying him through, needs to get that reload online, but doesn't anticipate this angle from the back, doesn't know where to look, but despite taking away, time has ran too short for it. So Leviathan up 1 round here by winning that opening pistol.
If G2's game plan was to not give away early picks to Aspas, And that's just gonna feel so brutally awful for them. Aspas is hunting in every post plant on A for these kind of fights. But what is this angle?
It's insane. I mean, you just don't really... You're never going to expect somebody to be playing up there.
No, and it's such an unusual spot. Valen tries to tuck close and then get the wide swing into it, and he swings his head straight into the crosshair placement. Yeah. It's just... He's everywhere. Aspas is always going to be a menace. If you give Leviathan the ability to take sight, Aspas is not going to drop back to play some kind of passive close plan. It's going to be in your face.
Yeah. G2 have pushed players aggressively. Spotted out. Trying to take the fight there, Harbor v Harbor, but the better weaponry. Runs it out for Mazzino. Take a bit of a breather now into the moment, realizing that they were playing aggressively for that orb.
And they're going to be holding for any kind of mid re-clear. Something that Leviathan were caught by a few times on Breeze. Not happening in this round, though. No. G2 just holding, just believing in the read, believing in the gamble.
And hoping that LEV will just walk right into them, which is the case here, but the question is, can they really overcome that? Not quite. It's a full flurry and rush towards them. Anybody that was going to be doing some damage, potential going to be removed here onto the site. So a free plan for LEV again. Never free round for them. Building up early.
There's an interesting dynamic in this match. Which, you know, we've been talking a lot about Tex against his former team, but we've also got two of our biggest heavy hitters from last year's regular season, Aspas and LEV. Both towards the top of the scoreboard at the very early stages of this map, but one now moving from duelist to kind of anchor position. And LEV's not always going to be anchoring on this map. Sometimes it's the Killjoy's job, like a lot of the time, to just be kind of monitoring mid and playing the float. But I am intrigued to see that, because as much as Aspas has just been incredible since the very beginning of his time on Loud, LEV last year was matching him for impact on duelist.
Oh. Ever so slightly mistiming that one, but a punish for the orb. But you're right. LEV and Aspas going head to head. Not always in the server, but definitely when it comes to contending for the top spots. Right here. In terms of the statistics over the course of Americas.
Yeah, and that was last year. I don't know whether the same is going to be said for this year. You know, with the shift for LEV in terms of team and also role.
Different career direction.
Whereas for Aspas, it's just, he's continued that.
Continued it. He's so agile as well. This guy fluid in terms of the way he plays. Look at him. Fearless. Just hopping up over towards 410. Seeing if he can take an early fight. Put down that pressure. They do force out a high tide from G2.
And I really like that. Aspas's steps forwards there actually disguise the steps backwards from the rest of Leviathan. And then he knife out walks away so that there's no footsteps given. So 3 players staying over on A. Now, normally you would wait for King to hear people rotating off, but LEV have just gone B, thrown a bit of utility, and they're hoping that that will have pulled players off site. King hasn't heard them leave. So this is a bit more of just a gamble rather than a hard read where your lurker's giving you that great info.
And G2 have got players tucked deep onto the side. Valen, he's going to be one to watch. Lowered angles, high tide rips its way through and across, and he wins the fight. Guarding the angles, it's a flood attempt here. Time's running really damn short, really damn low. Can even get themselves onto the side to get this plant online. Where is the spikes being dropped into the middle of nowhere? In fact, I mean, Aspas is going to have to stick this one just where he stands.
It's a very safe plant. LEV's not going to be able to disrupt.
Now, are they going to be able to double up? Where are these bullets flying through? Right through the screen. LEV wins it out just as we were talking about that head-to-head battle. Matters into his own hands here. G2, a great idea of how they wanted to disrupt that one and not falling for that, you know, bait and switch.
Round 2, Leviathan go for an A re-hit. Round 3, they go and throw fake utility over to B, A re-hit. G2 are reading into this. I don't know if this is based on VOD prep or whether they've just got a good idea about what's happening. But for this site exec, there's no recon dart available. They're going in without a lot of their utility because they previously just used it in an attempt to pull players away, but actually there were still 3 defenders ready to receive. So LEV trying to play an advanced game and G2 not reading that bluff at all.
Very early util here. Snake by Shock Dart. You know how hard the G2 are playing for those early orbs.
Poison orb emitting.
So far, Valen's calling has been quite good. Very aware in terms of the possibilities that Lev could be landing over towards A, having good game plans cooked up. This time it's, I mean, heavy emphasis onto mid. I mean, they've got 4 players watching.
Yeah, so you've got this mid re-clear potential going on, and another thing to draw attention to is Leaf's ultimate.
Maybe catching Tex. Yeah, just sending it. I think just hearing that pressure over towards the A side, maybe just trying to buy some time. It is a strange one. It's early on into the round.
If you use that for retake, I don't think Lev have any tools to break it.
Now Mazzino, that's his cue, ends up sending the reckoning. Hello, fight! I mean, just startling and scaring each other there, but Icy, he doesn't win it against Text. Valin, a wide face there, just trying to dodge and avoid the stuns that were sent flying. Vulnerable up, but it doesn't matter. Never win it out with a gunfight.
Oh, Jonah P. Snakebite actually takes down Mazzino, who gave his life and the cove to get the plant.
A real chance here. I mean, Jonah P. lurks his way up top, but the angle's watched for by Com here. It's going to be covering it. It's a blight on the map as well, and it gives the right angle here for Aspas.
Bren, I think G2 were in position to win this round, and all they had to do was allow Lev to plant on A, and then get set up for the lockdown. And I think a re-clear through to mid, they should have been able to fight over screens. What they're probably scared of is, once you get Aspas in position in the post plant, you might find it difficult to even get to screens, but you can just put it heaven.
Yeah.
And then play the retake from there. So I'm really confused as to why Leaf decided to use that lockdown so early on. It gave Leviathan still 45 seconds to use Harbor Ult and commit to their attack. I think that was a big misplay.
About almost punish. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you're just making a decision-making easy for a team like Lev there. And they see they have that much time on the clock.
The lockdown retake is not very good against the Gecko KO compositions because they tend to have molly lineups to break the lockdown. But if you're playing against the Viper Harbor comp, they don't have too much. Maybe they specifically know that Tex and Com have great Nanoswarm shock lineups or something, but surely you'd be able to break the nanos. Sometimes Occam's razor, it was probably just a misplay rather than some kind of advanced 5-head strat.
It's usually the case. Well, single shots will have to be the case here for Jonah P, but only the one before the trade is down and out. And this is really one of the first times we've just ended over towards the B side with 48 seconds left. Second shot of the Outlaw not quite landing, so Aspas is alive and kicking. Will they live to regret that? It's going to be the question. Turret broken. King calling for that pause here, seeking for a kill or two. Shock touch, just obfuscating the angle there, just making it nice and awkward. King, let's collect up that kill, and now with the plant, does need to be held for it, making sure that nobody can really push him away, which T2 are grouped up. They've only really got the classics to work with.
Good cover from Com there, making sure that King could get the plant down. And King was pushing forwards with full armor, so wasn't worried about getting shot by the Outlaw. Aspas barely dodged a shock dart, and Trent's still got another to work with.
Know roughly where Com is, but yeah, they just don't really have the guns for it, do they? Border util sent flying on top of it. It's Nana Swarms, it's Snake Bites. Dwindles your chances and opportunities to even win out the round. Valin hope to do some damage here. Potentially to the economy. Might even really go down to a player, honestly, because he was one away from the ult, but instead just decides to deny them any chance of snowballing further.
Don't think Valin will find it easy to pick up the A orb, though.
No, they've been pushing him away every round.
Yeah. Molly shot combo over there is difficult to try to contest. But this one, while Jonah did open it up, generally speaking, a pretty decent anti-eco from Leviathan. Getting deep, not just playing the default kind of flowchart gameplay on this map, actually pushing a little deeper, making sure that they clear out Leaf to get that plant down easily. And we're back to A.
And it's a pivotal one with this round, indeed. The economy for G2, they've got to start winning some rounds and stringing them together here and now. An attack early on. That is right on target and right on line for a potential disaster class here for G2. 2 players getting tagged down as well to the really just double digits of the HP. Tex is forward now with the rest of his team over the top of the ropes here. They don't want to slow down in the slightest. Mollies might make this one a little bit tricky and a little bit awkward still. Gonna hold down that ground. Aspas delivering death blow after death blow. This guy is just unstoppable right now.
Nobody on G2 can stop him, especially when King is working his way forward, so that first most difficult kill is a trade for Aspas. He doesn't actually have to brute force his own way in. He can trade out his IGL. Great 1-2 combo there from Aspas and King. But also, maybe this is me with my 2020 hindsight at the end of the round, but Com starts so many of these attack side rounds when he has Hunter's Fury by just droning, getting the tag, and getting a kill. It is just constant that he goes for that. And it's a really common thing that a lot of Sovas do on the attack. And I think G2 instead were anticipating that shock molly. The conditioning of the constant shock molly made them worry more about that than a potential that they could die to the Hunter's Fury. But if you give Com a tag off the back of the drone, he did like so much damage.
Unreal. I mean, a kill found and softening up two of the players that rank onto the site.
Yeah.
Just from this here.
Look at that one. The final pulse, I think, hits onto Trent and Valen. Just opens up and softens up G2 for the rest of the hit.
Yeah.
And that's ruined them. We're in a similar position to Breeze again, where you only need one rifle round and you're back to an eco, and then it's another rifle round and you're back to an eco.
It felt like I was just describing how important that round was for G2. With the economy, if they lose it, they're going to be broken, and they have to get the turning point started here and now in that prior round. It's forced out the timeout now because they've lost it. The economy is going to be in a really poor place. I mean, it's only Valen who's got the rifle that he kept from the last round that we just watched. They do have some ults to work with as well still, but this is just LEV that are in world beater form, I think, currently. They've just made such a miraculous 180, which it's, listen, right now we're kind of accepting that, oh yes, LEV, of course, they've always been the super team. Yeah. But it hasn't always been the case. They had a slow start to the stage, and honestly, I've seen the playbook written out so many times over the course of just esports history of the super team doesn't work out and it implodes. Yeah. And there was that turning point for them, honestly. And I always circle back to Com, I think it was, in a post-match interview, God knows how many matches ago now, but talking about the team having a big sit-down, talking out, communicating, identifying how they wanted to play Valorant as a team. And since that point, they have just looked unleashed.
The meteoric improvements they've made have been astounding to watch. And the players have all got tons of experience, but aligning those different ideas of how to play the game can be really difficult.
Yeah.
There's that shock molly again, this time with Com not having his ult to work with.
With how important the ults are for G2 as well, I mean, you can see it's such a clear game plan for them. They want to go for it every single time. Whenever they can, possibly to just at least farm up the A orb using the high tides, but always push back. Spend it at every single point. G2 have just been on the back foot.
Now, Trent and Valen don't want to take the ult orb too early because it gives information to Leviathan that the defense has pushed up on A. But now that they've taken the whole of B, they've missed their opportunity, still don't have the ult online. Not that it'll particularly matter for this round.
Snake bites. Quite going to land into the corner here, but with the dart, they just think it's entirely cleared up here. LEV, how's he managed that? 2 kills. Just with the Sheriff, can't quite manage the third, but definitely damage being done. LEV are instantaneous on the response, but it's a 1v1 just like that. Flip of a coin. Blink and you will miss it. Trent doesn't quite have the gun to really do the job. Tex with the rifle. He's holding this one at an off angle. Plenty of util though for Trent to work with, and he is going to send loose that dart. Gets the acknowledgement now that he knows where Tex's position is. Dropping down with the turret. A few shots fired, and it's a game of that timing's wrapping around. Just the Kraid, a tap, not quite, just full stick in this one. Swinging so wide! Trent! He rips his head clean off! I mean, what a way of playing it. If Trent had gotten off that one before he got half, that would have been an incredible way to win the clutch from LEV. But instead, Tex made to look a little silly in that. It's insane.
And look at how this play happens. The snake bite misses the corner, and the recon dart takes so long, that pulse, to travel to the corner, that actually it's not cleared by the time the cloudburst dissipates.
Concentrate, Sova.
The time, it was ticking there. I mean, the widest of wide swings. LEV will be hoping that they'll be fine still throwing that one away.
It's got G2 back into it, though.
Call that one a lifeline.
Yeah. With the ults now as well built up, just from them losing these subsequent rounds. Aspas has gone for these early peaks with the Blade Storm. He does make this map look like, again, a playground. Use the term a lot, but he's so agile. Knowing all the ins and outs of the angles. Meanwhile, pressure over towards B. That will force this Viper's Pit out.
They've missed Jonah.
They have missed it.
Oh no, got the tag.
Got the tag, yeah, in the end. And Tex is quick onto the approach. Look at this. He's got to be worried about the snowman position. Just doesn't really think about it.
Yeah, LEV gets value from basically the same spot 2 rounds in a row. And also, it felt like Tex had an opportunity there to spam onto Jonah P. 2 rounds in a row, maybe Tex is feeling a little bit of sympathy for his former team.
Yeah, going easy on him.
They deliberately sent him to LEV. It was an inside job.
For this match right here. Holding the Reckoning. But honestly, it just looks like LEV. Okay, it looks like they contact as far as they're willing to go. Setting out the Reckoning. No golden beams of light in the air, so they know it's relatively free. But now sent out by G2, Hunter's Fury, Trent. At this particular angle, Aspas trying to go for that same spot once more that just did all that damage from behind the flank. It's all synced up. In the chaos of the situation, Leaf is striking them right where it hurts. Zeno can't reset the aim and doesn't even expect the second player to just be swinging out there from lower. So G2 are getting these rounds now together right on time.
That's that 1-2 punch from the Reckoning into Hunter's Fury that I was talking about on Breeze. And G2 pick a great time to use it. That put a ton of pressure onto Aspas. Forced him to take a fight he wasn't quite ready for. And that's now 2 rounds in a row where Leaf has also had massive impact. Picks this one up on Tex. Comes around on the flank and kills another 2. Lovely round from Leaf. They're gonna have to make an adjustment. It's very clear the area that Leaf is now playing on that B defense.
Yeah.
In back Snowman, well, he can be isolated. You can try to send a harbor wall that cuts off Snowman and fight into that area.
Yeah. You also have to consider as well, it did take 3 ultimates for the win there for G2.
Yeah, but I think, yeah, I mean, that's very valid. It wasn't an eco swing round. Leviathan were coming into it with a bit of a half buy.
They've now taken his time out, seeking the right course, I think, as well, to see which direction they really want to take it into, because there are some stuff that they do need to correct, just in terms of how they're ending in some of these rounds. But yeah, that one got a bit funky with the Viper's Pit down, the Reckoning and Hunter's Fury to clear through. Just won't have those tools again.
A couple of mistakes creeping into the game from Leviathan in what has otherwise been a pretty flawless series so far. So cutting them off early, nipping it in the bud, very important.
Icy with the op. That's interesting. Fallon with the purchase there. Bit of access to it.
Icy is gonna have to be opping on the low ground here, and you'd expect him to be peeking underneath pipes towards the right side. But that's a really pushed up position. He needs a lot of support. Yeah, this is the angle I'm talking about, but you know, if you miss the shot here, you're really relying on Trent and Valen.
So, you know, some level of awareness. No, not quite. Who's going to jiggle for that one? It's a combined offensive. Icy! He's given time to rescope him, but Aspas will not let him get away with that. He's so hot on his heels, and he is deep into the site now, claiming all of A. Just the entirety for him. Leaf, though, immediate shutdown.
I have the spike.
Another situation, actually, where Leaf's having impact. This is going to be difficult for King. G2 could even play full A retake in this position. I think you can play full A and B retake. As long as Leaf and Jonah group up and find an opportunity to use the lockdown, they should checkmate King.
That's what they're doing. Backs against the walls, making sure that they cover the cross in the blind spots of each other. But King have open access here to the A site. Go for the plant, a lockdown committed. Now, this will confirm King's position no matter what. Does make it more predictable. He wants to get ahead of it. And guess what? So does Leaf. Way ahead of it. Expecting that to already be cleared out and respected, but King, it will do nothing of the sort. Into the 1v1, over the ropes, missing it! Slightest of blind spots, but maybe just not paying attention in time. It's Jonah P. Seals up the round there.
I thought King had an opportunity. He played that situation so well, but Jonah coming across on the ropes, very unexpected. I think the difference maker in this round is the fact that Icy is able to get the kill onto Comp. This big fracas occurs over towards A, and Icy gets the opener and still has time to scope back in to get another kill on Vent. On Belt, sorry. It shouldn't have required Aspas to shut down Icy. But you can see Leviathan didn't want to bait out that play. They just wanted to crush it. And that ended up with them going into the triple stack on A. The off has moved.
Oh, it's getting competitive as well with that early kill. Straight down mid, up the gut. King falling nice and early. These advantages flowing the way of G2.
I think that's got to just be spammed through smoke, right? King must have bloomed his Viper off.
Got to think that's insanity occurring. I mean, G2 just like that. You talk and talk and talk about LEV being this world beater team, and then just like that, G2, they answer back in kind. Aspas trying to dash and make something of it. It's a flawless round. As quick as you know it, 5-5, evened up.
Another round where LEV dominates. I'm not exactly sure how he's getting so much value by playing Killjoy in this map, but he feels like he's all over the place. Some rounds he's defending A, some rounds he's getting spam kills in mid. He gets a spam kill in mid and then pushes Tube for another onto tenz, while LEV fruitlessly try to drive into B. Getting the op online and getting LEV more active have been two huge win cons here for G2.
Yeah.
But now, massive amounts of ultimates available for Leviathan.
And so in theory, it should swing really the advantage of the favor for this round here for Leviathan. But already, G2 are making moves into mid.
Yeah, tenz cannot afford to get caught here. The turret watches.
Turret down.
Broken, going for a swing and an attempt. tenz! It's risky, but ultimately wins it out. McCom helping out with the Hunter's Fury. Any sort of connections? No. Any sort of space gathered? Not quite. Team not really taking it just yet.
I think you could slow this down if you wanted to. You don't have to go into the plant immediately.
But they're rushing straight into it. A lot of util as well. Expended there with a shock dart. He's trying to break that one. But the plant is down for them.
You've got Pit here, lockdown. Lots of opportunities to make this difficult for G2. The drone's already in. Did it tag onto Mazzino? It did.
Gonna P to get that early tag. Forces out the shock darts here. On the side, G2. How do you get around this? Difficult to chew through and work through. It's a really hard pit, man. I mean, it just obfuscates all the available angles. Wingman sticking onto the defuse here, but broken. An IC decay down to 1, single digits. Dwindling the chances here. Might be able to get some exit kills, but really that's all about it. So, as foretold, expected LEV to be winning that one with that ult advantage. And, you know, crucially as well, still keeping a lockdown for this next.
I'm amazed they kept the lockdown, to be honest with you, because I was expecting the lockdown to either open things up or close things out, and tenz instead was so willing to just duel in mid and risk the potential of that ultimate falling. But they've saved lockdown and reckoning for the final round here. So getting greedy with the ultimates, but in a really solid kind of way.
Yeah.
Rationing them out perfectly. So they still have an ult advantage to go into this round. It's going to be very difficult to defend A.
Just like that final flourish and finesse here. Last round of the first half. That's conditioning.
Yeah, that's to stop Valen getting the ult as well.
Now they're going to be letting loose with the own reckoning. Okay, good tags. Push back the players on top screens. Aspas is eager to lay waste, isn't he, to the opposition. And this time, what kind of positions will he be playing into? That's a very deep Viper Orb. It's going to make it tough, but here we go. Icy. The Thrash sends it forwards. Will this team be able to take the space off it? There's so many smokes in the way, and now the lockdown as well. Definitely going to be breaking this one. It's just slowing down the timings for G2 once more.
They have a Shock, Molly, and Nano.
And all of that's going to be delaying. Creeping towards inevitability here for Leviathan. The players are going to be toppling out towards the back of the side. Aspas cleaned up 3v3, but again, it's that util. How do you deal with these players? And awareness. LEV is running rampant right now. Spraying through, going to break this code. Already diffused, stuck all the way. And that's G2 making it nice and pretty. 6-6. There's parity here between these two teams on Icebox so far.
LEV looked awesome at the beginning of this. The first quarter dominated by them. Aggressive post-plant positioning where Aspas could take over. And then more mistakes. G2 getting into good positions. LEV waking up. Top fragging at the moment on Icebox. But all that just to get even at the half.
Just to get even, but maybe that's enough here. I mean, 16-8 is a phenomenal performance of LEV for Leviathan. Some questions that they need answering as well, I think, on the other side of this. Let's send it down to Liz, who's down on the floor.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. A 6-6 half. And now I'm here with the manager of Leviathan, Juan, who is, I was talking to you before, you've been doing the manager thing for a while. And there are people who are watching, like the Tariks and the Finesses, who have that professional experience. There are people like me who have zero professional experience, people out there who have zero professional experience. So a couple questions for you about being a manager. What is it like supporting your players kind of like away, literally off stage from the side?
Okay, they're pretty easy to handle.
Yeah.
And then usually you have to have their necessities like this, you know, like for them to be happy, to be comfortable with the org, the team, on the stage, everywhere. Like they just need to be happy, comfortable, and the only thing they have to worry about is like to play good.
Yeah. So what is the hardest part of your job?
It's related to what I said before, because there are some. I mean, each player is different, so each player needs some different things. But once you get used to it, like it becomes like pretty easy. Like you flow with the team, you know.
Is the flow the easiest part of the job?
Yeah, when you flow, it's easy, but like the hard things, like to manage altogether, like to adapt and get that flow, you know.
Now we were talking before. You play Valorant. What's your rank?
I picked Immortal.
All right. Well, I didn't. So thank you very much, Juan. But we have a game to get back to. So casters, please take it away.
You could, Liz, if you put the effort in. I believe in you.
I believe too.
It's possible.
It's very easy. Josh has done it.
Yeah, listen, if I did it, then anyone can, can't they? I mean, I am a talentless sack of meat. We're about to head back into this one, and I think this is still going to be a bit of an uphill battle for G2, with how good Leviathan's defense has looked so far across all of the recent games that we've watched. And with Aspas still looking good. I know it's even, but I think the impetus is on G2 to prove that they can push this across the line.
I would agree as well. I mean, Leaf has been able to do it for them in that first half, but he's playing quite fluid, you know, as much as a Killjoy player can, but taking peeks down mid, winning those fights out.
You can force fights a little bit when you play the attack side Killjoy here. You know, if your team is defaulting towards B, you can try to take a lot of space on the other side of the map. Normally, people are going to play it passively to avoid getting punished. But if he's feeling like he's got a good read on the game and his aim's hot, then you can try to make more aggressive lurks.
A lot of possibilities racing through Aspas's head. Look at these players peek from, meanwhile. A noise made earlier by G2 out towards B. Oh, just spots Leaf.
Yeah, Leaf's hoping that there was nobody home. Because G2 have droned over towards B and put that cascade up, they're expecting and anticipating that LEV would lean their defense in that direction, but it's still very spread.
I got you. As he used here, it's going to be clearing close here, but only 30 seconds left, and LEV have got the right read on this one. You can tell it. The high tide. They want to seek to fight this one and disrupt this plan before it can even go down. It's going to come down to the bullets, spraying through along with the util. Denied in the moment. So now G2, they do have to get that move on, picking up the spike here. Dizzy up at the top. Not watched for. Not even broken, but a right clicks. Mazzino doing his best to sell copies and countless amounts of the bundles here still. Icy presses forwards. He's tucked though. His position is noted. Has to be the combined might and swing. 1v1. Leaf versus King. Tapping away, Leaf! Rips it away.
Continuing to have such awesome impact in this map.
He's taken over.
Certainly has. You saw him trying to get the more aggressive lurk play on A. Couldn't find his opportunity. Called for that timing of the hit back over towards B. And then secures it for them in the post. Nice refight there as well, actually, from G2. Icy with the high Dizzy catching Com underneath. And even with Mazzino's response, that's a great beginning for G2.
Oh, yeah. LEV are going to be taking a bit of a wander out towards aggression, I guess, onto the A site, pushing Aspas forward. As soon as Aspas gets no signs of life, they've hard rotated players away, especially with the drone being used by G2 to clear.
And I don't think they'll do this as much on the rifle rounds, but on the eco, it's so worth the gamble.
Yeah, a little gamble stack. Definitely win rounds from it. Taking the dart. Should be a bit of fear into the backs. At least the back of the minds here, the G2 players. LEV overwhelming them now, at least with the bodies, but again, they can't really quite get it done. They don't have the guns for it, so toppled over G2, and look at that high tide as well. It really makes it so that they can take these easy fights. Frenzy from range. Not up to snuff though. Not quite against the Bulldogs. So G2, 2-round lead here. Win the pistol round. Let's see if they can win the bonus and really make a go of it.
It's certainly plausible. Icy got enough kills in that round that he's one away now from the Thrash. And either looking to Wingman plan to get that down, although LEV have been on top of breaking the Wingman, or more likely just pushing people away from the ult orb and then trying to play for it. The economy here, though, it's looking okay actually for G2. They've been able to put together a buy. Only Jonah forcing.
Yeah. Jonah buying up into it, but still competitive. Dizzy through on with the wall. Has to get broken nice and early here. Forwards being played. Even the drone being broken. That's just spam through.
That's a good read, I think, actually, as well. The defense would be in an open position, looking to try to spam Icy, so you counter spam. And here comes that Thrash.
Yeah, using it to really pave the way forwards here onto the site. Make sure you can reclaim it for later.
Flood defense set up to go.
Man, to get this plant online, and here's the Flood out through the cove as well. He'll take it into the right-hand side and approach over the rafters. They're tearing them to pieces, man. And again, it's down to LEV. It's a 1v1, just like that. Him versus Aspas, and how much have we talked about it? This head-to-head. He has taken the timing forwards on the rope silently. As you go, Aspas. Any sort of expectation. The adjusts it. Snaps it up top there with a rifle to shut down his adversary.
All of that damage already done to LEV, put him at 37 health, and a single Vandal bullet was all it took from Aspas. I really like the way that both teams have played that. I think G2 had fantastic awareness of the way that they were going to take space, take ult orb, and get the plant down. But LEV on defense was set up immediately to flood defend. Everybody was on rafters, immediately ready to go. They all swing out the same direction. And that dash from Aspas to get over to Nest from rafters was phenomenal stuff. The economy, I thought it would be in a better spot than this. It looked like it was only one player that had forced on the bonus. It looked like it was only Jonah, but we've actually got 3 players coming in with only pistols.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they're just saving up the money as well, because they know, okay, well, Aspas likes to force this outlaw, and everybody falls. I mean, just like that. Yeah, barely expecting it here, but 8-8 for LEV.
They hit the deck. And if it is the case that they wanted to buy up, you know, take around and buy up rifles instead, they've actually allowed LEV to get closer to big ultimates. You know, Mazzino now has Reckoning online. King's one away from getting a pit down.
Yeah.
They're going to kick themselves if the ults end up making the difference. A timeout here, tactical called for G2 as they reassess the situation. LEV's excellent play at the beginning of the half has given him the lockdown. There's lots of places that you can use that on the attack side. Over towards B, which is a fairly uncontested area, you can get the site essentially for free. It's going to create enough space for the wingman plant. But LEV have looked very aggressive and coordinated with the retakes. That would scare me.
Yeah.
Because
worrying about it, the pressure that it could apply.
Yeah, even if you get into a post-plant spot, the round is probably not going to come down to utility. Because util only buys a certain amount of time, and LEV are in your face fast. So there needs to be extra layers to that. Do you slow them down by getting deeper positions on site? Do you try to set up post-plant lurks? Do you try to just win the round rather than go into a post-plant retake scenario? You know, by doing more splitting instead of just going straight in.
Look at this. Aspas was considering the outlaw into the round. Sides against it. King just drops him his weapon.
It might have been a good idea. 3 players on G2 with light armor. It's a decent read.
Yeah, definitely chances for him, but instead he's going to be saving up for the operator a little bit later, and we know how much damage he was doing on Breeze with that. He took over the game. Now just the rifles over the top here with the ropes. There's no one to receive this one on G2's side. I'm not going to be hearing much noise at all. All eyes and ears face towards B and mid, now grouped up.
There's a bit of danger there with G2 taking the tack timeout. It's given Leviathan the read that they can post Aspas in this spot.
It's so damn aggressive. King just getting sprayed down into the mix. Has to dodge just the sight line here of the Dizzy and the drone, which isn't going to get broken, so it clears the way. Peace of mind for G2. Up top, though, it's a high-low setup here with a Reckoning forwards. They want to try and fight this one. LEV really getting active now into the mix, trying to take that initiative. Jonah P. Just a fadeaway shot there. I think maybe even getting slowed down in a moment, but he does find his target here. Sprayed through into the cove. G2 trying to fight over this one. Tooth and nail, but the util is just chopping him up. Anyone who tries to hold that ground with the back sight of yellow nano swarms not being broken here. Now the lockdown. It's perfect timing for LEV.
They're going to have to go.
And they have to go fast here. Cove has to be broken, and it is indeed. Everybody just getting chewed up, chopped up onto that defuse spot. Aspas, no choice now but to respect this one. Running around, but detained, and that is going to seal it. No matter what, gives the acknowledgements for G2. They are just out of there, hightailing it, keeping the guns, keeping the weaponry, and crucially, getting a bit of a lead.
So I was talking through G2's responses of how they can drag out that post plant situation. And they did apply quite a lot of pressure as the plant was going down. They got up fairly deep. They didn't just use the lockdown to get on site and get a post plant. You know, they pushed forward. They tried to take space all the way up to danger, dropped the Viper wall, tried to play with the Harbor wall. And then when they were pushed back by the Reckoning, then LEV goes for the lockdown. So really good idea of how to counter Leviathan's fast retake setup there. Just creating more threats, essentially.
Yeah.
Aspas was A in the previous round. Now he's gone to B. Both times G2 have avoided him. Not by virtue of having any knowledge.
This time just chance, really. Luck at a draw, especially when he's got that operator online.
And another round where G2 do a good job pushing back the defenders and picking up an ult.
Yeah. What's a call here with a Reckoning? But in KRU, LEV looked like they wanted to have a good chance here for trying to flood back into this one. Maybe with a Hunter's Fury, they might still choose to. Cleaves its way forwards, only the one tag here. Icy not going to be pushed back away from the plant either. I believe that's just the wingman. So into the post plant with the pit down, lay it out on top of it. Got everything necessary here. King is way ahead of the rest of his team. It's caught, a nice little timing there, but has to dodge and juke away from the mollies and still dominating these angles. Not going to be pushed away from the pit. G2, they lock it down, retake it into it with the operator, just not an option here for LEV. So another steady lead now being accrued up. This will be the 10th round for G2.
I think Valen's doing a great job calling around his ultimates. He's keeping it simple. He's getting into good positions this time, you know, picking up the Reckoning to open, pit to close. Just making it tough for Leviathan to always set up these retake scenarios. And now in the next round, you know, if you're thinking about him calling around the ults, he's still got Thrash, Hunter's Fury to work with. An opener and a closer again.
Yeah.
I think Valen's got a great idea of how to snowball these kind of rounds. And Leviathan, they're the team under pressure here. I was talking about the fact when we were at the 6-6 half that I thought it was the impetus was on G2 to prove that they could actually get things across the line. But now the pressure's in a very different direction. And I think as much as he's always carrying that weight of responsibility, it comes to Aspas again. He has the op. He saved it from the previous round. And he's just not been quite able to get the read on where G2 are going.
And that could be a blessing or a curse, because when you're playing full retakes into these comps with an operator, you're late to the party often.
It's very difficult.
It's brutal. It basically takes you out of the game.
Now, he does have Bladestorm to work with now as well. So he's going to have chances early round to set up an op peak, and then he could retake with Bladestorm and just, you know, pass the op along to King or something like that. But getting him in position to actually be a threat in the early round is something that G2 have failed to, Leviathan have failed to do the last couple of times. Because G2 are not really, they're not messing around. They're not defaulting. They're picking a side of the map and they're committing on it. And so if Aspas guesses wrong at the start of the round, he's out of it.
It's honest to God Icebox gameplay. We have it any other way.
And when you have the ults on the attack side, you can call like that. You're like, all right, well, this round we're going A, we're getting ults, we're committed to the site.
Very structured game plans.
Yeah. You can't do that as much when your ults aren't cycling. So Aspas looks like he's looking to try to walk down tube and get the peak here with a recon dart from Com. And he might end up finding an early pick onto Jonah, but they're just not giving it to him right now. However, I do still want to draw your attention to the sightline that Aspas is on, because at the moment, there are two portions of G2 that are unconnected from each other, whereas previously we've seen G2 very grouped up on one side of the map.
The early peek, though, just to remove the turret. He wants to be mobile, following where the action is. Currently, all that noise being made, Mazzino, an attempt to get that mid-round information for his team to play off just results in him paying him with his life. And he's got the information, but what cost here for them? Because G2 now open for the taking is the site. Aspas, there's so much you can really do in this spot. Like I said, I mean, waves of smokes and util. Not exactly like you can get aggressive either, but he does still have the dash active and the Bladestorm. Plant. Wingman from IC not being spammed down, so still getting into the post here for G2, not being pushed back away from it.
I think this is probably a situation where you want to just,
Going for the spam kills. I mean, vulnerable up. Leaf just locking down that angle. This guy is on fire right now. Aspas wants to just get out of there with the operator again, having to save it. And it's that, that curse that I was talking about.
Yeah. I was halfway through the retake. I was like, right, well, drop the op over to King and see, pop the Blade Storm, see what you can do. But they didn't even want to commit to that.
Oh, and he's not going to be able to save the op.
At least he's got the Blade Storm to work with in the next, so it's a buffer for the economy. You know, at least silver lining, he didn't pop it and try to go for it. But I just want to take a moment to again credit Valen's calling, because they've come out the back of a Leviathan timeout and decided to run a fake. 2 rounds in a row, they've just grouped up and picked a site, execed on it with ults. And then this round, where they could do the same again with the Thrash and then Hunter's Fury, they actually fake A, contact B, and they catch Mazzino going for a really wide jump peak, not expecting anyone to be there.
Forcing a hand here for Lev.
Oh yeah! Monster
And
on the
again, with
loose!
G2, I mean, there you run the fakes, you're talking about the conditioning is so damn well timed here. 5 players grouped up from G2. They're not hiding their intention here over towards B.
Yeah, you run the fake in the previous round, now you can use the ults. Thrash to open, Hunter's Fury to close. And this is where you need hero plays.
That's why Aspas is taking those liberties. Yeah, G2 has set themselves up now again with the wingman plan forwards.
If Tex gets a kill, he's got lockdown. And a lockdown here is amazing for retake. But he would need that kill.
And how does he even find it? It's too much to work through, man. I mean, walls on walls here, flying forwards into your face. It's a Thrash that is going to be expended here, pushing you away along with the darts, the raves of all that util emanating out. Outer Lake Lurk as well on top of it. Leaf is really causing that distraction behind them. They've got so much to worry about right now, and how do they really even deal with it? Taspas forwards here, the Blade Storm shut down in his place here. Up to 12 now for G2.
They didn't even need the Sovereign. They had so many other ways of closing out that round.
Not sweating.
They had Thrash to stop any fast retake from happening. Leaf was on a reflank through mid. G2 are comfortable, easing into their calling. And even their Valen catching 2 before the cove can be used.
One enemy remaining.
Massive credit to G2.
Yeah, I think they're calling a great game. And I think this map shows you how momentum becomes real.
Yeah.
Right? It's always described as like a vague process, but it's having that conditioning. It's having those economy spirals.
Turn down.
There's Mazzino. Chance to do some damage.
Made a footstep, I think.
Did hold up. Oh, how's that fight going, Leaf? Losing it. It's a rare one. Sitting at the top of the score, but I believe 28 kills to his name. With him going down, first kill advantage now going away of Leviathan. Maybe that's exactly what they ordered.
Yeah, taking a risk and it paying off. Lev have tried so many different things to get players in advantage situations. This is one of the rare times that they've got one.
Toxin screen down.
Grouped up now, though.
Com's position is really odd. You don't normally run your Sova behind yellow.
Just the off angle here in the movements. Is Com going to be a backup policy right from the back here with the Guardian in his face, but he's blinded up. Dizzy doing most of the work there for it, so all the kills. Tex seeking that timing. He's walked up right past even the wall. High tights on high tights again. It cuts up these angles, and it's an unfortunate one here because Mazzino just doesn't realize that he's not even set up for that fight here. But as it fades away, doubled up, they were able to make that one happen. Valen making noise now up through the flank here. They've got to try and deal with him in a dash to disengage and away, fading through. Lockdown needs to be broken, and IC delivers that death blow. That's a 13-8 flourish and finish. Map 3 ready and waiting.
G2 proving that they can hang with some of these top teams. An excellent attack side from Valen. Just so many opportunities to flex his calling. And Leaf up at the top there. Almost 400 ACS, 28 kills across 21 rounds.
Yeah.
Showing you that star power of 2.
We posed the question, didn't we? You know, who was going to be the player to shut down Aspas, make sure that that impact was mitigated. To be honest, there's a bit of a mixture of the calling, but also Leaf having a good game definitely didn't hurt them. Popped the hell off, and what a comeback that was as well after getting brutalized in map 1 of Breeze. They've made it a possibility. They have a chance here. We will be heading over to map 3.
forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. Should've known better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You said forever. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control.
Icy has to flash to set him up if they want to go for this one. Ult committed. Fight.
Desde atrás, King acaba con la vida del robot, rompe la definitiva, Maltino prevalece tremendo.
We got a game, folks. We're going to map 3. G2 Esports manages to shut down Leviathan on Icebox, and now we find ourselves in a very fun situation here. Of course, Golden Boy alongside with Athena. You got Mimi and Ender. Let's just go ahead and dive right into this one because there was a lot of interesting things to take away from this game, but I think above all else, Valen just called a great game, was very smart with how he was using, all of the pieces that he had available to him, and it just felt like it was what you want to see from an IGL like him.
Yeah, it was a good start for this Leviathan squad to get going into this one, and then you had that moment, which was so strange, right? Tech swinging, losing out on that clutch, and then it started snowballing out of their way. Leaf in particular, I think, had a ton of impact with these reflanks and was really punishing the Leviathan posts.
It really felt like they managed to use their util in all the right places. I feel like this is such a big contrast for G2 from last game where they weren't able to use their util to punish and capitalize on kills, and now they completely denied retakes. They denied so much and just allowed Leaf to lurk into places that he should not have been in.
Yeah, and rightfully Icy has been a magnet for criticism for this team, but in this game his op towards the second part of that first half, super impactful to continually get these opening kills. But we have to talk about the second half, where I think it was a complete failure of Leviathan to adapt.
Yeah, they showed, especially in the second part of that, no ability to contest space around B at all. They did not do a lot of aggressive fights into B main. main, and the times they did, it was a very strange jump peak, really swinging out into the open and dying, and then trying to play full 5-on-5 retakes over and over. But you're doing it against a comp of G2's that is so stacked with post-plant utility. 4 different agents have mollies or shocks.
I mean, you know what's so weird is on Breeze, they did so good at denying the plant and denying anyone going through choke point to their util, but LEV just did not do that at all this game. And all the controller walls, like, they couldn't get past it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to the difference in post-plant utility. But before we even get into that, we got to talk about LEV. This guy was lights out this game, almost dropping 400 ACS
on the Killjoy. Yeah, and a lot of this too was in the post plants around that B side where he was just frying and getting multiple kills. And I think the big difference I saw between this G2 and Icebox compared to Breeze was that they weren't overcommitting on the re-wraps on attack after they plant the spike and then sending those flanks. LEV did it a couple of times, but more often than not, he was sticking with the team and getting 2-3 kills in those post plants from back yellow.
And seeing this comp now for the second time from G2, I really like it compared to the default Harbor Viper. We saw how good the Gecko and Sova tools were in the post plants and for those flood retakes. On the other hand, with this single Sova initiator, Leviathan, it felt like they were running out of tools to make those retakes happen on that B side in particular. 7 rounds where their opponent had a post plant. LEV didn't win a single one of those retakes.
I mean, a really big thing that LEV was trying to do around their defense was play around their Opera and set up Aspas. But G2 was literally just finding where Aspas was and was avoiding him straight up.
Again, it goes back to Valen's calling.
Exactly. They knew where the weak spots were. LEV at some point is just entry fragging his Killjoy. Like, everything was going really
The LEV rounds were ridiculous. He's literally just running in.
Yeah.
If you look at him, I would think he's still playing Jett.
Yeah, and honestly, I wouldn't even be mad about that because the way that LEV had approached that whole game is something that you certainly need to be proud of if you were a G2. But now you're going into, well, some dangerous waters here. We go into map 3. The stakes are high here. There's a lot on the line for both of these teams.
100%.
But for G2, it's to stay alive in this tournament.
And for more teams that are just playing in this game, right? Because right now, there are 3 teams in the Alpha Group with 3 wins. G2 were not supposed to win this series. If they somehow manage to win map 3, they are then tied with those 3 other teams with 3 wins. And Sentinels will sit in sole last place in Alpha Group, which we know is the harder group.
I mean, I literally have no idea what is going on. This 1 week that you guys invited me to be on this show has just been
blew it all up, you know. I'm real.
Like, you guys brought me on the most confusing roller coaster ride ever.
Every game that we think is going to be a stomp is a close game or an upset. Every game that should be a banger has been a stomp. It's turned everything topsy-turvy, but the real victim of this, honestly, is Sentinels, right? Their weak start in a couple of these games has meant that they are now at real risk. But for G2, winning this makes playoffs so much more of a possibility.
Yeah, and for Sentinels fans, you are now Leviathan fans, okay? You need LEV to win. Not need, but it will make your chances way better.
You know why things have been so crazy?
Why?
Because it's super weak. That's why, baby. I just wanted to get the explosion in there one last time. Yes.
No,
all right, let's go ahead and move forward. They want to kill me. To map 3, we got Lotus on the docket. We saw how this one goes yesterday. A lot of attack rounds were won. Question is, you know, what are the adjustments that can be made here, Ender? You know, who are you really going to be keeping your eye on as we get ready for this map?
I mean, I'm just still remembering the 47 bomb from Osbos on this Lotus map.
Yeah.
So as boring as it does get, I do think G2 still need to have a focus of getting around this guy. We heard Josh RD come out after game 1 and say, hey, we did a bad job of dealing with Osbos. In game 2, we need to do better. And what did they do? They called around Osbos on their attacks. They weren't just running into that operator. Now it's going to be the Rays coming in for Osbos, but they still need to deal with them.
I mean, I feel like going into this Leviathan, if they can pull out the way that the things that they normally do, like on that sunset where they have those trap plays, Lotus is a map to do it, especially with those raised nades, especially being able to fight forward. I feel like if they just have that confidence in order to play the way they normally play, they can set themselves up for success. But, I mean, LEV going crazy, if he just starts running in like crazy, I don't even know how to predict this.
You saw that manila folder that GoKid was carrying? It's just Ospas Go Kill in there 15 times. Seriously, though, they have a lot more depth on this map. They've looked great here here. Their win over Sentinels was not just off Ospas. It was off an incredibly well-called attacking side. They do a great job of pushing and pulling in the mid-round. King is great as an IGL on this map.
Yeah, I think all of that is true, but to me, the single strongest thing they do is their opening round skirmishes. I think they are elite on that front. The variation they can pull, especially when they fight in both Mound and Rubble, you are hard-pressed to find a team that does better than them.
They also do a lot of really good mid-round reclears that are super effective if you're not ready as an attacker. We're into the agent select here. We shouldn't expect any surprises, but what we're very likely to get is Icy on the Raze. And again, the focus has to come to him. All those opening round skirmishes, all those big moments are so often built around the Raze on this map. He needs to be great.
I mean, we just saw him playing Gecko, being really good util for the team, being good kind of behind enemy lines. We saw Leaf take that forward positioning. But
it's a
on
different
a map
brand
like,
now.
Yeah, on a map like Lotus, you need to be pushing, you need to be confident, you need to be taking all this map control. So we'll just see if he gets to do it.
This is going to be awesome. Here we go, the third map. Can G2 pull this out? That's going to be a massive one if they're able to do so, or can Leviathan shut it down here and now? Let's send it over to Brennan Sideshow for the call.
And you guys have teed this one up perfectly, I think, as well. Just showing the tables between these two teams and how it is really so important for G2 to take this away from LEV. It's a matchup. Listen, we didn't think it was going to be the case. LEV have been looking lights out, but they brought them to a map 3. And there's chances here. There's real chances starting on Lotus as our third and final map.
And it's not even a joke. Like, it actually does affect Sen's legacy.
It really does.
Because they're down at the bottom of the table, fighting against teams like G2. This is a prime opportunity for G2 to come out with an amazing upset victory. But they'd have to deliver an excellent performance here on Lotus. We have seen the attack side teams generate crazy streaks across Super Week. And so my eyes kind of go to the defenders, weirdly enough, of like, can you stop that?
Yeah, how many rounds is going to be enough?
How do you avoid that from happening?
Toxin screen down.
Something to highlight early on. We call this the Chad pistol round buy. This is wild.
On the attack side as well.
Yeah.
I mean, normally you want your ace player to be, you know, taking initiative, moving in with some satchels.
Yeah, normally you either want a satchel for some space creation, or if you're going into like a B exec, or you'll want the boombot to be able to work with, you know, sometimes the teams will run like nanoswarms on the Killjoy too.
Not as fast though. Sheriffs. And a slow take of A-Rubble once they realize that they're pretty much being gifted it for free.
The door being opened as well favors the attackers in this kind of spot.
Gives them easy entry if they do choose to pivot, but they're just holding for that util in their hand. Valen spots it out with a jiggle. Wall up in their faces. Now the door open wide. They're really starting to press forwards here. They're all tucked in through tree. The nade pushed them back and away. Paranoia. Icy not looking behind him. Again, his back is being covered here. Aspas, what is that? Adjustment, really. A flick of the wrist, whatever you want to call it. He has just opened up the sight.
That's a ridiculous kill. Icy should have had that one, but Leaf responds. Leaf up top.
He's nice and fast into the action, isn't he? Right into the fray here. 2 versus 3. Still have to have some more magical moments, and Trent, he delivers one right into that lapse here still. Leaves it to Leaf. And he had a monster class performance! What is that kill? It's traded by King.
Yeah, it doesn't matter in the end. But for a moment there, I thought Leaf might have just blessed the Classic to deliver something for him. Lev, though, the way that they burst out through that smoke, excellent stuff with the haunt. I felt like Icy was good for it. He was holding the right point in the smoke as well. Just the reaction time's better for Aspas, anticipating a player there, perhaps.
Magnetic, just snap into the head.
And it didn't really matter that he had the Sheriff, but certainly stylish.
Oh, good opening beginning here for Lev. G2. Plenty of ways to now play this one here on the eco rounds of the defending teams. You can try and fight for some of these orbs. See Mazzino, he's a little bit scared here of the potential of a trap play.
Yeah, there's another thing I want to point your attention to, which is that King's Viper Orb has been thrown as a liner so that it blooms into C. And this is going to keep players attached to C. Because that Viper Orb means that you can exit out. It makes it more difficult to hold, more classic kind of ways of, you know, this is like a normal sightline that people would hold for information over towards C.
Just removes it though.
Yeah, and it's freed up A entirely, right? I mean,
yeah. LEV have this knowledge now. Look at this. I mean, the
Aspas is staying around.
Essentially in their spawn. Aspas is staying around. He throws a nade out.
The nade is great. It's going to keep people tethered over towards C. It's going to allow LEV to stay there. Or rather, allow LEV to get the plant down on A and cement their position. But one of the side effects of getting this kind of instant plant is that G2 might try to deny ult orbs to LEV. It is possible.
Or to walk right into him.
Yeah.
Aspas, the target. You don't really want to give the ult orbs to. You don't want to give him any sort of kills. Okay, everybody just starting to whiff their shots here, but Aspas forwards, past that one way, and now just 2 away from the showstopper.
Yeah, and I really think this is a misplay by G2. I think in this kind of spot, you have such a low chance of winning the round. You actually want to deny ult orbs in this spot. Aspas is now 2 away from getting a showstopper. And this is how, you know, Valen should recognize it. This is what he did on Icebox, is generating that momentum.
It's the basic game plan. We talk about it almost every single time for the attacking side.
But I think G2, all right, this is normally where LEV are going to pull something different out of the book. G2 need to be ready for some kind of fast set play. What do your early round protocols look like here? This is looking like a clash over towards Rubble. So Valen and Icy have got to be ready to put this one back. It's going to be a haunt up over the top towards the top left of LEV.
I feel like there's a lot of pressure. Its own horn slipping past. We're being pushed back here, but the door opens up for Valen. Still going to hold it down here. It's got the one way in the wall, of course, up, so the threat of that decay damage. And the all being picked up there. A few stray bullets, but nothing connecting. Aspas now on away to the big one.
I assumed it wouldn't be that relevant in this round, but Aspas actually has the opportunity to go and get the all on C.
Yeah, they haven't fought for C either. So this is when you were talking about what options are available for G2. I wanted to see them fight over at least one of these orbs.
Yeah, and they
deny it away.
They've done neither. They've made this very winnable for Leviathan. Because now you have to worry about that showstopper, and what do you do with it? They also haven't used this opportunity as the ult orb is getting taken over towards Mound to do some kind of re-clear play on A. They've just got a passive setup everywhere around the map.
Yeah.
They're giving LEV their run of the place. The only benefit to G2 right now is the time on the clock. 30 seconds, 3 players defending A.
They're seeking to delay this one here. Okay, Rocket. Let's see what sort of damage that Aspas can do with an aid. At his feet, drop down to 54 health. The fuse, just before it runs out, sent flying. And it has put that pause into G2. They couldn't quite disrupt that plan from going down. So into the post we go here. And they're holding for a heavy heaven setup. 2 players here, a little bit of a cross there. This was one into the pit. Orbs dropping, Icy. Chances to come alive into this one. Maybe he can make something happen for the rest of his team, but there's still smokes in the way. They want to clear out Rubble.
They want to clear Tex first. This is a new protocol that teams are adding on the retake.
It's too much to clear, really, for them. Eventually trading him out. It's barely there, but how much more have they really got? The util, it's sent flying forwards and away. Mazzino's still with a high ground position, but he tucks away just at the wrong time. Aspas dropping them all like flies in the moment.
And that's the bonus round for LEV. Off the back of G2 being too passive. Offering Aspas both ult orbs. Hey, you want them both? Well, we'll just decide to fight over nothing.
Yeah, this isn't exactly, you know, rocket science. Teams have been playing Lotus for quite some time. With these comps, you know how they operate.
The one silver lining is that you don't have another ult available for Leviathan to use. But the problem is they're now dropping G2 down onto an eco.
Yeah,
so this becomes the kind of like farm round where you just run around and try to build up ults. We're already into things here. King got punished. That would be a great start for G2. They need some element of magic here. Maybe LEV will just take this one as a bit of a gimme, try to overfight, and G2 will be offered something.
Yeah, G2 have recognized at least they overwhelm that A side, so they take up the orb before it's even available. LEV have got different ideas.
Good paranoia.
Yeah, orb's going to be pluming here. Good movement as well to just topple themselves up onto the box. Showing a P, just the one before eventually falling. Smoke timing, blocks off the heaven angle, but there's a slightest gap, can't quite nail it. Leaf was looking for an easy shot there. A few spam kills as well. Trent tucked close and a bit of a one and done, and it's Really just a 1 and none.
I'm not sure I'd want to push that, Zeno, because you know that there's a player inside there with a Marshall.
Marshall will do it. Hold up. This is eventually going away at G2. I mean, he's picked up this upgrade now, and Lee, yes, his position is noted and known. Aspas, but it's the win out this fight. He's been distracted. Flying right over him with the satchels in play. Icy is making all sorts of distractions. Up and over you go, but you ran out of bullets. The right click. Only to one. Leaf, with that upgrade that he was afforded, that is a thrifty round conversion, and G2, they bloody well needed it.
That's the magic you need from G2 to stop the avalanche forming. In its tracks. Another amazing round from Leaf. But why are LEV trying to fight into spawn in that situation with one of their players already on 63 health? They didn't go immediately, so they couldn't dominate the smoke. And then when they walk in, they're walking into a crossfire from Waterfall.
Yeah.
It's just, there's simply no need for it. You have a plant in a spot where you can play it from Mound. They just got roped into playing things too aggressively there. That's the kind of mistake that G2 were begging them to make. It's given them a route back in.
The defensive side of Lotus as well, you know. Question becomes, how many rounds do you really need? Already have one on the board this early. Set the sights on a second one. Potential's definitely there, but this time LEV moving over towards the B site. Knife 4. Good acknowledgement there. There's no quite tags happening whatsoever now. Their own Nightfall going to be used, and this is rapid by G2. When they're just flooding right back into this one, making sure that all those noise and sound cues cut away. There's nothing really that LEV can rely on. No comms in sight. Lockdown, even being expended, just making sure that Aspas has no avenues.
That was such a sick call from Valen and Trent to immediately pop through Hobbit and just Nightfall the whole of the site. Really fast reactions. It's left Aspas in a essentially unwinnable spot.
Shouldn't be a way in.
For a player of his caliber, you've got to give respect, but you don't want to give too much space.
Take the fights together. Has to be the call by G2. And just spamming, waiting off somebody's contact. Yeah, as soon as Leaf takes the point, everybody else will follow through, so even if Leaf didn't get the kill. Locking it up, so G2 on that second round now. Stringing it together. What's the economy looking like for LEV? It's broken.
Yeah, they might try to put something together because they're very close to ults. But look at the pace on this. There's a lockdown, there's a Nightfall, they're applying pressure. They're going for this flood retake so before the plant has even gone down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not even, you know, technically a retake round, but they give the site and then they collapse back onto it.
They are mine.
There's a tiny amount of danger here, but really not a lot. A Vandal, a Guardian in the hand of Aspas. It could snowball if LEV get a pick.
I just said of how close they are. Burning the showstopper. Even the Viper's Pit as well. If they get themselves onto the C site, it would be difficult for G2, but they're actually going to use their own Viper's Pit first. Trying to P, making sure that he holds down that one choke point. Everybody now making movement towards B, but G2, look at this.
There.
It's diligence and discipline together, just holding it with a triple face out towards A. They are going to be so fast if they choose to flank this one. And already there, I mean, Colm was just jiggling, peeking out wide there with a knife, not expecting players to already be on that approach.
This is a nice call, though, from LEV, just re-clearing this spot with the contact, knowing that G2 are likely to back away. The satchel from Aspas might have given the game away here, though.
Oh, Trent, Odin in his hands. Lots of bodies, the wall drops, though. That's a classic play, you've got to be ready for that one as well.
And this is now worrying, because showstopper to get in, King's Pit, G2 have got to prod up some resistance here.
Looks more than winnable. Paranoia flying. Aspas. He's not shying away. He's brought down though. Icy. That's on his ult as well. Showstopper here with a rocket. Rebounding, potentially waiting. And it does strike back. Even anticipating that re-swing through the smoke. It's all heads up. And there was danger there, Josh. You're right. But it's all navigated quite perfectly.
It's Icy in the round. Shutting down Aspas as he goes for that. It's nice pathing from Aspas. He gets hit by the Paranoia and blastbacks a small way into sight, anticipating that it wasn't being held, and Icy was there to back up Valen. So far, G2 are calling really nice defensive setups. They're getting into sights at the right time, they're flood defending at the right time, catching these opportunities and putting the pressure onto Leviathan. Things here, though, start to reset again. LEV have ult advantages. They can start that snowball going once more.
big
like
ultimate for
aggressive. I mean,
G2.
Leaf is so far forwards here. How is he going to be escaping from the iron away? I mean, it's 1-for-1, but Leaf does so well.
And
So he didn't get it in the first place.
Mazzino is so deep. He Omen ulted way into spawn.
Into the back line. Trent spots him though. Smoke drops down. It will cover the retreat at least, but he is, I mean, just behind enemy lines, entirely expecting it. In fact, hearing it with a satchel play. He knew that Icy was on that high ground angle, and he has caught a timing of a lifetime. Trying to clear this guy out of position, and it's just crumbled and tumbled out of the hands of G2.
That's a chaotic round. We've seen Mazzino go for those all the time. He was running that strat constantly on Leviathan last year.
Years ago.
And people were dealing with it really easily. But there, throwing the smoke for himself, playing inside of it. Wonderful punish onto Icy. And this. Another bizarre, chaotic way to open the round. Nice from Leaf to dominate the attacker's smoke. It's about the only way that you're going to be able to stop them there. But a very aggressive approach from Leaf. Normally we wouldn't really be a fan of the Killjoy player getting up and aggressive playing in front of their setup. But I think it's justified in a round where the attackers have crazy ults to work with.
I agree. I think if you can try and force it out, maybe go 1-for-1 in that scenario, it does make it winnable. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case because they couldn't deal with Mazzino.
Exactly. Mazzino just creates all the chaos and wins the round single-handedly because G2 fumbled the attempt to deal with him.
Yeah.
But I find it difficult to assess where we're at with this half so far.
It is hard.
Because we've had such blowout attack sides. Almost every time we've seen Lotus be played in Americas recently, people have been getting 8, 9, 10, no problem. I mean, 11 sometimes as well. On a
and then comebacks occurring anyway.
Yep. So G2 getting 3 already out of 7, I think this is looking pretty decent for them. They're going to have another period later on in the half where they catch up with the ults as well. So even if LEV can build up a bit of momentum, I think G2 should be sitting pretty, especially with how well Valen called on Icebox.
I think that's carried forwards here. He's definitely cooking up game plans, thinking about the ultimates to a certain degree. And I just love the decisiveness, I think, as well, that G2 are making these decisions to take fights together. There's always the confidence there. Was missing on Breeze.
Horn, one way, thrown over towards Mound. Leviathan, this is their classic way of being able to take it. Sometimes go for the one way, sometimes go for the closer smoke. It's actually the positioning here of Icy that I'm paying close attention to, because you can use your nade positioning to counter the lockdown. And again, the defenders have got to be thinking about those attack side ultimates. And you've got a great opportunity to do like a bounce nade. Can't exactly do that on the minimap actually, but you know, bouncing it off the corner there.
I get the point though.
And you can also try to do the same thing over towards B if you get a good read on where LEV are going.
Screen down.
Thinking ahead, trying to get one step ahead, really, of the lockdown in case it could become a problem. Not really too many good places to use it over towards A, so just the one way to cover Valen.
And this is supposed to be dragging players over. LEV applying that pressure to A, it's supposed to be pulling people, but Valen's opened the door, seen that there's nobody there, and he's calling the C hit already.
Oh yeah.
Excellent anticipation from Valen.
Very, very ready for it. What ults will even be offloaded?
30 seconds left.
So Nade trying to take the initiative forward here with a seize, and they collapse right through the choke point. There's a cacophony of util enough.
You should run.
Makes a foul concoction, but with all that expended, the lockdown now has a bit of freedom to get used. Still, the plant does need to go down here. And time was running short. Still, it clears the way all the way through, even connecting onto that kill into Leaf. I don't know why he's taking that fight out wide.
He's trying to break the lockdown there. He realized the lockdown was in a position where he could break it through the door, and he decided to send it.
So doubled up, smoke up, cuts up the angle. One more approach away for G2. Paranoia's good though. Satchel forwards! Mazzino, no way! Oh, he's just gliding through the sight, slicing him as Icy's going through the air.
What a player to step up and make his impact felt. He single-handedly wins one of the previous rounds by using his Omen ult, and this time navigates the near sight. What is this?
There's no
Tracking Icy through the air whilst running backwards.
No way.
He's so good in those scrappy moments.
It's on a knife's edge that round was. LEV find that footing. Zeno TP'd forwards. Valen, you really seek to try and refight this one. They're not even thinking about it. Mazzino again, the difference maker. You've got to have an extra layer, I think, if you're going to try and fight a rubble like that. Expecting at least that there could be a player to take up that space and positioning. Valen risks to be taken, and he knows it. Almost going for it. Speaking of risks as well, Leaf, look at this guy.
Trying to make the hero play. Down 3v4, knows that he can't make a normal defense work. Jonah on an off angle, another kind of hero setup.
Should get traded immediately, surely. Surely, locking it, ADS, Bulldog. That is just binding him to pieces. Shredded in place. Decay to vulnerability, all applying at the end there.
But he should have been traded.
Oh, he should have been traded immediately.
These defense players are so willing to take risks, and it is catching Lev off, despite the best efforts of Mazzino.
What is this?
Aspas looking to clear the box. It's the kill on King that's the most surprising, in my opinion. King should have been able to whip through that wall.
Yeah.
And you see glee and a bit of disbelief writ large on the face of Josh RT.
G2 this half. I mean, it's steadily becoming just an absolutely brilliant one. Like you said earlier, that given all the 9-3s, 8-4s, whatever else, we've seen one-sided in the favor of the attackers. Still could go into that direction, but that's an interesting one.
That's unfortunate. Leaf pulls it back.
There, recalls the alarm out anyway. Texto, opening kill found there. It's towards the B site.
That's a great shot. Jonah P was just jiggling to get a snake bite now. He must have barely shown himself.
Sent the G2 players scattered a little bit, I think, wondering where else Lev might have worked their way up through.
But once again, G2 are getting a really nice read on this, understanding that it's not an instant pivot into B. They've got 3 players ready to defend A.
Making the right call.
I'm very impressed.
Paranoia through the door there. Valen was blinded. He even just cuts it up with a smoke of his own here. This is excellent, to be honest. And even close quarters, action spraying and praying, but Icy is rewarded for it. And now that quick pivot, they hear the door being broken. Mazzino is going to be this extra backstabber, lurking angle. Hearing it now, and he's got the ultra as well. Disengage entirely. He's backing away and through into the main angle. Leaf is going to be fast through with this one. G2 as well. It's a double-pronged attempt, and Leaf is none the wiser. Didn't expect Mazzino to be repositioning there with a place down, sitting nice and pretty onto that B site. This is now just an impossibility for G2 to decay. Already kicking in here for Trent.
Barely dodged the snake bite.
Yeah.
It should be too much.
You've got to give it up.
They're going to look to save because these 2 players are the only ones with 4 credits the rest of G2 can buy. And as long as they keep bleeding out ults and putting themselves in good positions to win these rounds, it's going to end up being a decent defense half. They're chasing, Lever chasing, they're hunting.
Want these kills, they know the money's running low. Can hold tab and see it.
That's close.
Yeah, he's going to be safe, surely.
He almost got caught by the spike.
Almost, but...
Another really nice play from Mazzino, though.
Yeah.
They have to cancel the A hit. Oh, it was through the smoke as well. That's ridiculous, the kill on Jonah P. But yeah, Mazzino, you know, they have to cancel the A hit, pivot into B, acts as that insert in tree, gets the pick, Omen ults away, and Leaf's broken the turret, so he is ready, posted up.
I love the mixture as well of players stepping up to the challenge that we've seen so far in this series. I mean, we're being treated, to be honest.
It's nice gameplay.
Not the outcome that many of us were really expecting. I mean, Lev looked like they were just absolutely dog-walking most of Americas, to be honest, with the turnaround they've had. But this is G2 holding a candle to them still. But is that lead steady for Lev? Jiggling the angle here. IC with the nade, and C's as well. It's combo. Seen Sentinels running something very similar. No connection there with a tether.
Tiny bit of chip damage onto Aspas.
Off the back of Mazzino TPing, I think, is what they chose to use it. Lev have found out there is that slight gap now over towards the A side, so they're walking into it. Leafs holding it, just slight pixel angle here. It's straight down with the Odin. Only a bit of damage though.
Very cool angle.
What is that?
That's so nice. It's an angle where the Odin can do damage, but you can't really get counter spammed. penetration just not good enough with the Phantom or a Vandal.
There's hesitation in the left camp. They're calling for which direction to even go into here with a Paranoia to really just supplement and help with the supportive util, waiting for that wall to go down. Mazzino, he wins the fight out eventually. Icy dealt with. TP across. They realize that they've got access to that B side. Only a few players to really have to worry about. Trent up into heaven. And the back's against it as well.
This is not going to be a free retake, even though G2 have a player advantage. LEV have space. They're taking position over towards Waterfall, and it's a good plan for both them and Mazzino. Could easily be another round where Mazzino pulls out magic.
Who's it going to be swinging into in terms of the favor? I mean, Texas going walkabouts into their own spawn here, but the door opened wide. There's a fight. Snake bite.
Mazzino wasn't quite ready.
Yeah, Mazzino wasn't ready for it, but he's going to be spraying through. 6 bullets, got to reload. Another fight comes through. There's a horn to set that one up and forwards. Tex still onto the angle, but now the last one left. Last man standing. Not for much longer. G2. They even this up here on their Lotus defensive sides, honestly. It's going to be really just a lights-out finish for the first half.
Got to agree. Got to agree. G2 have handled this beautifully. I think they've got the read on what LEV are going for. They interrupted all of those moments where the momentum could have overwhelmed them.
Yep.
And even bringing out really cool stuff like that. I don't think I've seen that angle before for an Odin player. But it's a really nice one.
I'd have seen PaperX play it.
Yeah?
I think Forsaken when he picks up the Odin sometimes,
I mean, I could definitely believe that. The economy, not good. 2 stingers for LEV's top fraggers.
And the ults. Cherry on top of G2. Again, another one of these angles that just could be so punishing, but nobody steps into it. Side set forwards, though. Aspas, Showstopper slowed down with a bullet tag. Has to commit the rocket, though. It's just a 1-for-1 in terms of the ults going out and wide. The bullet tag on with the nades. He's a little bit delayed.
G2's flood defense here is going to be massive. Nightfall, Showstopper, how to LEV hold on?
They're so fast. Through it, I see. This rocket that could have been a difference maker. They would have taken the fight straight to them, just holding and locking down that choke point. That is the waterfall angle. Or the tails and trails are not going to be stopping them. I mean, the sound cues cut away. It matters not for them.
Bow down. What a round from King. Incredible shutdown and a 2K to boot.
You're joking.
I think it's still an excellent defense half from G2. But LEV have just stolen one back at the final hour.
And the money was bad.
Yep.
Barely any ults to work with. And yeah, it's a 7-5 finish. Flawless in the end.
But it probably should have been a slam dunk there with Nightfall Showstopper coming through from Waterfall.
You gotta imagine.
I want to see a replay. How on earth does he hit the shot onto Icy and then follow it up with another 2?
It's just insanity.
Yeah. A great, great finisher there.
Look at that. Yeah, just not watching for the angle. I mean, just cuts us up and around the pillar.
Just the timing. You see from Icy's POV, just doesn't see King at all.
Game of that timing well. Who the hell knows what's going to be happening into the second half here. Realistically, I mean, G2, they have set themselves up very nice and pretty up for their own attack side rounds. Let's send it down to Liz. It's down on the floor with some special G2 fans.
And those special G2 fans are Nicole and Jason, the parents of the superstar player Trent from G2. Yes, give it up, because this has been back and forth nail-biting. Nicole, I'm gonna come to you first. What is it like being here in the arena watching your son play?
I'm a nervous wreck. Like, I just, it's crazy. It's crazy. I just want them to do well and play their best, and hopefully they come out on top all the time, right? So, yeah.
I mean, I was watching you guys say, shoot, 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 shoot. It's this excitement. So I feel like if you're the excited one, what are you? Are you like the calm, cool, collected one? Are you more excited?
I try to be, but I'm pretty excited. It was a very fun journey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're the dad with a cool hat. See, that says Trent. Look at it right there. Beautiful. Nice embroidery. Now, I was talking to you guys before, and I'm a big believer in learning who has sacrificed what. You, as the parents of Trent, what have you sacrificed for him to achieve his dream of being a professional player?
Parenting, like he's basically like done it all himself. Like, we're so proud of him. He made this all happen for himself. We just support him. Like, we're just right behind him, cheering him on, and he's just making his dreams come true. And he's doing it all, you know. So happy for him.
When did you realize as a parent that, oh, I might be the mother or father of a superstar?
Well, that would be when he came to us and said, "Hey, I got a contract you have to sign," you know, because I'm not 18 yet. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but let's sit down and figure it out. You know, we had no idea. No idea. We were blindsided.
So now you kind of like understand the game of Valorant, and you're like, all right, Now you get it? All right. Yeah, now we have a game of Valorant to get back to, so casters, please take it away.
I mean, that's very funny to me. Trent just coming out of nowhere. Here's the contract, legally binding, 30 pages. You need to look through this.
I think that's a story we've heard many times with many of the pro players too. Turning that hobby into a career and becoming, yeah, a household name in American Valorant for sure.
Yeah.
Now, both of these Fade players playing the more supportive roles have not had those enormous impact rounds just yet.
Where are you?
Delayed Horn up and over the top, broken.
Here.
As we get into the pistol. Oh, and that's so much damage.
That is brave. A lot of damage done. Lucky to be alive there. Barely skirting past. Turret gone and done and dealt with the Haunt as well, so it sets up IC nice and deep into this angle. Man down 2. Big fan of this position. He can play the post plant in a variety of ways. Tree control becomes important as well. Valent's going to be that first line of defense. It's just playing deep onto the site.
It's Leaf's positioning, actually, that I'm paying attention to, because he's going to be able to backstab the LEV players when they go for the retake.
Here comes LEV. Nade flying forwards. Doesn't really set him up nicely for that fight here, but Azino is going to be rapid right through the approach there, but not expecting it. Jonah P. Touch corner. Right click's not doing it, but just down to King. Only 48 health. He's got to spot out multiple players. Finds the kill, but already the time's ticking. Already drifting away from him. Pistol round for G2.
And locked up by Trent. A great opener for G2 there. We talked about the fact that 5 rounds on defense of Lotus. Already in the current meta, that's looking great. But to add a pistol round on top, G2, they might be behind technically, but they're in control of this game right now. Icy's getting great value. I think a lot of people would be anticipating him getting gapped in this by Aspas.
Yeah.
And that just hasn't happened. Yeah, Aspas played phenomenally on Breeze, but map 2 and map 3, Icy's been right there. Blow for blow.
Putting up the numbers.
So this is a little different. Jonah using his Viper Orb to create that pressure over towards Mound. Swapping around the Omen and the Viper's responsibilities, Valen and Jonah.
Interesting way to take it as well.
Yeah, I think it's quite cool for your Seaside default, actually, because you can drop the orb whenever you like. I like that element to their game.
So push back that space. Start making moves over to a different direction. Leaf's also going to be seeing if he can probably get too much space done or work done over towards B on that side. Now, LEV have caught a stack. It's a gamble from them, but might come up correct. It just depends on how much poking and prodding I think the rest of G2 do. They don't want anything to do with A.
It's a little unusual to end B against weaker weaponry, but I think LEV's buy is so weak here that you're not really worried.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, so due diligence shown, at least with the util. Clears a path. Taking baby door.
And this is another situation where
Placing sentry.
I think LEV just want to throw themselves into the spike. I don't think you want to allow those ult orbs to get harvested for the attackers.
Because then you go into the flow chart, and then it's a bonus round. They might have some ults to work with.
Yeah, and even though G2 did take the fight on the second round, I think they kind of made it more difficult for themselves, even though they did win out in those later situations where they stopped the avalanche. It required a bit of magic.
Yeah, Trent's going to go hunting. He's 3 away. The big one. He will go down, but it's still 2 away now from that one. And G2 will seek to get a bit of a move on. Losing a few players.
Yeah, this isn't going to do terrible damage to the economy, but I think it is good that LEV have just thrown themselves into the maw there.
Yeah.
Poison's off.
Who's the closest to an ult? I think it's Trent with his
It is Trent, yeah, he's 2 away.
Yeah, and 2 away. Probably, like most of the time, I don't think you're going to have that available this round. Now, we did see G2's defense be really, really passive in round 3. So I want to see a change from that from LEV, but you can definitely feel that they're thinking about that, right? Just the way that they've even played round 14 here. They're conscious of the fact that they don't want to be feeding G2.
Yeah.
So a force buy from Leaf.
Knocking down the money. He's going to be holding.
Aspas denying that C orb, or at least making an attempt to.
In fact, LEV doing it on both sides of the map. I mean, look at this deep position of Mazino.
Yeah, I've missed whether or not they've already taken the A orb, actually. They may have done that. And of course, if you've taken it, then you can give up that space in the mid-round and you're not so bothered.
G2 going for that A-Rob will retake, though. They've got a cross-map molly.
It is still there, the ult orb.
Snake bites. Some out wide.
And Aspas has drifted, was defending C, now over to B.
Mazino, I mean, they just cleared us with a snake bite. They might not even expect him to already be up there. Oh, he's in the animation! Spotted him, backs away, TP. Might be necessary here, at least to disengage and away. Yep, it's an evacuation.
He was literally in another world. I mean, Omen players getting jump scared as they come out of their smoke animation.
You can probably relate to that.
Look at the positioning here of Com.
Door opens. About 40 seconds to the mark now for G2 to start to make some movement around the map. Nade forwards here, but they haven't cleared out. Com! This guy is tearing them apart across 5 set up Valin. There's that response, but he's been softened up down to 7 HP.
30 seconds left.
Does have the spike, but just yet not anticipating that position. So LEV winning the round. That gun advantage.
Yeah, and I did misspeak actually at the start of the round. I thought it was only Leaf that had forced, but Leaf and Valin both forced in that what should have been, I think, a bonus. And now their economy's in a bit of an unusual spot again. Team's not playing these pure bonuses, and it's hurting them. Nice bait and switch setup, though, for LEV on defense.
Yeah.
Com only had 1 kill, I think, in the first half. Playing very supportively. And now he's starting to find more opportunities to have impact.
Ripped up from G2, but Aspas taking punch shots, and heads will roll. It's answered, but honestly, the damage has been done here by Aspas already. Might be able to receive a rifle.
If Tex goes down.
Upgrade. Tex, though, it's the off-angle play and a movement, just ajar with it. Not making himself that easy sitting duck.
And a pointless hypothetical there. If Tex goes down, he's good for it.
Yeah.
He's been excellent in this series. The third map, you know, it's slow to heat up, I think, hasn't really had that same level of impact that we've seen from some of the other players in his squad, Mazino in particular. But Lev's win in round 15 has really changed the tide of this game. Rifles finally back for G2. Valin actually ended up buying down again in this round, so he's coming in with a Bulldog again. Mismanaging the economy a bit here for G2.
Yeah. Just prioritizing the full armor, I think, as well, just in case Aspas is going for an outlaw purchase, which he's known to do. Aspas on the other side of the map, he's already got his ult on through the A side, so that should trigger some response, at least from G2. Valin commits it with the ult as well. He knows he's got that space there with a... Can't get the kill. And the Prowler was just chasing. Biting away at the heels.
He knows that both of these players anchoring on C have no audio because of the Nightfall.
This retake from LEV now does have some potency behind it, like I said. Well, that A pressure, Valin. He's dropped nice and early into this one. Nade rebounding forwards with some kills. Needs to be found here on the G2 side. They can't just give all this ground freely gained. Aspas, now is the time to let loose with it. And a rocket, it's a racket, not too much more past that. The rifles really seem to be doing most of the work. Torpedo, plan for Mound, they're still having to clear out these players, and they are doubled up onto it. Really miscommunication, but eventually getting onto it with the defuse, making sure that they can shut down that G2 approach.
It's a nice idea for G2. Nightfall, Omen ult, see if we can set up a play where Valin wins the round, because the headphones have been disabled for the defenders. But he couldn't find his opportunity, almost got the punish, and instead it was Tex who turned around and dropped his former IGL. A change of fates. Yeah. Some bitter irony. At G2, they were in the driver's seat in, like, you know, round 13, 14. It felt like we could have seen some momentum gained. And that defense side for LEV, they're finding those openings. A reminder that Leviathan's defense on Lotus, when we saw Aspas dropping crazy kills, 47 kills, their defense wasn't that great.
No, it wasn't. Losing a lot, but honestly, those losses you can learn quite a bit from. G2 take this opportunity to go for a fast B-pop here. Sticking onto the plan, you got to be joking me, man. And it's so rapid in terms of the flirt. Just trying to push them back and away. Spike. No man's land for G2.
Very similar to what G2 went for themselves.
Yeah, they did.
The Nightfall insta-flood into B.
It cuts away the sound cues. I mean, it's G2. They don't know when to actually take those timings to try and fight them and push them back. They don't know what's occurring.
And you're there so quickly, before the plant can even hit the ground. A great way of keeping G2 reeling.
Love staying more than competitive here. 50 seconds into this round. It'll take a miracle. Noise made. Reclear's caught by Lev. But even though the Valorant's got this rifle here, forwards. The paranoia. It's a good connection. Tripled up as well. They're really leaving no gaps at all. Not even a single crumb. So, Lev here up to 11. First of the 7 rounds that G2 have got. And, you know, for as much as we were talking about how good that half was for G2, time has to be taken. I completely agree with, because they're really running out of chances.
4 rounds in a row now for Leviathan. And I agree. G2 were in the ascendancy. It was looking like they had an opportunity to get a massive scalp here. And instead, this chance at an upset against Lev is slipping further away from them. Sen fans rejoicing.
Apparently so, just at least to give them any chance to get themselves into playoffs. But
and a reminder that these kind of games are actually pivotal. Leviathan essentially lock themselves up in the playoffs with this win, and G2, they're in a battle in such a competitive group.
It's, yeah, the most competitive group that we've got. I mean, almost everybody up there. When Sen's at the bottom of the group, you know you're in a competitive group.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And G2, they're 2-1 right now. If they lost this game, they would have the same record as Sentinels at the bottom. And no guarantee that there would be more than the average amount sent from the Alpha group.
Yeah.
And the desk were talking about how the rules
There's all
work.
sorts of possibilities.
Yeah, there's still a lot of different ways that these groups can shake out.
Right now the focus is all on this map. All on this match, this series. The turning point's got to start here for G2. Lev in control 4 rounds in a row now.
Time to work.
Tools are available here for G2.
Mixing things up. King was defending over towards C. Now he's moved A to give Tex the backup. So rotating that defensive setup. Lev play for mount control, open the door. Now they have front B control. Happy to drive the whole of G2 into A.
Oh, they want to fight this. Leaf. Oh, he's just found him. The one lurking player. He's playing in that position and angle, and the entirety of A now opens up for him on top of it. I see. He's going to have that ult to showstopper. Does he choose to use it here? Yes. Maybe to offset it at least. Make it a nice and even. Flying forwards. Maybe not the intended target, but I think he was just hoping it would catch onto someone. And now, shoes on the other foot. G2 find themselves advantaged here into the post, still holding those close positions. It's up to Lev really to use that Utah to try and clear it. It's a paranoia and peak, and that is beautiful. Casino, good timing and discipline taken with it. Satchel forward from Aspas. Smoke up, horn broken. Close corner by Valin, not anticipated. And this guy, a thorn in their side here. Leave it to Aspas once more, but it is an unwinnable situation. It should be, in all likelihood, and he recognizes it. Up and away, satcheling. Needs to keep this gun. Not entirely the end of the world if he does lose it. 5.8k to his name, but still, G2 hunting down the kills.
Lev's game plan on defense worked. They cleared out the lurker and drove the hit into A. But what they weren't anticipating was that Icy would be able to find a pick with the showstopper and then cement himself nicely onto Heaven. They found 2 kills here. You know, one onto King, and then immediately afterwards, the showstopper came through. And then didn't clear the site thoroughly. Mazzino still had paranoia to work with and was just, you know, running forwards to tap the spike, expecting that G2 had fallen all the way back. Big rubble fight now.
Massive one. This one could just turn the tide and fighting all the way through. I mean, listen, lit up like beacons here, but no kills really to be collected. Running through them with all that util. I mean, they're just choked entirely. Can't get past the snake bites. And Leaf, almost the entire chamber expended there.
Yo, that is a nasty anti-strat from Leviathan. They're throwing down Mazzino's smoke so that Aspas can hide inside of it and dodge the haunt. Look at the difference in value that the haunt gets there in that rubble fight. The attacker's haunt is designed to try to light up Aspas when he goes forwards. Look, Aspas is inside the smoke here.
Fully hidden.
Dodges the haunt. Meanwhile, he's fighting somebody that's lit up, and then Mazzino teleports up on top.
1-2 punch.
Sick play that LEV have not brought out very much here, and using it at the final hour to get them up to match point.
And that has got to be a defining moment, hasn't it, surely? Like you said, match point. Map point. This is it. Mazzino breaking that haunt again, disrespecting them. A pit drop down towards C. The avenues closing away here. LEV just seeking to ferry and push G2 right towards them. Got a stack of players over towards B. They haven't lost control of Rubble at all. Nanoswarms making sure to clear that alarm bot that is commonly placed.
Leaf takes lockdown. How do you run it here? No matter where you put it, it's going to be right next to King's ultimate. You've got to try to push King back, lockdown, and then punish him if he goes for it. No, they back away.
With a minute left here, again, you're taking your time with this one. The back of my mind, I'm worried for G2. Aspas of a showstopper.
Yeah, I think no matter where Leaf tries to get this ult off, Aspas is going to be kind of tracking them around the map.
He's going to have answers for it.
Because it's almost impossible for the lockdown to be used on C, and I think Aspas is going to realize this in a moment.
And here's the chokehold. Lockdown. Got to be respected here.
30 seconds left.
Not quite though, Aspas. Look at this guy. I mean, he just sends flying for the nade. Will get out, so he's not quite detained. Trent is beamed down in the approach. And yes, detained, but Icy needs to follow through with this one. He needs a few more kills right into the choke point. There goes the nade. It does prevent that one with the pit drop down. Now the showstopper. Aspas. He's finding that value, finding that work down. 3 left to stand for G2. And the hopes and dreams of this series. They stand, and they might just fall right here, right now. But G2, from the moor almost, pulling it back into their hands. And it turns just like that. Aspas again left in this spot in a 1v3, has to give it up. So tenuous between these two teams. You just didn't know which direction it's going to go into here, but G2 looking to breathe another day.
I think that's another one of those situations, Brent, where running at Aspas with the showstopper and forcing it out early is the play that's won G2 the round. They can't afford for the showstopper to counter the pit. You know, if Aspas runs forward with the showstopper and everyone on G2 cowers and hides, he's gonna get a ridiculous ult off. And instead, I'm not even sure who it is, but somebody jumps in front of that one and just takes it for the rest of the team. Here it is.
Yeah.
Leaf putting his body on the line, getting that ult out early, and it allows the rest of the team to dominate the pit. Great work from Leaf. Tack timeout for Leviathan, who are up on match point. They've had 4 opportunities, or rather, they have 4 opportunities. 1 of them now gone, 3 left.
What do you call this timeout as well? I mean, having to use ults to really even just fight back here. G2 barely squeaking through.
You can try to run trap plays off the ult orbs. I'm actually a little surprised that they haven't tried to do that at any point.
Yeah.
We have not seen, what were we talking about as LEV's biggest strength in the game against NRG? It was the defense re-clears. We've actually not seen many of those. We haven't seen them lose mount control, take front B and do a trap play into mount. You know, where they re-clear with a paranoia or that kind of thing. We haven't seen them put Mazzino into tree and do a haunt paranoia re-clear of rubble. We've not seen any of those kind of strategies come out from LEV. And I think identifying this round as one where Trent is 1 away from Nightfall, pick an ult orb, do a kind of trap play off the back of it where you re-clear that space. I think that'd be a really nice idea to go for.
You might have read your minds here. Side by side, Mazzino and Aspas over towards C, looking to contest this one. It's a one-way. Pre-placed, looking like Aspas as well. A high-low setup.
Mazzino's positioning here is really nice to see over the top of any kind of orb, any kind of smoke that G2 used to take mount. Having said that, actually, it doesn't really work as well with the Viper smoke, does it?
Doubled up, though. Off angles from LEV. Guns, barrels might be spotted. This game of timing is just brutal. G2 picked to pieces here as they look to just re-aggress over towards A, and they just don't expect King. The bait and switch play. Straight from the playbook of LEV. I mean, they pulled this one out earlier.
It's great. They dominate both ult orbs in the fight. C fought 4, A fought 4, and Tex, he gets that opportunity to drive the dagger into the back of G2. It's left down to Trent and Jonah P. In a 2v5, it's not possible. LEV have navigated these difficulties.
Where are you?
And it's all but wrapped up.
35 seconds left in the round. Contact plays in order here just to try and find any sort of advantage in the round, but it is wrapped up.
30
Surely it
seconds
should be. It's a mountain to overcome here, but LEV tested, pushed. Trent finds it. At least one kill to stay alive. A bit of breathing room into the round, but not surely the series tapping. Not even sticking here into it. Paranoia in his face. Wide face, Mazzino! He finds that finishing blow. And Leviathan, they were pushed, they were tested in this series, but they come out on top. And with that, I believe, locking up their playoff spot.
Great work here for Leviathan. Showing that different people can take over the game as well. It's Mazzino that gets the final kill, and he had so many huge moments.
Yeah.
A player that was heavily
on that map
criticized.
too.
Yeah. The ult into C, hiding inside the smoke.
Yeah.
Couple of big rounds. His tracking on IC to deny the showstopper as the retake was happening in a different round on C. Major moments. This team continues to impress. Yes, it was a 2-1 victory. Yes, they couldn't really convert on their icebox defense, but there are still really nice positives to take away from this game.
I've got confirmation yet. LEV have locked up their playoff spot with this win here today. It's a hard fight for them. I mean, G2 really did put up a fantastic fight, pushing them all the way to that map 3. But today, it's LEV again, larger in charge. They made such a turning point for the middle section of split.
And they're just dominating the Omega group.
Yeah.
The Omega group has the 3 Brazilian teams who are all struggling, and the only other team that's doing fairly well is 100 Thieves in there. But LEV looking clearly the top team of that group. And maybe making a case for the top team in Americas. There's more to see in their map pool overall, and definitely some small points at which you could point to weaknesses here in the match. But overall, I'm impressed with how they were able to find the weaknesses in what G2 were doing.
This was
I think G2 played a good game today.
They did. Yeah, this was such a stellar series, I think, from both of these teams. You see those heroic moments. It wasn't just, you know, Aspas dominating. Individual step-ups across the board on both of these teams, I think, as well. And the calling of Valorant, you know, didn't quite bring them over the line for that final map there, but as well, to bring it back after getting absolutely trounced on Breeze.
Yeah.
You lose 13-6.
It looked like it wasn't going to be a series.
Exactly. It looked like it was just going to be over, but to bring it back there still, unable to get it over the line. LEV win the day today. But man, definitely deserved. They're looking like a team that are making a claim for that top spot in NA right now as one of those world beaters.
The LATAM teams are both at the top of their respective groups. I think KRU is still at the top of the Alpha group as well. They're going to be playing against Loud. I'm telling you, man, it's the day of LATAM. If you're putting a pred on the next game for me, I'm going KRU. They're on a run. I think that's a great one that we've got coming up next.
On the day of LATAM as well. Just getting started. Let's send it down to Liz, who's down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
And I'm here with the man of the hour. It is Aspas, literally, arguably one of the best players in the world. Aspas, do you think you are one of the best players in the world?
I don't think. No, maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
That's fair. That's completely fair. Now, I have to ask you, King was talking about this game being for Tex, you know, revenge for Tex. Was this revenge for Tex, this game?
For me, it was another game. Maybe for Tex was different, but it was a fun game and a tough game.
Yeah, how was it playing against G2 going to a map 3? Did you expect G2 to be that difficult?
Yeah, I always expect everything from the enemy team. You can never like go in a match thinking, wow, it's gonna be easy. You can like, you need to do the best that you can when you are preparing for a match, so you never like look down on your opponents.
So I learned, you just told me, you got married 5 months ago, and I was talking to a lot of people. We didn't realize that you're a married man. So talk to me about having the support of that partner, your wife.
Oh, it's really important. She's always with me. Like every day that I have match, she cooks something for me because I eat at home with her. And she's always support me with everything. She's always with me. In every decision that I make, she's giving me the support. So even if I make something wrong, she's there with me.
Oh, I love that. And very last question. Brendan Sideshow said that Leviathan are making a case for being one of, if not the best team in the Americas. Do you believe that? Do you believe you're one of the best teams in the Americas right now?
I don't know. I hope so. We are working really hard, and I hope we can like make the efforts work.
well, from me to you, you are absolutely fantastic. Your team is absolutely fantastic, and the fans absolutely adore you. So thank you so much, Aspas. Literally the record holder. But we're gonna go to a break, but stay tuned because we have a heck of a match. It is KRU versus Loud.
Red Bull gives you wings.
55 इंच का टीवी लगाएंगे 72 इंच का लगाते हैं फ्रिज
like winning in sloppy, scrappy moments, Oxy running into their spawn, things like that. They really struggled to deal with those kind of off-timing plays, and then that started to snowball for Cloud9 into winning that series.
And that's something that you'd expect Loud to be so good at, especially dealing with, you know, a very aggressive duelist. This is a core that's been together for so long, played at the highest levels every single time, never missing an international. Like, this is a team that should not be getting run over by those sorts of things.
And it's funny because Loud has always been a team who has regular season games like that. If we remember last season, every win was 2-1. Every win was coming down to these last little minutes. But the thing then was that Ospas and Les were constantly bailing them out of these situations, and we just haven't seen quite that same firepower, that same ability to salvage these crazy games from Quick and from this year's roster.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of questions as we get ready for this matchup. But thankfully, though, we got Elizabeth standing by to hear from Kawanzine to maybe get us some answers.
All right, Kawanzine, come on over. Hello. Just let your team go through really quickly. Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. All right, I have a question for you.
Okay.
You are now secondary calling. So what has that change been like now that you're fragging out?
Agora você é uma espécie de co-capitão, né? Como é que você se sente agora que isso está acontecendo?
Acho que eu me sinto muito bem, porque eu calo muito pra mim na frente junto com o QCK. Então eu pego umas killzinhas, baito ele, e pra mim tá sendo bom.
I think for me it's really good. I am right at the front with QCK, and you know I do the calls, get a little kills, so it's kind of cool.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
There we go.
All right, they got that fist bump. That's what's important. Okay, so well, let's actually talk about Kawanzine, you know, stepping into that role a little bit here, because it has allowed Sadak to get a little silly and have some fun. And
but that's inferring that Sadak didn't get silly when anyone else was secondary.
He stays silly, but now he's sillier.
Deadlock is peak silly. I'll say that.
Pushing in front of your deadlock wall is even
that's what's
more
crazy to
of a
me.
peak of
Because
silly.
I like some of the ideas with the deadlock. We were kind of trying to break it down, right? You have like these stuns that make it really tough to clear towards C. But he was just fighting in front of his util every round. And I think he was put in a position where he felt like he had to be the playmaker, which was so strange.
I mean, I feel like when you pick Deadlock, I'm so excited to see the plays that are surrounding it. But literally, it just felt like he just kind of felt like it. Like, you know, like
He just wanted to protect his utility. Come on, guys.
Space agent select.
No, he literally just started using Deadlock the way that he wanted to play. And I'm just like, I wanted to see a lot more. There's so many more things you can do. Absolutely shutting down choke points. But I didn't see any of that.
I think defensively, I didn't see that. I will say on attack and post plants, that's where Deadlock is at her strongest IMO. Like, that is so dominant, where you can lock down an entire choke with the
that
wall.
wall, when you're on that like 40-second timer, is so huge.
It just eats bullets, eats time, and then you're also getting stunned as you run into sight, because you have to make noise to retake a site. Like, I do think that's where it looked pretty solid for me, when they were actually able to plant the site.
Sure, but I think the issues did come down to that defense, where they were really running out of time, running out of options, right?
I agree.
And they ended up constantly losing A on Lotus, so they felt like they had to make these forward plays there and pull the Deadlock away. That setup was never actually getting tested towards C and B.
I'm not a Deadlock sympathizer.
I was going to ask, do you think that we see a little bit of Deadlock today, potentially?
I mean, I would imagine if they get Lotus, they're playing it again, because it's their second match in Super Week. You don't have a lot of time to adjust and pivot.
Oh my God, I was not ready for that.
I did forget about that whenever you say the word.
I mean, when you do, maybe this time when they play Deadlock, it's going to be actually, they're going to watch their VOD and realize, like, here are the mistakes that we did. Like, here's what happened. And so maybe picking it now, they'll be like, we actually know how to play around it for defense, and maybe just don't be too silly.
Yeah, maybe not to be too silly, but real quick, Super Week.
They just don't like you, Mimi.
They just don't like you, Mimi. I just wanted to make
That's
sure.
okay.
All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and look at their opponents on the other side of the stage. You got KRU. They're at 3-0 in Stage 1. The top team in Alpha Group. Words that I'm saying out loud. I am so thrilled for these guys after the ringer that they have been put in to find themselves here today. But it is important to note, though, that their wins came against I don't want to say weaker opponents, but just...
You could say that.
Yeah, I guess so.
MIBR, Furia, both winless thus far.
Yeah,
who got the crazy upset against Sen, but was definitely not in that form against KRU. I think it can be questioned how real the run is, right? But still, the way in which they're winning the games, the dominance at which they're pulling it off, the level the players are hitting right now makes me think that even though the opponents haven't been a big challenge like they'll have today against Loud, they are, like, this is real. KRU is
another undefeated or another winless team in Loud, right? But I agree with you in the sentiment of
it's a little different with Loud.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, like, I think that I want to not go all in on KRU just yet. I think that's dangerous, but I do think it's perfectly fine to start getting more and more excited.
So you think it's like a steady amount of crouping that you will do over time, right? Scaling the crouping.
Right now,
Are you on a scale of 1 to 10? How hard are you crouping?
I'm going to say I don't really want to say I'm doing that, but I'd say I'm like a solid 7.
So you're 7 on the croup scale. 7 on the croup scale. Okay.
I just think that they look good, even if they're playing these kind of weaker teams, if that's even what we want to say. They still look good. I mean, they look confident. They're making the right plays. They're playing textbook. I think I'm 7.
I think the croupometer is looking like a 7. I think it's really reasonable, right?
Out of croup troll.
No, that doesn't even work even remotely close.
Can we go to the next segment?
I'm insane, so obviously it works for me.
Stop him. We have Elizabeth standing by with an interview. Let's check it out. I'm stealing this from him. Because I want...
All right, Shy. Hi, how are you? Wait a little bit, let your team. Hi, KRU. Hi, KRU Visa. Hello. Cruza, I like it. Okay, so my question for you is, can KRU sustain this level of improvement?
La pregunta que te tiene es si puede KRU mantener este nivel de crecimiento.
Sí, venimos preparándonos bien y siento que cada partido, cada semana hemos crecido bastante como equipo y como grupo y sí, siento que vamos a seguir creciendo a la medida que va pasando el torneo.
Yeah, I feel like every match that we have, we've been growing, and the improvement we've had has been great. So every match that we had, it's going to help us grow even more.
Okay, well, best of luck.
Got to make sure you get those fist bumps. All right, well, let's go ahead, though. Oh, look at that. Good technique. Good strategy. There you go. Love to see it. Wow, man.
Teamwork.
Hate to see it. All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about the IGL of this KRU lineup. You got Klaus, who has stepped into this role yet again. And, you know, you can kind of see, like, from when that happened till now, there has been a market improvement, as we've been talking about with KRU.
100%. And I'm just a big fan of how KRU call their larger macro in the game. I think the pivots they do around perks, around what information they get on an attacking side in particular, has been a big strength of theirs all year.
I mean, this is what I've been talking about. I feel like a lot of their mid-round plays, a lot of their rotates, every single piece to the puzzle seems to fit a lot of the time. Yes, they're winning, but there's still a lot to learn from any time that you win a game. You can always find those weaknesses you had and improvements to be made. We just saw in that clip that they were talking about, you know, working on improvements. I feel like KRU is definitely pushing past the ceiling that they thought they kind of had.
I think specifically what Klaus does really well is balancing a team that has a lot of players that want to lurk and go for plays. You have Kesnet and Shy, who both are oftentimes going to be fighting at these extremities early and kind of walking up, taking space in the mid-round. But I think he really balances when he's calling back into that, when he's going for the fakes, and really playing around back and forth on the map. The mid-rounding, I think, is the biggest strength of KRU thus far in their run, and you have to credit Klaus for that.
Yeah, it's been a massive improvement for this KRU lineup, but like every single game here at VCT Americas is important, but this particular game is very, very important for both of our teams here, but for different reasons, right? Because for KRU, they're looking to lock in potentially a playoff spot. They wouldn't do it necessarily with this game, but it will get them that much closer, which will be massive for KRU. Meanwhile, on the other side, well, Loud's just looking to get a win.
Yeah, they absolutely need the win at the moment. But yeah, for KRU, because their schedule is ramping up, this is probably the most important in terms of like remaining games for them to win. You've got to beat the winless team here because 100 Thieves and LEV are both looking fantastic.
Yeah, they very much have a strength of schedule that has steadily ramped, and I think that's going to continue to get harder. I think Loud, pretty winnable game for KRU. I might even kind of lean into this upset being likely today. But then 100 Thieves is looking in great form. LEV is looking in great form. You need to win this game, or else you're maybe relying on 2 wins in those next 2 matches, which would be really tough in this competitive group.
Yeah, I mean, having those first few games being more like a warm-up and steadily leading you into these harder matches is a really, really good place for you to learn your mistakes and learn where you can improve as a team. I feel like I just talked about this, but KRU, they do such a good job at, even though if they won a whole lot, they've improved on a lot of the macros. Even with this new IGL system, they've managed to implement it and make it perfect. I think it's actually insane. When you change up any sort of IGL role, it can take a toll on your team. It can mess things up, but they've gone and ran away with it.
Yeah, and then we also looked at the KRU strength of schedule. Let's take a look, though, at the Loud strength of schedule, because they're also going to have a little bit of a ringer in front of them here. They're going to have to deal with KRU coming out of this, and then they got Sentinels, and then finally G2 here. So it's going to be a tough one for Loud regardless as well, Mimi.
They are an Omega, so making playoffs is a little bit easier for Loud, right? But they're 0-2 right now. They have 3 games left to play, and one of those teams is Sentinels.
And you have to have 2 wins to be able to qualify for a playoff. So the difference for Loud here is if they lose today, they must win the next 2 to even have a chance of qualifying.
And that's likely out of their hands, relying on tiebreakers and stuff. So they need to win today if this is a Loud that's making playoffs.
And this is one of our reps that was just in Madrid.
Yes.
Like, the world we are living in right now
by
is
the way.
insane. We have a situation where both Loud and Sentinels, the Madrid champions, there's a chance that they don't end up competing for Americas internationally.
I didn't even really factor that in for a second
and
there.
not just that, like, not making playoffs is possible for both of those teams.
Yeah, that is wild stuff. It just goes to show you how intense Super Week has been. That's right, baby. Explosions all around. But it's now time to go ahead and bring out our teams to the stage, settle the score. Let's see who comes out on top, KRU or Loud. Let's head to the stage.
Sigue la fiesta latina y cerramos la super semana junto a KRU Visa.
Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Stand up, let me see you move. Stand up and then play. Stand up, let me see you move. Stand up, let me see you move. Oh yeah. Let's do this.
E do outro lado, a esperança brasileira faz barulho pra Loud!
Massive matchup for both of these teams here. KRU just wants to continue to dominate their group. Meanwhile, for Loud, your America's champions, you got some world champions on that team looking for their first win here of the stage to keep themselves alive. This matchup's big.
It absolutely is. Brazil is still yet to win a match in stage 1, which is ridiculous. But if there was a team to be the salvation for that region, it would be Loud. They've only played 2 games thus far. They were both losses, but this is still a recoverable season. It has to start here.
And it has to be a recoverable Super Week to begin with. Just a few days ago they played and lost, and they've got to come back in a big way. So honestly, spoilers, we're going to be starting on Split here. But I'm excited to see what they've got in store for us.
Yeah, this team has so much more that they can improve on. We've seen their ceiling, their skill ceiling be so high. We've seen them have the firepower. Now I'm just willing to see if they can actually put it in the server.
And there is going to be your series layout: Split, Ascent, and Lotus if necessary. But something tells me in my gut we might be taking a trip to Lotus here. I don't know why, but I think we're going to get ourselves a close one.
Map 2 is a little worrying for Loud. QCK thus far has not been able to deliver on jet maps in particular. He has been getting diffed against most of the Tier 1 jet players that we have in this league. And when you talk about Tier 1 jets, Kesnet is #1.
KRU are making big pivots here in Agent Select. The last time they played this map was 2 months ago, and they were playing no Rays, they were playing a jet comp with a KO, and now they're switching up and playing just about as meta as you can get here with the full control comp.
Yeah, this Raze is going to be so important. I feel like on Split, if you're not playing a Raze, you need to have some sort of proper OP attack strategy. But now when they have that Raze, ooh, there's actually a breach on Loud side too.
Yeah.
They're going to have to be careful of these trap plays, man. But I think just having a Raze is so much more important because they can take the space and use Util to deny so much more information.
But the thing for Loud is it's hard to set up trap plays around the breach without a Cypher.
This is it. Who's going to pick up the dub? Can KRU keep their record going, or will Loud finally pick up a win? Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. We got 2 Valorant enjoyers. It's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Serial Valorant enjoyers here on your casting desk inside the Riot Games arena for a match with a heck of a lot at stake, especially for one of these teams. Wyatt, Loud may be at a risk of missing their first international event ever.
I mean, stakes that Loud, they're not used to at all. This is new for them, being down 0-2 already in a stage like this in Americas. Last year, they were dominating, and last year it was KRU who couldn't pick up a win, and now they've got 3 of them, no losses, expectations totally reversed if you're just going by common thought from what we've seen before. I mean, my God, what a turnaround for KRU. I'm such a fan of this team right now. I love what they've been doing, how Klaus has revitalized them as that new IGL. Really fantastic work. Crucial, so crucial that Loud get the win here.
Interesting, we actually see Sadak instead of Coenzine picking up breach duties now. The latter, of course, over to the sky instead. Maybe related to some of the role reassignments here for Loud. Les wants to try and advance up behind this poison orb here, but spotted by the camp instantly, perhaps with some of his cohorts there in B main.
Cam placed by Klaus, which is interesting. Typically playing the Viper, and Shy would be the one on the Sentinel, but a small switch as Loud take the site with these. Full retake now for KRU.
The nades, that hits hard. Sadak is able to get away, but only barely. No trips here on the B side, just the one in the middle of the map. So Klaus is going to have to get this done the old-fashioned way. QCK takes a swing. Klaus, though, opens up first. Newly dubbed caller for KRU. It's going to be Heat trying to work his way through rafters here. And Coenzine would love to try and start a pinch here with the players in B main, but this has to happen at the right time. It has to happen together. Shy forced away back around the corner, but Coenzine has to overextend to find the kill. He does so. Still 4 defenders on the side. Coenzine and Co have to act quickly, but Sadak has fallen as well. Les is going to bully his way through. Coenzine got close. But Klaus will come in with a defuse.
Fantastic play from him, just slips out early. So many kills on the retake. And crucially, that first one, the fight against QCK, a duelist that you're looking at to seriously step it up for Loud at this point in the stage. Yet to put up a positive performance on a map up until this point. And of course, massive shoes to fill in the form of Aspas. That has just been the narrative all of this year when we're talking about this squad. Fantastic start here, though, for KRU, despite Coenzine's best efforts. It was that one tripwire in mid from Klaus that alerted them to that. The Cypher making a difference already. We've seen it so strong in this current meta. It's what Sentinels use on this map to win Madrid.
Fast hit up ramps here for QCK. Melsa gets caught out there, stunned up by the fault line. Now we'll actually see Loud pull it back. Not even towards A main, no, like entirely. Cutting noise and cancelling on this hit. But where else do they get activated?
And Loud, of course, they have actually opted to force into this. Great entry from QCK. That standard double satchel up ramp with the Sky Flash to open the round. Just an easy way to get map control there to pressure and at best get a pick, which is what they've done. And in the meantime, it was just Sadhak containing over towards B so they can work now into that site. Where Klaus has just left his setup to get the information, which he's about to have. Actually goes for a kill, a little bit risky, but once again, going to be able to get out. In similar situation to the pistol, we're going to be in a full retake situation here.
Cam still getting value though. Big Brother presiding over the B side. Trips got cleared by the Trailblazer now, and Loud are in and amongst this side, but Kesnit chooses this moment to emerge from defender spawn. 2 years nicely done. Shy picked up. Klaus needs to check new box here, and he does. Very, very low as the Cypher, but still a lot to do. Into the back of sight, allowed. They are grouped here. This could be a mass swing from KRU. It could be dangerous. It'll be a trade of 1-for-1, but Sardak has seen better days. Tunis has the off angle, though, and Loud converts.
Great setup from Loud there. I mean, you can't ask for much more, right? They have full site control, so of course they're going to plant for B main. Double stack in the back, player around pillar, player in B main. How are you ever going to crack that crossfire? Nigh impossible. Well done from them. And credit to QCK, we were just talking about him. They force into the round, bold move from Loud, and he opens things up, makes it all possible. And again, we are just looking at him to step up for this team, get Loud's first win of this stage, a win they need so desperately. KRU now on the eco.
Might be another fast hit towards ramp, or at least Sardak is gearing up for a fault line. There is no capitalization from Loud there, though. Very much just conditioning, as we saw in the previous round. More of a default look for Loud now, and they're not looking for any early fights.
KRU actually expended their paranoia there, thinking that there could have been a player up into that A ramp position. And because they didn't catch anyone out, look at that massive rotate towards B. Loud have just completely cut noise. They're going for the re-hit.
This macro is so good for Loud so far.
Working the map quite nicely.
All they did was cancel on A, and 4 players from KRU get dragged over to the B side. Now it's time to strike while the anvil is hot. And that's exactly what Loud will do. Into the side they go. The rotation's on the way here for KRU. Kesnit is just about to get some action over there at screens, but already 3 players from Loud onto the side. And now they're well embedded, well anchored, with a player left over towards ramp. And another right in towards sewer.
Melzer gave them the smoke to try and work in, and Kesnit takes advantage of it. Clean fight with Sardak to open things up.
Cowanzine probably unable to believe what just happened there. He had no opportunity to make the trade. 2 years has a great angle. He's able to TP up there and be a nuisance. Melzer eventually will get a sniff and doesn't want to come down, but unreal from heaven. KRU able to find that key kill. The classic starting to sing, but QCK once more has risen to the challenge. Kesnit's very, very low, and Melzer will still go for it. No reason not to. Getting that gun off QCK would be big for Kesnit. There might be a chance here as they cross each other. 3 for Kesnit and a rifle. Not too shabby.
We'll take that. I mean, I like as if bro thinks he's on the team. But KRU will take that for sure. A lot of damage done there for against the Loud team. And with an opportunity to start getting their economy rolling, and that's going to get stopped in its tracks.
The reads here from Loud are impeccable, Wyatt.
I do like how they played that. I mean, it was just based on whatever player that was who was hanging around A, heard the paranoia that was sent out, the false info that was, you know, gained from KRU pushing forward there, and Loud take full advantage of it. It was really nicely done. Early dog here from Cowanzine, going to get broken by Melzer, and from that pressure is going to TP off, but a pretty key piece of utility nullified right away.
Have a bit of a pause in the action here as KRU do dedicate some resources to this A side of the map, strictly on virtue of what they heard earlier. Klaus here in the position to peek towards B main, sees very little. Shy though gets some attention up mid. That's a fault line. It's going to force him back over towards ropes, allowing Loud to set up here in the middle part of the map. This will draw some attention from the B heaven side.
Good reposition here from Melzer. You can see he's over in A main, and that's allowed KRU to stack up a little bit more aggressively towards heaven, with Shy as well playing back towards A. So they're going to be quite fast to retake here into B to be able to pressure this hit that's about to come in from the Loud side.
Heat there, heard it, everything he needed to. Okay, up the shot there to the back of the site. That's the cross with the satchel. Klaus flags briefly but holds his line. Paranoia comes in, and that one's going to be harder to fight through. 2 years though, crucially, takes the sky down. And now you've got to try and come back into this with no flashes. The snake bites at least. Les can set up with those in the post line, and once more, you've got the triangle set up with a player in B main. Shy steps up, sat down instantly. It's all up to Melzer, yet to find a kill, at least with a paranoia.
could be the key piece of utility, but again, look at these positions for Loud, just spread into a perfect crossfire here, even without the spike planted, you know, or rather with the spike planted on default, not in B main for the perfect crossfire setup. I mean, even still, how can you crack this as a lone player, right? Melser's just gonna opt to save, bring that Hero Vandal into the next round, see if he can make something happen then. Of course, a lot of talk about him and being the ex-IGL of the team was last year, and is now swapped over with Klaus for the sake of his own comfortability, for the ability to for him, to pop off, have impact moments, be able to frag, focus on his own game. And we've seen him able to do that so far in this season. I mean, really, all the players on KRU have just been showing off so much of their individual prowess, and just how much that one simple move, swapping that IGL role back to Klaus, has really unlocked some of these guys.
Pretty strong fundamentals there for Loud, just those trades into B give them a favorable post plant.
And you can see right now Sadhak on the map. It looks like he's ready for a stun going up into A heaven. And there's going to be a fast play up there.
Yep, they've been conditioning this fault line, Wyatt. Now they might look to actually play off of it. Also, though, goes deep into B main, gets a fair bit of information.
Actually taking things just a little bit slower right now.
You see the feet. Cloud pings them out now and even gets a tag with the cam. This is going to force QCK to head back down ramp. Kawanzin to follow.
Kesna dropping down, just actually given a hero rifle, but gets swatted down by less. Can that rifle even be recovered at this point? Yeah, cage thrown down by Klaus to get it back into their hands. The only real thing that could be the key into getting an upset round win here. And B main is being controlled by Melser, has been this entire round, just putting down a smoke there, which has allowed KRU to play elsewhere on the map, focus more heavily on A, which is where the real hit is gathering up. And Klaus, frankly, he has a chance to be the hero with that Vandal. Trip set up on the site. He could go crazy anchoring right now, one through the wall already.
Perfect off the timing of the Seeker. Cloud strikes, he's found a second here. Aftershock would have been a problem for him, but Sadhak brings him down anyway. A rifle there to be potentially recovered by Shy. Beautiful explosion by Heat there from Rafters, and now it's up to less. With the spike so far away, the Seekers are going to confirm the position of the Viper here. The KRU have all their angles covered. Melser doesn't want to challenge this necessarily with just a Sheriff.
10 seconds
but another
left.
confirmation that Less is here. Swing the smoke. He's going to have a crack. KRU get themselves one back.
Really well done from Klaus. I mean, he was the man in position to make or break that round for KRU, and he steps up Loud, hitting into that Cypher setup. Him just able to swing back elbow. I mean, of course, listen, the first one you're just spraying through the Viper wall, we'll take that.
I mean, it's off the Seeker timing, right? That was nice. Good for two, and then this explosion. Oh, I love that.
A really nice flood there from KRU. In the 4v5 as well, Coach Adams happy about that. He's been doing a great job with his squad since last year. The success they had in LCQ up till now. Fast play into B here from Loud. And Kesset shuts it down.
Perfect. Playing off Melser there, hastily getting out of B main. Loud kind of knowing that KRU must have stuck him up pretty close to have peace of mind about remaining on A even after they cut noise in the prior round. That is a great exchange. Let's just try swinging that, so able to find at least one. Let's not forget Rolling Thunder available here for Sadhak.
Shy just jiggling to spot things out. Gonna play this one safely. Just keep backing up, jump spotting. And wow, Kesset getting aggressive, but Satchel's going a little bit awry. At the very least, it's gotten them that space. They've been able to re-clear it, and now it's on Loud to have to re-clear that space again. Kawanzin does have the dog in this 3-on-4 now. But with only 40 seconds left and essentially no map control, this one is going to be extremely tough. If they do end up in A, if they're going to run into that Cypher setup as well.
Heat, should he need it, has a Trailblazer to re-clear. There might be a play into heaven, and it may well spot out Kawanzin on the slow push. He's definitely feeling the pinch a little bit right now. That's a smoke towards screens as Kawanzin starts to encroach. There's the re-clear. Now they know. The enemy Sky is playing close by. Flashes exchange. Kawanzin down to 58 here, and Sadhak gets the spike down. Melser so far away from the action, it's going to be a while before he gets involved.
But when he does, he has the paranoia online. Look at all that utility. He has smokes as well, 2 of them, and the trips aren't dealt with. This could get really awkward for the Loud guys remaining.
He's still there on the site. 2 years waiting for contact here from Screen. Sees it, but it's a little bit too late to the shot. Sadak here now, Rolling Thunder into 1v2. Does he push ahead of this? There was a TP to get past the Rolling Thunder by Melsa. Still has the ability to do that again. Here they come, one up for another. KRU double face and finds success.
Really well done from KRU on the retake. For some reason, I thought Klaus was alive. Those trips, irrelevant, but a good effort from Sadak. Nonetheless, well traded out from KRU.
Has struck fear into you when you still feel those trips after he's died.
I've watched too much John Cutie at all times on Split. I'm way too worried about the Cypher on defense. Anchoring on A, I mean, it's just so strong. So nicely traded out there at the end.
What do you think about that Rolling Thunder there from Sadak?
Listen, it was a bold move, but he had the audio cue on both of them. He knew that they were coming screens. Listen, I'm not mad at it. Sadak is honestly, in terms of his individual play, has been really strong recently. Even on that silly deadlock last week, he was going off. His aim has been crisp. The mechanics have looked good.
Okay, straight up mid here. A lot of mid presence for Loud. Shy into ropes here, back to safety for now. It's going to allow Kawanzin to embed, and he has the means to check this more than once. This is audacious. He hears plenty of footsteps there in heaven.
Might catch an amazing timing. Look at the 2 players on KRU. They want to re-clear main. Oh my god.
He's going to go down.
Just taps one down. Kawanzin makes noise. They're so aware. Forced back now. Still fighting in main is Klaus. A bit disconnected from the rest of the squad, and it gives Loud an opening to get into the site.
Oh my goodness, QCK! He has a sixth sense for it.
Spike planted.
KRU now left to pick up the pieces. Attempt this retake with only 2, and Kesnet, as per usual, wants to waste no time in doing so. Didn't spot QCK from behind the barrier, but now knows he's there. From below is Sadak, dragging him down to the 7th circle. And Loud win that round out with 4 up.
Kawanzin taking a page out of the Brazilian brothers book from MIBR. A little bit of that lurking sky activity. 2 times in the back line there. A bit of that distraction, though. Listen, he did pull the attention away there from, who was that? Heat and Shy, I want to say, that were up there in heaven. And then Klaus got in that awkward little disconnected fight where he was alone in main. Sadak got that crucial kill to get them the space, to get into the site. But again, QCK coming up huge right now. Wins them around outright with a fantastic rocket. The man that we're looking at to step up for Loud.
Once again, we have a non-committal set up here for Loud and the fault line for Sadak available. They are walking ramp. No one in heaven, though. Look at this push down mid. This is so KRU. Go in an eco. Send everyone mid with pistols. Sadak is about to get more than he bargained for. And that's the spike!
Down A.
How can they play around it, though, at this point? Still quite scary with the bad weapons. Heat has the Vandal in his hands. KRU have had opportunities with these hero rifles, and they've made them work before. Less nice kill onto Klaus.
Spike recovered.
Tui's uses ultimate to do so. Heads up play.
Less here, this time not dry, wide swing on a ramp. He's more than happy just to play back on this a little bit. Paint shells affecting Tui's here, who has the spike. He does not want to get interrupted here. Kesit, though, brought down. The anchor presence for Loud on A is very strong. And their spike plant should be well protected with KRU trying to probe their way down ramp, and now they'll split.
Shy, a great player in these late round situations, has been such a fantastic addition to the KRU squad. This is where he thrives, but Les catches him out, and he just relegated to saving this Vandal.
Looked like there could have been something there, right? KRU able to find Sadak, but they don't know who else is in sewers. How do they know?
Tough to continue pushing down there, right? Because if they do, they're going to be facing a player. It's so likely, right, that they're set up when Sadak is there that it's a 1-1-3. There's going to be one guy be main, which was the case. And then if more people are coming back sewers, all of a sudden they're in a crossfire with bad weapons, bad situation. And frankly, I mean, just Tui's having his ultimate that round simplifies everything for the Loud guys. 5-3 lead now on split. A great start for them. And we said it before, but this is a must-win game for them, damn near.
And they're treating it like that. Classic little tech is there to recover the spike. Mel's aggression in B main is helping KRU make more informed decisions about whether or not to gamble on that A side. It's going to be a timeout for them now, presumably looking to try and work around some of those ultimates they build up, a chance to buy back into this round. Loud are doing a very good job. They're going for these early probes, cancel, cut noise, sometimes pump fake. It looks like KRU's having a tough time anticipating.
They've been working the map quite well. Impressed with Loud so far. I think that typically from what I've seen this season, I have been more favoring their attack side play than their defensive play. The calling is still just so good from Sadhak, which we saw last week on Bind when they took that win. And so right now, perhaps getting as many as they can get, and we'll see if things switch up when it goes to the defensive side. But right now, it's Adam taking that timeout again. A coach that I've been very impressed by. I think he's done a lot of great work with KRU since joining the squad last year. Of course, going on that LCQ run, and then into this year with these roster moves they've had. And a roster move they didn't even intend on having, Heat joining the squad, and look at how well he's been able to integrate him in here. I think you got to give that man a lot of credit. We'll see what they want to do here out of the timeout on a round where they have 3 ultimates. You can already see Shy is in mid. Almost a certainty he's just going to drop that Viper's Pit to control that space. They've left Klaus over on the B side with the setup, and the rest of the team focus a bit more towards that.
Could be just a fake hero ramp with a fault line. Sadhak doesn't have the spike. Left that behind a little bit. Melser again always wants to fight for more of that early info. Hit by the fault line and the flash confirmed, but no mechanism for follow-up there for Loud.
And Shy not even really feeling too pressured to have to use that pit in mid. Just has the poison orb up with a trip to play off of, and Klaus getting that info B main, which he is about to get. This trip is going to have to be broken. Cam as well there. We'll see if tries to anchor, gets one. Wow, great. Pops that ult as well. Just needs to slip away at this point. They're going to refight.
Of course, it's KRU. Works out well. Trying to bring QCK down. Cohen's in a little bit late into heaven. Just the one. The spike, though, not committed in the hands of Sadhak here. And this means that Les has to try and find a way in here on the A side of the map.
Just trying to work off of that wall right now as Sadhak slowly heads over to the A side. Some decent space, but of course doesn't know about the player on the ramp.
What's he looking for?
Just hoping to see if maybe there's someone he can find backside, find a pick deep here. Might end up in a fight with Kesnip, but
oh, that timing.
It's all a game of timings right now. Kesnip spots them out.
What? 1 HP, and he may have scuppered the plans for Loud. Sadhak at least able to respond. But there's plenty more where that came from. KRU get themselves a key one here in round 9.
So nicely dealt with. They didn't even have to use that pit in mid, so they've still got an option to use that later. Shy just never really felt any pressure. And again, it's just on Klaus. This guy this season just revitalized his career entirely. IGLing and somehow fragging significantly better on the roll than he did last year. Incredible stuff from him.
And we're better to demonstrate this against a team who notoriously hates to play sentinels in their comps. Loud does not bring that in.
They love the double flashes. Sadhak has said it many times. He doesn't think sentinels are that important. He would rather have flashes to dump into the enemy team. And he does have those in the form of 4 with the breach in the sky. Good for the big executes for sure, and they're gathered up for one on A.
First the Trailblazer here, scouts outside, gets caught in a trip briefly. Klaus down to the paint shells though. He's looking to face up, but a turn away from the flash, but Sadhak gets it with a second one. Loud dumping that util just as we discussed into the site now. Shy might try and challenge this. No, the aftershock forces him off that rafter angle, and Sadhak is still able to find him. Melsa with it all to do, headed towards screens.
Planted.
Sadhak as well. Fallen is still available, is going to send that out. Doesn't catch Melser, but really good positioning right now from Loud. It's going to be so tough for him to get anything done here, and he's just going to opt to save this. A good move if you look at the economy as well late into the game. They're going to be able to have a good buy on this following round. Loud just as we were saying, they take advantage of the comp that they're running here, able to pull off these massive executes. That's what the Breach excels at. It doesn't flow well at all times throughout the game, but when you have a big set piece like that, dealing with him is incredibly difficult.
It feels like Sadak sees two players come for him there in mid, communicates that to Loud, saying, hey, I think A is much more lightly held right now. You can probably just contact in there. And so they did. So much of this game swirls around Sadak there as the eye of the storm.
QCK again. I believe he does count as the first kill, I believe, when he got that nade in there deep, if I remember correctly. We'll see. Oh, well,
Klaus got it first.
All good. They traded out even. That counts as the first kill and a first death for both. It won't show that on the stat sheet, but we know that in our hearts. QCK has really been doing a better job this game than in some we've seen from him recently. Impressive stuff so far.
And Sadak unburdened by making those more coach-esque decisions now. Able to continue to take strides mechanically. Melsa fault line. Can always TP away from that if required, and Kesnet was there.
Typically on these rounds, Melser has been controlling B main with ease for most of them. And Loud have just dealt with that with a fault line. Pushed up 2Es to get that space, keep his eyes on it. And then of course in the meantime here, it's Less and Kalanzine just working towards the A side. Trying to see if any crew players are going to go for a peek, posted up on the angles.
If anyone would, it's crew.
And now just waiting for the rest of the team to rotate back on this anti-eco round. And there it is, Heat finally just too tempted, just had to find out what was going on ramp and gets punished.
Playing right into Loud's hands. Here they head towards the site though. QCK stunned up though. And will eventually make the way over to A with 3 of those crew players grouped up towards screens, but Sadak is wise to it. Maybe even that was through smoke. That Rafter smoke dissipates, but no one from crew is taken up residence inside heaven. Slowly, Melsa looks to try and re-clear it and have a vantage point with that Sheriff. But Loud are so embedded here. They're virtually in the walls. Melsa at least is able to dodge away from that flashpoint. Kesnet steps up to meet his maker.
Double swing with Sadak and 2Es, who's playing over on the ramp side. Just making things look easy. Sadak is just fragging out in this game as well. This guy is really stepping it up individually. It's pretty mental to watch. I mean, look at him go, 12 and 8, top fragging the server right now. What can he do, Mitch? What can he do?
The early hit here as well, it looked as if they were hit by a Trailblazer or something similar. I think QCK stunned as they got into the site, but they were still able to keep walking up.
Nicely dealt with, and now a final opportunity for crew to get the round and Loud.
Okay, what is this?
Wealth, absolute wealth on their part. They have 3 ops posted up right now on attack for any crew players that might get antsy. Go for a little contact push, a little peek, just, it can't hurt. What if I just, jump spot and try to get a little bit of info, and then, oh, there's 3 ops on attack right now, ready to drop, pick up a rifle.
But they are asking crew to contact
They are tempting fate right now. I mean, of course, they have no idea. This is ridiculous, but some opportunities for Loud to get a cheese kill to open this up.
All right, 2 years is off the silly sauce. I think all of them have left Vandals in easily accessible locations. So Loud making a switch up here. On this 1 minute timing, sending QCK and Kalanzine up mid.
And at this point, they've made quite a bit of noise across the map. There are op shots on both sides. You can see how spread the crew defense is right now. Shy pops the pitch to try and slow this down.
Ooh, he avoids a rolling thunder. QCK looks to spam through. Shy wants to inch forward. The paint shells, though, going to make him think twice about that. He will inhabit that pit for the time being, and this is forced Loud over in the A direction, but the Seekers from crew see all of this.
30 seconds.
Klaus anchored on the side, hit by a flash. Cyber Case to give him a little bit of room to breathe, and he wins out the battle. That's a big one, but there's more to be done. Long range showstopper there, sidestepped by Sadak, but he's low. 2 years getting involved, but it's up to QCK now.
Great swings.
He's had a great game, but this might be too much to ask for. Crew get themselves another one before the half. And that's a sigh of relief here. Loud piling on the pressure wire.
Great big swing from crew there at the end. The triple face into screens. And listen, this one is close. Both teams right now, they're showing out. I think both teams are looking quite strong. Could go either way.
Absolutely here, Loud with 7. Let's see how this plays out in that final round here. Rough one for Loud.
just forced into this rotate. I mean, they had to play into KRU's hands because of that pit that came down from Shy. And you could see the instant rotate from KRU. They were so fast to meet them on the A site. They just herded them over there. Perfect response.
Definitely a must-win game for Loud so far, and they're playing like it. We're going to take a moment now to head over to our desk to break down the action from Split so far.
Thanks very much, Mitch. 5 salvaged at the end there for KRU, but overall, a bit of a struggle on that defensive side for Klaus and the boys.
Yeah, it absolutely was. They got that win right at the end, but even from round 2, Loud forcing up and beating out to get the momentum back in their favor, it did start to slip away from KRU.
Yeah, it just looked so rough for me because I felt like there were so many opportunities where they could use their Sky to get good enough re-clear information. You know, you knew Loud was using their fault line towards that B main almost every single round, and instead of re-clearing, regaining that info, it felt like KRU just fell off, played a little bit more passive, put a lot of trust into their team to just hold down the side, and the Sky was just playing A every round, not getting any.
It was a little weird seeing some of those Sky re-clears going on the A site when the Cypher utility was also set up there. And it's not always super problematic to play Sky on the same side as the Cypher, but to, like what you were saying, it's very important to get a forward line posted, usually by your duelist player, on the other side of the map so you do have balanced information.
Absolutely, and for the other side on Loud, it's a little bit of a continuation of the last game where Sadak is taking over, winning a lot of these rounds out of the scrappiness. But let's look ahead towards that second half. What are you looking for on KRU's attack, Mirna?
I mean, I would love to see a little bit more util. I feel like all these fights so far have just been kind of walking up contact plays. I would love to see more and more mid-rounding information and setting up to bait that breach trap play.
And usually how they get that mid-round info is by inserting Kesnet very far up into mid, into mail or vents. That's what I'm looking at.
Loud's gonna have to deal with it, but they already have 7 rounds and a chance to close this out as we head back to the game with Mitch and Wyatt.
And we're on the same page, I think, as our desk here. So much of this depends on that breach utility. Sadak always seems to be at the locus of the action, and he's able to call a lot of this information over to the rest of his team, especially about the weaker sites on the extremities.
And on the defense side as well, Breacher just notorious for so many trap play setups. Though usually you would see that kind of thing off the site for the agent that Sadak despises, but even still, that is going to be a main point of this Loud defense. I mean, almost just some random spam to open things up here. Paranoia's opportunities could get big value if this mid push comes to fruition from KRU.
Probing here, but no commitment yet from KRU. Poison Orb thrown up, and 2 years. Let's throw a smoke down. He was preparing a Paranoia, I think, for that push. Gearing up for some of this breach utility.
And Loud have read this. I mean, look at the stack. They've got 4 players onto the site already. This is going to be so tough for KRU.
Look how far forward Coenzine is. That's why. 2 years again.
Stealing sight.
Paranoia this time. How does he look to play off of it? Cybercade's thrown up to give KRU a little bit of protection. They'll take a smattering of damage, but an aftershock from Sadak claims heat. Devastating. That's a little bit low. Klaus is actually able to step up and get a cam here in heaven. This means that KRU can now flood in and play from this high ground position. Paint shell's now thrown down, but 2 years is undetected in this low spot. He's able to find Kez at the very least, but it's a one and done. Sadak at 6 HP from the side eventually is accosted by Shy, but Les gets involved from heaven once more. Melsa will likely have to play from elbow here. The Trailblazer is going to look to seek him out. Paranoia gets eaten. Here's a flash over the top, dangerous for Melsa. Can't find the shot. And this is what Loud are looking for. What a way to start this defense.
And you pointed it out, Coenzine just pushing all the way up into like B main, right up to the tripwire there. A crucial piece in allowing Loud to just overstack towards the A site. With that mid push not coming in, it was just all too readable, Mitch. They were perfectly set up for that. I mean, how can you get in? I mean, this is, first of all, that's unfortunate. But even past that, right? I mean, the crossfire setups from Loud, how can you deal with that? And a perfectly played 2v1 just swinging together, closing things out, not giving Melser a chance. And that's 2 pistol round wins now for Loud in this game. KRU with a lot of work to do to make up for that deficit.
Can't ask for more than that in a scrappy matchup that we've seen transpire here on Split. It's a fault line, but no follow. Again, the conditioning begins here for Loud.
And a pretty typical open that you're going to see here when they have that Cypher right, just watching towards A. players probing, trying to take other areas of the map while the Cypher tries to find an opening. But on a round where you've only got pistols, I mean, nothing is really going to come to fruition here for the Loud side.
It won't come easy at the very least, will it?
No, certainly not.
Klaus, though, is on the tools. He's putting the work in. Kawanzin was pushing up on those rafters, gets punished. Less broods within the smoke and chooses his time to swing. That was a crossfire on him. Two's extremely low. He's going to hear some of this, though. This for Loud has gone awfully awry. Lots of noise being... Oh, my shy! Okay. A little nasty on the ropes, I see.
I mean, you've got to be joking. The second I'm talking about, the pistols there, they lost one. I mean, how the hell do they pick up those 2 kills in mid? That just should never be happening. But when we're looking at KRU, we're looking at the individual skill, the form that these guys have been in the past 3 weeks. It feels like at any point, anyone on this team can hit a crucial shot. Melser seals the deal onto Sadak. What an eco round. That pistol win, be gone, irrelevant.
What a way to subvert our expectations here. Let's see how that went down. You're gonna talk me through a way.
Oh my God, I mean, what a shot from Klaus. Oh, let's just, I mean, this awkward double swing. Again, what a shot. I mean, these guys have just been so cracked these past few weeks. All of them just feel revitalized individually. Guys that when we were looking at KRU in the past, it was Kesnet and friends. And now the friends are, they're really good. They're right there with him.
Well, Les just wanted to swing that smoke. Didn't respect the mid presence. Some early action here. 2 years able to get out, but only just. Kesnet could have pursued, but doesn't know about that heaven presence. But now 2 years, he knows his number is up. Kesnet starts to take advantage. Smoke in heaven will cut less than QCK1 out of the action. It's a fault line from afar for Sadak, but nobody remotely bothered by it. Paranoia actually hits Kesnet there, but as 2 years tries to cross the safety, Shy brings him down. Here's some attention from heaven now, and it's a shooting range. Just Sadak. And he doesn't have much to do here at all. Get some damage done. Oh my goodness, Loud got folded.
It's small things, Mitch, but I appreciate that in the midst of that execute. Was there an opportunity probably for Kesnet to just push up, wrap, fight 2Es and kill him? Yeah, but
satchel in. Yeah.
They just slow it down and nade him. This team is just playing a very fundamentally sound game, which is just in juxtaposition to the KRU that we remember of last year, where at times you're watching Kesnet and you're watching a guy who feels like he has to go nuclear all the time.
It feels like he has to win the game for his team in the past, right? Now he says he's the Kesnet that plays for his team. Operator here in the hands of QCK. That one, though, is down mid. 2 years will be staved off by that poison orb.
And falling off B main now are KRU as Kesnet and Klaus just trying to work up, get some space off of that Viper wall. Facing now into the site as the rest of the team gather up with them. Flash is going to get some info from Kawanzin, but not enough to convince the rest of the Loud players to rotate just yet.
They don't have big main control Loud. But eventually they are going to start sending less to reinforce this A side. Anchor players will be Kawanzin and Sadak as per usual.
That off and mid from QCK is offering some pretty decent info though, and it has allowed Les to pick up this angle. While actually rotating potentially up into mid now, QCK is in fear.
They don't go in the direction of the operator in the end. Another fault line towards heaven here as KRU trend back towards the A side. Paranoia dodged by Kawanzin, not even close. Flash gives no information, but here comes that swing from main. Kawanzin wants to hold the line, but Shy's a little better. Oh my, the anchors!
30 seconds left.
Absolutely torn from the side, and the Viper's pit. Interwall's elbow in screens. Limited options now for Loud. I don't think Les even bothers.
What a fantastically called round from Klaus. The IGL. Just, as he said, that pump fake, just suddenly that pressure onto QCK. You know he's getting worried. He's saying over comms that they're coming up vent right now. He has to fall off, and you can see Les on the minimap. He was watching heaven from the spawn side. He starts to fall off a little bit. Things are just getting so messy, and KRU take full advantage of it. Then they burst into the A site, just swarming the 2 anchors. I mean, what can they do when they're getting pushed down from elbow, from main, heaven? What a great round from KRU.
elaborate too. The mid-rounding was pretty elegant.
Absolutely. I just love what I'm seeing from Klaus. This stage.
Just walk up here. Oh, the pressure on Sardak. He
just doesn't know where to look. He has to just watch everything at once. He's only got 2 eyes. He doesn't have a third in the back of his head.
Yeah, 2 eyes, 3 A's, but not a hope in that round. Timeout here called by Lau because they've maintained that operator from QCK. They can still play around that. But the looks of things here to be Sardak, who really doesn't have a whole lot economically to contribute. The crew have evened up this game. They've lost both pistols here on split. Despite that, they have made it more than competitive.
At the top of the board right now for them, Heat. Just a guy who didn't even think he'd have a place in the league this season. A guy that was at the top of the Brazilian scene at a time, a guy that you were looking at on the international stage like he was the best player in Brazil, and then didn't even think this season that he would have a team. And of course, I'm referring to many years ago, but what a turnaround now. Picking up a new role has just looked fantastic.
And MTA also continue to be developed as a 6th man for this roster. Obviously coming up from that academy scene in Latin America.
And crucially, Sadhak now, as you mentioned with the economy, he's opted to just get a light armor and a stinger, going to forego better weaponry to get that utility to try and set his team up. A lot of eyes on the operator here, which is actually now, hold on, that's being swapped over to Les. He's got that to watch the line on A, while the rest of the team, it looks like they're set up for a big play in B main with Sadhak fault line in hand, ready to fight here.
Okay, it's actually a defensive smoke, not even a one-way, and yet Loud want to try and push through this. That made enough noise to wake the dead. Kesnit, does he have the right angle? He's trying to play an off angle here in advance, but still through the smoke. Here comes Loud. Kesnit's got nowhere to go, but still does the dead. How does he come out on top? That is absurd. How does he navigate that situation?
I thought Loud were screwed when they were jumping out of the smoke. I couldn't believe they get 2. How does it? I mean, full blind brings it back to the 2v2.
Not just that. I can't believe that. They're in a favored position now. How about a contact here towards A with no threat? Not that I know that. But look at this, straight away, Kesnick gets there. That spike is going down. Shy able to play here from ramp, and Louder a long way from the action.
At the very least, Sadhak is able to recover a rifle from that slew of corpses outside of B, and a ton of utility up. His fault line just recharged. He didn't end up using an aftershock or either of the flashes early in the round, so critical on this retake will be that utility, but will he even have a chance to use it?
Shy, the timing didn't favor him. Sadhak wins it out. Kesnit, a little battered here, a little damaged. Paint shells to his name. Is probably going to deal with a high-low setup here from Lau, but he sees Les first. He swings it. Now the 1 versus 1 for Kesnit. Fault line comes in. He stands his ground. He will go down with this ship. Crosses down to 15, and he's done it. Sadhak comes up with nothing. And KRU, what an unlikely way to turn the round for a Red Bull clutch.
I'm just stunned. I can't believe they won that round. I can't believe they won it after the initial action. I can't believe Kesnit wins that in the end. I mean, Loud looking a little bit silly there. I mean, you could see Les was jumping down. He was looking like Boostio, and he did have a mouse just jumping around trying to fade out the peak.
Hey, this Boostio won the round.
And Sadhak just still in heaven, just wasn't in the right place to trade off of it, just getting a little bit disconnected. Wasn't sure maybe if he wanted to use utility.
Cover going on.
Oh my god, I can't believe that. KRU fast into B main now, taking control.
Is that Rolling Thunder? Limited chance to play off of it though, as a Snakebite will cover the retreat here for KRU. And they'll add some more util on top, just to make sure their pursuers are kept at bay.
Really did a nice job baiting out that Rolling Thunder. I mean, of course, they've lost B main control, but look at how much has been expended here. The nade as well now from QCK. At least he is 1 away from his ultimate, that showstopper getting online.
The second Rolling Thunder from Sadhak that isn't really used in like a full team situation, and execute one.
And that dog got so much information just then for Heat. Klaus taking advantage of it, posts up all the way into vent. Loud right now. I do like how they're responding to this, playing close to B main. If they can just hold that, they can give up the site, but control that crucial area of the map here.
Osik is pretty illuminating.
Loud want to post up here. Shy has been left in reserve. Will he wait on the corner to his attention now elsewhere? This is when Shy can pounce. He's trying to keep them interested. And the catnip works out perfectly. Now, from spawn, Loud have to try and find a way out. Fold line to hopefully pave the way. I mean, there's a lot of bells and whistles here. Loud need to manifest an advantage. And they can't, they know it.
Just no desire to go for that. I mean, you could see the whole time Cowanzine, he was just...
Oh, it's chalked.
He was just sat in vents. And look at the state of the economy. Crew have no problem hunting for this. The wealth disparity is out of control right now on Split. No reason not to hunt for these. Crew 10-8 lead now, and it just comes down to that play in B main. I have no problem with how Loud responded to that loss of mid control. They have to take B main and fight there, but they just lose the fights. The Crew players are so skilled, so in that flow state when it comes to the duels. If one of those just goes the other way, totally different round, but they win them both. And that little bait from Heat is so nice.
And at that point, they've got no interest in checking behind them towards Ramen, where Shy was waiting. Crew orchestrate that perfectly. And they're very good at eking out these small advantages that then get snowballed into the later part of the round. And it's not always easy, right, to be grouped up in mid as 5 and sort of create a scenario where you can split. But they left Shy behind, take that heaven control move to the side. And at the start of the round, we see that Rolling Thunder come out from Sardak, but there's no way to capitalize on it. It's an audacious plan. It's again Loud trying to apply some form of pressure to B main. Elisa's not swinging smokes and losing 2 versus 3. It didn't work either.
An important time for a timeout, frankly, called by Peya, the new Loud coach who joined up with the team this year. I think this was the right time for it. They needed to kind of slow things down, figure out what they want to do from here on out after a frustrating round to lose, frankly.
I mean, they've lost 5 in a row.
Heads. I mean, yeah, that is tough. I didn't even realize they're kind of just coming so fast, to be honest.
I mean, if I was Peyu SDK, my headline would be even further back, and that's hard to do. That's a long walk.
And now Crew, again, just leaving Clouds over towards A main, gonna control that with the cam, play around the Viper wall, set up in the 1-3-1 here. Standard open to the round, gonna dog through this poison cloud. Fake TP as well, or not even a fake, sorry, just CPing high, yeah, to try and get that angle over into vent.
Could leave Melsa here for a time. And Boombot headed into Mail and was promptly disassembled. Cowanzine, what does there to see? A trip, that's it. Doesn't know anything that's happening down in sewer, but still has a sixth sense about it.
This is a lot of false info from Cowanzine. Expecting at this point maybe to just see the Cypher, and only sees the Cypher again. But Les is gonna rotate. Oh, Sadhak, what a peek. Great kill.
Sadhak saw the Cypher too, but he completed the kill. Oh my, Kesnitz! Unleashed once more! Les now gonna try and make his way out here. A Viper's been thrown down to give them that later access to elbow and some of the sight. That's not enough to dissuade Kesnit. He still wants to plant. They're going for A.
Crucially though, Meltzer does have the paranoia right now. That could be a round-winning piece of utility here for Crew.
Showstopper for QCK. Now where does this go? Kesnin is close by, but he's tucked on the right-hand side. QCK has to know about this. Kesnin, no way! He gets away with it. Paint shells, he holds his ground. A bit of damage, but no kill. 5 HP left on QCK. And Shy is waiting for him. Beautiful!
Oh my
crushed
God.
under the weights of this Crew post-plant. And that's 11 rounds on the docket.
What a transfer. Oh my God. I mean, Shy is a late round player. I loved this pickup from in the offseason for Crew, bringing him in from LEV. I think a criminally underrated player. I mean, late last year with LEV, when that team was, struggling, clawing for wins, he was the guy bringing them over the finish line in a lot of games, and I thought that was a great upgrade here for Crew. And now surrounded by so much other talent, this team just looks electric.
Blinded.
Taking a win here on Split would be huge and potentially devastating for Loud. They would be out of contention for their first international event. Crew would not be guaranteed to qualify for our playoffs, but they'd be pretty darn close. Fault line here. The little off center for Sardak. He might be a bit exposed and is quickly able to get back to safety.
Decent amount of util used already from the Loud side. Trying to go for a little trap play, potentially in B main, find a pick there. At the very least, they're going to retain some control off the one-way for now.
I don't think KRU want to let them have B main indefinitely, but that one-way is about to be refreshed. So mid it is.
Contacting up slowly now. But with that cloud going down, they feel pressured to use their info gathering utility.
They know QCK's on rafters at the very least. They are looking to challenge this, but the fault line came in from Sardak as he is in spawn. Shy eventually wins out. That's that B main control now established. You can now split onto B.
30 seconds left.
Shy will be slow about it, but he'll get there. QCK holds his ground on the site, but he finds him from upper. Melsa here can catch Sardak, but is more concerned about the ropes rotation. Cam removed. Sardak gives away his position. For Melsa, it's all too easy. But Cowanzine realizes he needs to get out of dodge. Loud have one more chance to keep this map alive.
Shy is just absolutely cooking in B main. He just can't be stopped. It's another round where he essentially just gets the pivotal impact kill that gives KRU the round win. But I just love, I love the calling right now from Klaus. He's working across the map, getting up into mid, and then they felt a little bit of pressure, and boom, did you see the reaction time on just getting the dog, the boom bot out, pressuring into vent and into heaven at the same time. I mean, you can't ask for any more from Shot, man.
It's elementary from that point, right? The trades are good. The defenders have no heaven control. Sardak's late to the party. There you have it. Map point coming up here for KRU.
I just, in no point watching KRU, I feel like I've seen quality attack side rounds like this. At no point in their history. At no point have they been this consistent. 3 weeks of wins in a row, about to take another map right now. They've had those flash in the pan moments like at LCQ, at some of the international events, they'll get a big upset win here and there. But this high level of consistency is new to them. On match point now, gathered up outside of A. They haven't really gone for a lot of big hits. This might be the first time they do it.
Everybody from KRU group there. Sardak takes a licking early.
Toxins going up.
Shy here set up to deny rafters.
Toxin screen down.
And there it is. Snakebite, even some trips being thrown down here at the top of ramps. KRU might just want to push their way through A main, but this aftershock is going to be forcing them to wait. More info in towards heaven. KRU now making their intentions pretty clear. Paranoia also to catch rafters. Klaus keeping an eye on ropes now. Tentatively, KRU start to take control of this part of the map.
This mid-round for KRU now is pivotal. They've expended a lot of utility. They know that they've drawn rotates at this point. They've made so much noise.
Shadows traveling.
What is their response going to be? They're slowing things down.
They finally crossed that heaven opening. Sardak wasn't watching the line. Too much pressure for him. Cowanzine is low. Look at how bad the anchors are for Loud. They're barely alive, but they hold their ground for now. QCK chooses his time to come out from ropes. Butter blows up in his face. 2 years makes sound and is forced back. Cowanzine was always going to be lit there. And 2 years is on the outside looking in. Spike isn't even planted yet, and he has to do something truly extraordinary to keep this map alive.
Spike planted.
But look at this setup. How can he crack this, man?
Trip behind him. He can't even go down. Revs and KRU. A dominant opener to this series. After that halftime, they lost both pistols wired.
I mean, it's one of those games where when you look at the score, it tells you a little bit of a story. I mean, 13-8, that is pretty convincing, sure. But when you watch and you take into account the pistols, I mean, that was on the gun rounds. Domination from KRU. Masterfully, called attack half from Klaus, who's picked up the IGLing for the squad this year. The way that they were working the map, slowing down at pivotal times, re-pushing it to other areas, re-clearing mid at crucial times, threatening, are they hitting A, are they hitting B through mid, which side are they splitting, how Shy was playing around main. I mean, masterclass attack side here from KRU.
It's that second half anti-eco for Loud that's going to stick in my head there.
Things really started to go south after that. We're going to step away for a moment, and GB and the Atlas stats will break down map 1.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bring speed and scale together, you change the world.
When we discovered Akamai compute infrastructure, we realized that this had been engineered for very high levels of consistent performance at very vast scales.
You can decide to build something that has to do heavy computation like artificial intelligence, but then you can move the decisions that are made by that engine all the way out to the edge where their users are.
What will you build next?
Trilo, 1 para 1. La tiene brasileño. ¡Claro! Por parte de Hit.
Não vai dar tempo, não fez metade. Leva de novo, vai que é tua vez!
Here with Coach Adam of KRU Visa, a very impressive map 1 win. Y'all look so strong, so rehearsed, so put together. Now, you both talked about, your team talked about in the package before that this was going to be a difficult match. So in your estimation, is this the LAO that you expected and planned for, or was this more an in-server adaptation in real time?
I think LAO is always hard. They have like the top tier quality players. Also, their ability to read the rival and to reposition and restate their game is always hard. So yeah, it was a hard match. We won. It was a hard map, and the match is not done yet. So I think it won't be an easy match, and how Loud is always a hard team to beat.
Well, it's Loud's map pick next, so best of luck.
Well, it may not be an easy match, but if anything, KRU, well, they've been looking pretty damn good so far. You got to be happy about that if you're crouping out there. Am I right, Athena? Huh?
No.
No?
Why does he say no?
Thank you.
Wait, why are both
Literally,
you guys
thank you.
knowing him? I'm crouping.
I hate that
Oh,
word.
please.
It's not.
What?
You take one improv class and you're yes-anding all of a sudden.
All right, well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we were seeing in that, because it just felt like Loud were just flat out there, man.
Yeah, I mean, after winning the pistol, they fell apart, and a round like this really shows it. KRU do a little bit of a diving and dipping up in towards A heaven, but Loud consistently, especially early on in the half, were putting both of their initiators on the same side of the map, and it just felt like they were overloading into that side and not actually even setting up trap plays around that, not having the Cypher. They were either using their util really early, right off the rip, and not really connecting, or being in a situation like that where they've still got flashes in hand and getting dove on.
Yeah, I mean, in that second half, when I was watching Loud, it was just so hard to watch because there were so many instances where they would use their breach util, they would use their sky util, and no one would capitalize off it. Or there were a lot of rounds where they could have used their util. A lot of the time, the initiators just died, both of them, with all their util, 3/4 of their util fully set. There were even rounds where both Sky and Breach were playing on that A site. It just felt so rough because you have that Raze operator. You cannot set the Raze up to opt towards mid. You're giving up so many lines. You're giving up so much information. And you're not using your util. Like, I'm not sure what the game plan was, but it felt really rough for Loud.
Yeah, it was a struggle for Loud, but KRU did take advantage of that, and I think called a solid attack side, and a big part of that was heat. And to kind of remind about this guy's history, last year he was on MIBR, worst team in the league, most likely then, right? Maybe besides what was then the KRU roster, but even that MIBR team was falling apart towards the end of the season. He ends up going his separate ways with them amid kind of some internal struggles within the team, and stocks plummeted, right? People were, this guy's a hothead, he's tough to work with on a team after playing on the duelists there. But then he comes into KRU this year, into stage 1, after not even thinking he would be on a team, and he pivots his role. He really, I think, reinvents himself.
He becomes more of a role player
Yes,
rather than just a star player, which is huge.
And has come back and performed excellently. Pretty much every game that KRU has been winning, this guy has been performing insanely individually. And on top of that, he's so much more of a team player than when you watched him on MIBR. He's so good at setting his teammates up on this initiator. The role looks natural.
I spoke about him previously because I've seen that on every single initiator that he has played, whether it's Info Initiator or Flash Initiator, the Gecko, the Fade, the Breach, the Sky, whatever it is that he's played, he has put up phenomenal numbers. Also, don't you mean heat-headed?
But you won't give me croup. I don't know if I should even fist bump you. Oh, wait, Mimi's gone. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear what the Loud coach had to say in map 2, and we'll get Mimi back, I think.
Here with the coach of Loud, STK. A very close map, a kind of back and forth brawl, scrappy. We're moving on to your map pick next. And Athena said on the desk that Loud just seemed out of form. On the casting desk, they said that this is a must-win game, and you're treating it like that. As the coach, in your estimation, how do you think your team is performing right now?
I think that in the first half, our C-side was okay. We played okay. And the second half, the fact that we lost the second round, that equal, not make our game more difficult. And the rounds that we have like a good read on the game, we have like the key kills of the round that went to them. So I think that Ascent is a really good map for us and Lotus too. So I'm pretty sure that they're going to come back and win 2 against 2-1.
All right, well, 2-1. See you then.
Well, up next is going to be Ascent here, and of course, this is going to be the Loud pick, but this could very well end up being a 2-0 if Loud continue to play the way that they are. But we're going to Ascent, which is a map that Loud has traditionally been pretty solid at.
Traditionally, in previous iterations of this team, it's
Correct,
true, but this year it's been more of a struggle. They started off playing the Breach Phoenix comp, which didn't really work out after the initial time they showed it on this map, and then they switched back over to the default comp, and we've seen QCK struggle on this map. It hasn't been a great record.
Yeah, in 2024, for a team that was our second best team in Americas, there are only 2 out of 5 wins on this map.
Whew. Dang.
That's rough.
Didn't even put that in a. I didn't even
And remember,
think
this is a
about
map that almost every team in the league is willing to play and can play at a high level. And for KRU, historically, we're talking last year, this was their best map. Haven't seen it as much this year, but they're still good on it.
I feel like with the way that both teams are playing right now, with a lot of these contact plays, a lot of these low util, just trying to get these team kills plays and trying to get these 1v1s, that for Ascent is just so much harder to do that unless you're just fighting mid every round. A lot of these choke points will have to be util heavy. So I'm hoping for both these teams to just see a lot more team play going into it, a lot more util usage, getting those KO knives out. And we do actually have the Viper for Loud.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think Viper is, I do really like, is especially to deal with an opper on your attacking side. The ability to bring up and put down either a wall or an orb can shut down so many of those angles.
I think it'll be very helpful against a Kesnet who can take over games on this defensive side.
Mimi, I love watching Kesnet play Ascent. This guy, especially on the attacking side, they let him go crazy because they'll get him up into mid. He'll either be going into tree or into market on his own, completely setting up the macro ideas for KRU.
He's putting the Ascent map into so many weird game states. When he's lurking up mid, when he's in a place you're never expecting. I think he's one of the toughest players stylistically to compete against.
Sometimes he even just runs into spawn and takes his gunfights.
Oh, well, man, this is going to be a tough one here for Loud, without a doubt. They're going to need to pick up the pieces for sure, but KRU could very well shut it down with a 2-0 here in now. Let's send it over to your casters. You got Uber and Wyatt on the call.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and the desk. You know, looking at this Loud comp, it's not that crazy. You know, it's pretty standard with the Viper included, but for them, they've never played something like this. Last time we saw Ascent from them, they were still on the Breach in Phoenix.
Yeah, they've been running that for a super long time, and previously, before they despised Sentinels, Les would play KJ here a lot. They have ran the Viper before. They've run all these agents in, like, similar combinations, basically. It's almost the, you know, the bog standard, which is exactly what KRU are going to be running. But you can just expect with the Viper, especially on attack, as I think Ender was saying as well, just trying to use that Viper wall to kind of get free space by contacting up, playing behind it, not having to expend Sova utility using a drone. And you can see right now it is up in mid, right? Threatening that when it's up, they could be walking up there. And it's going to force KRU to kind of re-clear that space. But it's Loud making early presence towards A. Just sort of containing B. As 2E's playing quite far back.
Just fancying that early orb control. Prioritizing Sartag for that. Null command obviously pretty crucial to break open these sentinel-held sites.
There was a recon sent into B main from Klaus, but it fully expired, wasn't broken, didn't get a ping. This could be false info.
Do not know what is headed for them. It's going to clear logs. Push over to a switch room. QCK takes a big amount of damage. Also spotted out by the turret. Paranoia catches onto two. QCK does the dance and comes out on top somehow. Now he's able to back away towards the spite. He finds a second. After taking most of his health and damage. 2 huge kills for the duelist. Loud only at a deficit of 1 player and now headed into the plant.
Pretty good setup so far for Loud. The B main position is always incredibly important on the retake, where Les is right now.
Oh my! KRU love to fight!
Love this.
And Les has got to make it up from B main. Not even close, baby.
I just love how KRU played that with pace. The smoke was down B main. It's so likely someone is going to be there. Let's just ignore them. We're just sprinting into the site together. They have so much confidence in each other right now as well to swing off of each other, take these fights. I mean, even here early on, they're actually trying to explode out through the smokes before the Loud players even got into the site, but great trading there at the end. I love the decision, again, to just activate with that pace and entirely ignore Les. And right now, into this next round, Kesnet is actually picking up the Outlaw. There is going to be a Sheriff bought from QCK on the Loud side. So in the round after this, that's going to potentially throw a wrench in the works as far as the economy, not having a heavy armor, getting one-shotted by it.
Some action here spotted. There is Kesnet striking true for 2.
Down A.
Karmanzine left to pick up the pieces. And my God, there are a lot of them. At least has the spike to hand. With his tower between his legs, will give back a main. Oh, man.
Just knowing there was a gap in mid that they could have been working off the Viper wall in the meantime. which was exactly the case.
Enemy remaining.
Cerebral from
Spike
Kesnet,
down A.
making it look easy with the scoped weapon. It's going to be important to check in on that Loud economy in the next one, see what they can actually afford to buy up here. In terms of, again, it's just dealing with the heavy armors. I love second round Outlaw buys because, frankly, it has implications for the entire series, in my opinion. If you know that the other team is Outlaw friendly, later when you're on an eco round, you're just going to full classics if you lose the pistol. There's
Feels like another
no
free
reason
round.
to take the risk. Yeah, I really am a big fan of the Outlaw here.
There's your flawless. This is how it all starts. Kesnet holds that heaven angle. Centimeter perfect work.
One enemy
So close to the knives already, and you can see it has made a bit of a difference where 2Es has been relegated down to the Bulldog, favoring getting the heavy armor as well as full utility.
Less here with an Odin. Spam in the B direction. Guess that. I mean, no one else doesn't like him. Body shot there. The finish is perfect. No notes, folks. 2Es are able to catch him as he tries to get back down. Catwalk, but Shine's gonna be there. In the mid, he goes for 2. He doesn't see any more action, but Loud already decimated. Cohen's so low. Let's not set up to succeed with that Odin either.
The confidence that these guys have in each other right now is just outrageous. Swinging together there. The shots that they're all hitting.
Last player standing.
This is
Spike
a
down
crew that
B.
we've never seen before. This is a different crew than when we saw them on that LCQ run. It's just incredible.
We've seen peaks from them, right? We've seen these incredible moments, but this is consistency from crew. Consistent excellence over the last few weeks. Unless he's about to get mulched here. Melzer has anything to say.
Bonus round converted from crew. I mean, the play from Kesnet as well. I mean, pushing down Cat with the Outlaw and just the confidence, like, nah, I'm swinging you with the Sheriff
On a
is
round,
just...
well, you know you won't get insta-kills. You know your opponents have bought that armor up. Still going for it? Hair-raising gameplay.
I mean, this is just alpha activity from Kesnet.
He's mogging.
I mean, he's been one of the top duelists in the game for years, making a name for himself back at, like, Champions 2021. He's been so consistent the entire time, just hasn't really been in a position to get his flowers because crew haven't flourished themselves.
He doesn't have time to water him. He's long since left spawn. He never comes home. Not even for Christmas.
Going out. Here.
Smoke thrown out to imply a potential cross to wine on that A side of crew. They will continue to focus their crosshairs towards mid and catwalk, and Kesnet starting to rotate.
And that alarm bot you're seeing down mid right now. The Cowanzian tried to break with the shock dart.
Missed.
It's going to be an important piece of utility to keep your eyes on as this half progresses. Of course, on this anti-eco, not as much as the full gun rounds, but it's what's going to keep this Viper in check, keep that mid-wall in check. To get the info if the Loud players are really lurking up off the back of it, or if it's just being put up to feign presence and they're going elsewhere.
Stealing sight.
Paranoia did catch on a QCK there. He's gone straight to Gen. Bit of an awkward position to be in, but he's able to cover Melsa beautifully.
Spike down A.
And the rest, as they say, is history. Once again, it's less.
30 seconds left.
With very little to do here. Crew often playing in a way to negate the Viper wall, to play ahead of it. Here, they just have the right read. They hold down on A. And Melsa has that odd off angle that looks risky, but it pays off.
Look at the economy right now for crew as well. I mean, Les not even able to get one. There's already 3 players with over 4K on crew. Clean sweep on this round. They are rolling on Ascent defense, the favored side. This could just get absolutely out of control.
Are we seeing a blowout in the making?
I don't want to get ahead of myself here. I think this is a great timeout called right now from the coaching staff of Loud. Momentum so firmly in the hands of crew. Ever since when you go back to the second half of map 1, when they lost the second half pistol, won the eco, and just rolled on from there to win the map. You need to take a timeout right now after losing the bonus to reset. Get everyone calmed down. Slow down KRU as well, because they are just so in the Mihai's flow right now. You also want them to just kind of have a moment where maybe they get out of that a little bit. Things slow down. That adrenaline that's racing, that's fueling them, kind of calms just
try to ice them out a little bit.
Absolutely. And of course as well, off the back of that eco, of the full buy round here, goes without saying that this is going to be big for Loud. So we'll see what their intentions are when we get out of this timeout and where they're going to gather up here with the barriers. Kawanzine is one orb off of his ultimate, so you could keep your eyes on an effort to potentially get him the orb. And I'm sure it's in the minds of KRU as well right now, but that's something they could be going for. And they might be set up to try and go for a little play off of that. Try and find the pick when he's actually picking that orb up, something along those lines. But that doesn't seem to be the case right now. It looks like QCK is going to be in position to try and work up mid, maybe a recon close mid or something along those lines. They'll just play off that wall. There's going to be that drone to clear mid.
You're right, though. They are looking for that orb on the B side. Already, Shy has gotten into B main. Drone behind him. Wanted to check behind that lobby. I don't think, though, let's get spotted.
A lot invested from Loud to break that alarm bot, but it is so important with how the mid rounds here are going to play out and how the KRU rotations are actually going to operate. It's going to keep them more spread, less confident in being able to stack towards certain sites.
A lot invested in hiding information through the middle part of the map here. It's a defensive knife, though, that spots a heck of a lot. All of Loud get revealed there. And they're running out of time in this round to make the play.
It is dwindling a bit. But look at the defense, excuse me, right now for KRU. They have stacked up massively towards the A side. And all the while, Les has just been containing outside of B, making sure that those KRU defenders didn't push all the way out, get the information, and so it's going to allow them to gather up here, go for this full hit. Yeah, QCK making noise over on A as well. This site is going to be more than free, and they're going to have that Hunter's Fury for the post plant as well.
Shy got lit there.
10 seconds
Knife reveals the Killjoy in towards defender spawn, so Loud get exactly what they wanted, leaving QCK behind to sell the fake at A. Means it is an open B site. Here's a Hunter's Fury. Kawanzine looking to line it up. Find one tag there, but that is all. Klaus going a little bit low, trying to play through from Market. Knife towards Boathouse. Should also have given a lot of info for the defenders now on this retake attempt. It's Kesnet stepping up. Just the one for him for the time being. Sardak trying to drop below the masonry. And on the fight, it's going to be Heat pushing up. QCK here in towards B main. And systematically, KRU have dismantled this site.
QCK could just never find a good timing to get out of the smoke. The peaks from KRU there are just fantastic. The fundamentals from these guys right now absolutely contain QCK. They are playing, I love how they're playing around B main right now. It is such an impactful position in the post plants on that site.
It's just like the pistol Wyatt. This retake on B. They ignore B main, mostly. And they slice up the pie, baby.
Just swinging together. Everything going perfectly for them. And that was off their first timeout as well, Loud. At least, though, with the spike going down, an economy just good enough to get a buy in here.
Loud are still looking for answers. 5 rounds to KRU here. Their defense purring along nicely. Oh my goodness! What prescience from Shy! Then Alcoman turned off all his utility, so he instead chooses to get his hands dirty. QCK falls. Sardak sitting inside switch rooms, able to hold his ground, but for how long? It's Tui's. Through tiles from mid. Sets up the 2 versus 2, but the spike is still in B main. Sardak the one most proximate to it, and Tui's is gonna have to do the thing. Ult in, grab the spike, head for A.
1 versus 2. Can't be understated how important this is. Loud, no momentum right now. Everything firmly in KRU's hands. This would be huge for Tui's.
Smoke up to obscure his movements. He doesn't back away. There's gonna have to be a wider poke from Kesnet to see around this too. He wants to break these 2v1 into 2 1v1s. Sees the body, can't connect, and there's Kesnet from the top rope. Make it 6 for KRU. Nothing seems to rattle these guys.
You just can't stop him. Kesnet is just an outrageous player. And with this system around him, I mean, this team is absolutely electric right now.
What was that swing in B main, Wyatt? That was ridiculous.
I need to see that again. I need to see what that was off of, or if that was just pure intuition on that swing from Shy.
Enemy remain.
There was Odin spam coming through as well, perhaps just serving as an ounce of distraction. But I do also just, with that, they knew that the split was coming in, and they wanted to fight for one side of that split, not just be routed into sight, forced to stave off the entire hit themselves.
The economy in the dumpster here for Loud. Trying to get what they can. Hero rifles for QCK and Tuis.
Again, drone up mid, alarm bot gonna be popped off.
You said it was important. That's how KRU know it's not just a fake of the wall being thrown up. Now they know there's actual presence here.
Tuis as well over on the A side was spotted by a knife and Shy. Almost in a duel there with QCK. Flash goes over the top for him to try to get a peek. Kesnet just updrafting, continuing to just gain a little bit of information for the team. Is forced to play from spawn though with that alarm bot broken. They have to pick up mid, and now Shy's rotating there. They know he could be close.
Oh, straight into the line though, wasn't quite ready. And that gives QCK enough time behind the cloud burst to head towards market. Cloud suppressed for the time being with the Odin. Doesn't rattle off the shots the way you would have liked. Now KRU trying to encircle here, but it's going to be a while before they are set up to put some pressure back on this post plant.
He does have the null command if they so choose to use it. Melser has a paranoia as well that, frankly, if it goes in that logs area, could catch a lot of players, but somehow Loud on a bad buy are actually about to get their first round. And it really just came down to such an awkward timing with Shy where he did a weapon swap that, I mean, frankly, he just didn't really need to do. He was just pressing his keys. It just caught him at the absolute worst time to open this round up. A little bit unfortunate, but I mean, damn, if you're Loud, you will take absolutely anything at this point to get something on the board.
Nothing easy for Loud. Nothing has been for the entirety of this first stage. 0-2. Staring down the barrel of having to look from the outside in on the playoffs.
And again, similar to map 1, QCK is actually starting off somewhat hot early. He's 7-6 on attack on the previous map. He was top fragging, but as things went on, he wasn't able to keep that up. Again, last map went negative, has not put up a positive map yet with Loud this stage. Just looking for this guy to step up. He's had some maps where he's gone crazy with them, but
it's been here and there, right?
Yeah, here and there, and this has to be one of them.
Cohen's back on Odin duty. Kesnet! Okay, it's one of those aggressive 4-8s that ends up blowing up in his face this time. Less, a little too canny to be caught out by it. Up mid again. The alarm bot is actually placed further back this time. Spotted out. It does give up the game for QCK.
Close pressure here from Klaus and Shy. Do they really want to just...
Oh, they want to
try. Oh, Melser.
They always want it. And they get him. The double swing on QCK pays off for KRU. Now they've got that mid part of the map covered.
And again, so much of this from KRU, it's just so simple, yet well executed. And when the player's in form, it's working time and time again. They just have 2 players swing from Cat. A little bit of a distraction with Melser going wide, and then off that noise, the guys in mid, Klaus and Shy, felt comfortable to peek through market. It's nothing complex, but they're making it work. They're making it look so easy.
And that cross-map knife from Sadak, that late one into Kabir, tells them that the B side is the weakly held one. Spotting 2 players, despite 2 years losing out there. Here is the null command. Sadak wants to try and challenge through this regardless. He gets in behind a flash now. Les making his way towards B main, and the paranoia does not connect on Sadak. The lockdown now is going to be an issue though. Les will have to play from the outside of it here, and he might struggle for time. This angle will be watched by Klaus. Clear locks.
Heat now steps up, sat down. Klaus also. And the 1 versus 2 less from Speedway is caught by Melsa for 4. And KRU are back on top.
I mean, it doesn't even feel like Les has really had an opportunity to step up for this team. I mean, we know the kind of quality player he is. I mean, almost anyone would put him in their top 5. You just have to. And look at that again. It's just pure timing. It's just 4 players gathered up, 2 cat, 2 markets, swinging together, catching those mid players in a pincer, and the confidence to just hit these shots. This team, man, Melsa right now, 11-1. He switched off IGL to start having better individual performances so he could feel comfortable contributing to the team in that facet of the game. Absolutely working to a T.
I'm thinking back to round 3, right? I think that was the first gun round. He's still, you know, on a bulldog, I think. Has that sort of off angle, a little bit exposed over on A, and still able to find 2 huge kills there. Suffers that death. He's only one so far, apparently. And then from there on out, consistently been very solid, very hard to shift away from tree. We have not seen a split to A at all from Loud. Yes, they've been able to get market control every now and then, but they've really had to work for every inch.
They've been so concerned with pushing up mid and breaking this alarm bot with QCK actually being at the front of the line.
Well, they give the Jet up to do it that last round.
And frankly, at this point, it's just send a shock dart over there. It's basically, I mean, it's going up every round.
But Cohen's in can't quite predict where it is. Yeah, he's missed it, I think.
I think he did on the 1 round, but I think they're just overcommitting a bit on that area of the map, and it's all, because of that, they're just losing the extremities. Oh, great entry though from Sadak. They can just hit the gas here onto the site.
Heat able to keep things slower though over towards tree. This is unlikely to stop Loud for too long though. Flashing through the smoke comes Heat, catches onto Tui's. But Sadak is going to be there at least. Shire from the rafters. Nicely done by Loud. That one was elementary, my dear Watson.
I mean, listen, Sadak, you just get an entry, you hit the site quickly off the back of it. All right, I mean, again, Loud will take anything they can get. And you don't need a lot of rounds on a Sent attack to actually win the game.
Yeah.
Sometimes you only need a few and to win the pistol because the defense side, you can rack the rounds up here. It is favored.
Spike down.
And
One enemy.
sort of as a just a basic thing too, as I was saying before that fast round, I do want to see them fight more for some of the extremities. So much emphasis on mid, constantly losing out on A main. Here again, A main actually lost a wine position taken by Melser, but the majority of the Loud squad there just ready at B here to hit off the back of Sadok's null command.
That might force Shire to try and fight again. Unless he doesn't want to repeat that same behavior. No, it looks like this time he's going to give a bit of ground. Here comes QCK, lead the charge. Kisnet's vision going to be obscured briefly by that smoke, and Cowanzine punishes Shy as he tried to get at the Jet. QCK now gets his way into market, and Klaus wants to step up, but Cowanzine is on the corner. Kisnet has to wait. Tui's able to TP across the Speedway now. All of Loud are embedded in this B site. And with 3 players, KRU have to unravel this.
Viper's Pit available for less too if they want to lock this thing up. 4 on 2.
Also, they may be out of sync. Looks to challenge that on his own, and Kisnet takes the wallbang damage. The Blade Storm here. Operated a hand, and I think KRU are calling a cancel on this. They're getting out of dodge.
It's taken a long time, but the economy finally broken here for KRU. Forced to save these weapons. 4 players, less than 300 credits each. Loud now with 3 on the board, and frankly, they have recovered this. I mean, that I'm already a bit content just with them having 3. If they can get more than that, obviously, I say this given that they then win the second half pistol, of course, but recovering things.
Pivoting away from mid, being less concerned about it. We saw the prior round, right? They challenge A main. They get a frag, they execute. This time towards B, they're able to come in with the null command.
Keeping it simple. Just winning with these big executes. And the null command, of course, on this map, when you get the opportunity to go for an execute like that, you just kind of have to take it. I mean, your odds of getting into the site, obviously you shut down all that KJ utility. You don't have to worry about getting stuck at the door or your jet dashing in with the rest of the team getting disconnected, all that. It just makes it so simple.
Speaking of which,
KRU Visa might have felt like they have allowed Loud to get their foot in this one. 3 rounds for the attackers. Ahead of steam built up, and KRU now on a bit of an awkward bye. There's going to be some permutation of Judge and Bulldog mixed in here. They did maintain that operator though. And that could be crucial, especially now if the action is happening at those extremities in the form of contact plays.
And having that Viper on attack is quite good at nullifying the operator, a lot of the lines, especially obviously in mid, where West is setting that up over and over. I mean, if Kesnet's feeling confident, he can try to, you know, find a timing to peek through the wall, dash away, but it just doesn't offer those same simple lines you can take, you know, all the way back mid towards spawn, just looking down, right? Just seeing everything in that fountain area. And Kesnet knowing that, he's not going to bother with mid at all. Once again, it's just going to be that alarm bot there. Les still retaining the Viper's Pit if they can get into sight again, Loud, and get that down to get a 4th on the board. Things finally going their way.
KRU see nothing off that 0 point. Get back to mid. The plan might be here for Loud. Now we already have QCK, Kawanzin both extending here. Aldrone to check these corners. Nothing to see here. Another step further. This time towards defender spawn for QCK. Post up on this angle.
Klaus has to pick this up now. Eyes off B as top mid is exposed. Look at how the KRU defenders are getting dragged around. Heat as well was double stacked towards tree. And now they're so focused on mid.
And that A main is almost uncontested. It's going to be up to Kesnet to hold this. There is a sense though, Heat starting to trend back in that tree direction. Will be able to intervene in the event of a push towards A main, but Loud are waiting on this. Here's that smoke towards door. 0 point again, probably doesn't see anything at all. They're thinking it might be a fake. But Kesnet is still holding that heaven angle. And QCK gets into the cookie jar. That's Klaus gone. That's the Hunter's Fury off the table.
30 seconds
Kesnet's
left.
going to have to go massive here. He can dodge a flash and then re-peek, dash away, try and get a kill. Look at this distraction from QCK. This is ridiculous.
He lost!
Kesnet lost a duel over on the A side as well. Melser tries to find a timing, but the Judge fails to do so. Spike going down now. Sadhawk planting.
One enemy remaining.
And there it is. This one, it's just fallen to pieces. I think Kesnet was forced off the angle by the Aldrone, potentially. It's unclear. Either way, he loses hard in that one. And this looks to be a 4th attacking round for Loud now. Exceeding expectations, the ones that we had 5 or so rounds ago. Loud are well and truly establishing a foothold here, and they are pummeling this KRU economy.
Just trying to save his Heat. I do really like how Loud played around getting the mid control this time. Just really biding their time, leaving QCK there drawing eyes, and then that full push into A with the rest of the squad. And of course, QCK just finding that. I mean, I say timing pushing out. He was making a hell of a lot of noise. Klaus was looking straight at him, but he just cracks him in this duel. Dashes off.
Oh, what? They just bait the shot from Kesnet and then spam him down.
He had an opportunity for a kill as well, but just sprayed through that wall.
Didn't feel like he could get away. Maybe not the combination of Cloudburst and Tailwind that he needed.
And KRU are on such a run. 4 now for Loud on a sense attack, looking quite strong. They have that one way in A main, it's Melser, but he's just gonna back off and play this one a little bit safer.
Cover going out.
Kesnet's trying to get some info on mid, was updrafting there. Paranoia now for Melser too. He is feeling the pressure on account of that drone. TPing further back again.
Right here.
Here's that Hunter's Fury. Klaus bringing it into this round. Kawanzin throwing his own first though. Good damage. Oh, Melser was never going to get away from that fragment. QCK here, Blade Storm out, punishes Kesnet. This is KRU forcing into this round. They still got 2 players left to work with now. Sadhawk with the plant here. It's going to be 2 players from heaven to fight this post plant. And a Viper's Pit. That's going to cover A main and the door. Here we go. Drop down. Klaus good for 1. Shy here in a 1 versus 2 to try and save it. Smoke thrown out in front, but Shy hangs on with 4 HP. The lockdown here to create the space, but Les is lingering close, almost too close. Spray through the smoke will not be enough. And Les comes alive. A 5th round for Loud to round the half out.
Switching sides.
They've got to be pleased with that.
It was looking absolutely disastrous for Loud. So many rounds in a row for KRU, 6 of them. And it all spilled out of control. If you remember, there was that first round they got just a small moment where Shy was switching weapons, got caught, and that was the first domino into 5 late rounds for Loud.
Oh, man.
All of a sudden, all that good work KRU were doing up in smoke. I mean, Loud have worked themselves into a position where they don't even need to win the pistol on this next half. They can win it out here.
SDK feeling the energy. I hope our desk is too, because there's much to discuss here in this halftime. Let's send it over to the gang.
Thank you so much for that. All right, well, in the beginning, we were looking at KRU, kind of continuing the success that they found in the first map. But now we're starting to see Loud come online, get alive in this matchup, which is huge for them, and they definitely needed it.
Yeah, Loud had a much better second part to that first half right there, because I think what we were looking at a lot in the start was them losing out in their early fights, some overcommits on the rotates, and this round as well, like they're just getting blown up in mid by KRU.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really good start where Les actually getting a pick in that B main, but then this contact play up mid and this other contact play just got them so messed up because they lose these numbers. And then with this ult put down on the round where it was only a 4v2, it feels a little bit like overkill, but KRU really secured that.
Yeah, they basically were saying there's absolutely 0% chance we can ever lose a round like this by dropping down those 2 ults. We've also got Melzer coming away with 4 kills inside of that round. He had an absolutely phenomenal first half there.
Yeah, I mean, going into Melzer, he played insane. I feel like every single one of his reactions really made sense. But again, a lot of these Loud contact plays just happen to fall into the hands of Melzer, walking up Cat, trying to take some sort of mid control. Yeah. But, I will give props to Loud, though. They did bring back a lot of these rounds, and the main reason why is because they found that kind of weakness in mid. They started abusing that. At some point, we saw QCK and Spawn like 2 rounds in a row just pushing and aggressing.
It was crazy how he was getting kills like in mid where he's like full running. KRU can hear him coming at them, but it didn't matter. Like he was sort of unleashed there, and whatever Loud were saying in the timeout to allow him to do that seemed to work.
Hey, well, let's see if they can continue this one going forward into the second half, or will KRU climb their way back in and close this game out? Let's send it back over to Uber and Wyatt.
Well, Wyatt winning 5 out of the last 6 rounds of the first half definitely represents a shift in momentum in Loud's direction. They've got to be thrilled to take 5 out of the half.
No doubt. That is more than enough on a sense attack. We'll see if KRU can try to do the same on the less favored side. A deep mid push from Loud. Les is just going to back off here, taking damage through the door, and we're going to be into a 5-on-5 retake situation now.
Leaving a player back in A main, that's going to be heat here. All of Loud converge upon the situation. The paranoia timing from Melzer, who was stellar in the first half, will be crucial. Aldrome will come out first. Just before the 0 point came through, is QCK on the swing, 1-for-1. Hit flashed here, but ready to pounce into the fight as Les can challenge from long range. It's just Shy, who's on the outside looking in. Knows approximately where the spike is, but so risky to make this swing. And yeah, this goose is cooked. Loud get the dream start to their defense half.
Shy just so far away. Trying to see if maybe some of those players that had pushed down mid were going to actually go for a full wrap through the A spawn side. But that never ended up happening, so he was just way out of the fight.
1 enemy.
Really nicely done from Loud, though, spilling out from heaven together at good times. Les dropping down. Finally, some positivity from the coaches there on Loud. It was dire, gloomy faces for a long time.
This is their lifeline, already down a map in this series.
Oh my lord.
Kesnet giveth, Kesnet taketh away. This time, a free haircut for Les. Okay, buddy.
To be joking.
QCK gets a new one ripped there. Shy is forced to respect Stardark here.
Shot down.
And the weapon he brings. Coenzine can't get out of this situation. We'll have to face down 2 here and does it with a plum.
Spike down.
Beautiful 3 for Coenzine. And now Shy Oh my goodness, that was a short outing for KRU.
Loud showing exactly why this is their map pick.
I think it's danger.
Just looking awful for them. A must-win game here against KRU. Their chances at making it through to the playoffs if they lose here would be less than slim.
What an inflection point this would be in the fortunes and story of Loud here in stage 1. All smiles with Cowanzine.
And look at this. Already a glass cannon operator picked up from QCK. Gonna be picking up the line towards A. That's going to allow the other 2 players near him, Omen, 2Es, and Sadhawk, to just double up on Cat. Completely forego B right now. They have the retake wall for it, so they're just content with fighting for the other areas of the map and using that wall for retake if need be.
We saw this from QCK against Cloud9 on Lotus. Just wanted to get the operator in his hands and control one of those lanes. Glass cannon or otherwise.
This wall, such a nuisance from Les. Having to work around that in mid, deal with it in B.
You have to cross it twice to go to Speedway as well. Let's see some action. Happy to fall back to the site. Cowanzine, though, fancies the challenge. Hasn't now brought down. This is the buy here for KRU, and so far not great from them. No one else on the side of Loud has really shifted from those A positions here, unless we'll buy that time even more.
KRU now, time dwindling, things getting scary. Great knife back sight though. That's going to get the info on both players.
We're going to see KRU wait. They're hoping for a peek here from CT, but eventually they're just going to explode onto the site. Dangerous. Let's get some damage on Melsery. Starter stepping forward. Cowanzine low. Let's just going to get cleaned out of Boathouse here soon enough.
10 seconds left.
Now QCK and 2Es are grouped up here in CT, and that's going to be smoked off as KRU look to dig in for a long winter.
Smoke down from 2Es. Paranoia went in as well, just to get this space to cross out over the stairs. And now QCK, that glass cannon operator we were talking about, he's going to have to go absolutely crazy on the retake. It is so tough to use here.
Impossible, man. And they're obsessed with B main, but there's no one there for KRU. They're all here on the side. 2Es now through a hail of bullets. Heat will claim that final one, and KRU are back to business.
Again, doing something on attack that they excelled at on the first map are KRU, where when they're working into that site for a moment, it feels a little bit scary while they're slowing things down. Those Loud defenders have gotten themselves digged into back sight, but it's their ability to calm things down in the hectic moments on these site execs that have won them so many attack rounds now, taking both maps here into account. I love seeing that from them, a nice layer of play in their game.
Might be an aggressive pop here from Loud. They're considering it. All right, well, they know about the Odin. KRU have to be pleased now to start to build a staging ground financially into this attacking half.
And of note, look at QCK, Sheriff in hand because of that glass cannon buy. Tragic for him here, not even particularly close to the knives. So a liability for Loud. The rest of the team gonna have to step up in the fragging department, unless he can hit some sick shots here with that Sheriff.
Sadhawk, what a great intuition. Looks like he, despite the fragment being used, Sadhawk still gets a challenge and he wins it out. We are up mid here for KRU once more. Once they get a site in their clutches, they're very good at sectioning it apart and tearing it to pieces.
Big fight in B main. Les and Cowanzine stacked up here. Crucial trade from him. QCK now in backside. Cowanzine trying to assist with the recon for him.
QCK want to swing off the contact here for Cowanzine. This could get ugly though. Good great swing with the Sheriff, and it's good for 2.
30 seconds left.
Now it's up to Kesnet. The tailwind gonna mean QCK is awful slippery. With 2 players, the double swing here from CT. Kesnet has to go wild. That's pretty good. QCK down, the smoke's covered, and 2Es will convert. Now it's tit for tat as Loud get their 8th.
Really nice play in B main there from Loud. How they adjusted their setup over towards that site with QCK. Picking up the line on market, which just allows that stack there. Expecting the split to come in. You want to take one part of that split just... I mean, I'm looking at this kill, which is just, just obscene from Sadhawk, but just cutting that split in two by taking control of B main. A really nice decision from Loud. On a map where typically you're expecting fantastic play. They were always so good on it last year with Sadhawk at the helm.
Dangerous for Sadhawk here. He holds his ground. Okay. The gun diff may be manifesting there. The weaker buy for KRU. There's an obstacle they have to overcome. Did they get the better of QCK there in B main? Swing off the flash here for less. And he also falls. Shy says, anybody else? Fragment thrown behind him. He doesn't care. He's got no interest in that S key whatsoever.
Playing anti. Shy behind that box. Really well done to just catch out less. Now Sadhawk probably just going to play for his life. Almost certainly. Look at the Loud positioning on the map. They've got them ensnared. Wow, what a first kill.
He's had an extra sensory perception for timing of the last couple of rounds. Freebie. Cowan's going to step up here with the Odin. A free haircut handed out by Heat.
And the awareness from him to sniff that out.
Again, Spidey senses and all that. Melsa spotted out there on stairs. And there's definitely the suspicion, of course. Suspicion of a player in B main, but again, a great feeling for timing from Melsa. Still with the Guardian now, it's going to be up to 2Es, and Melsa continues his riot through this game. What a powerhouse he's been.
Standout performance from him. 16-9 right now on the board. Him and Shy. What a closeout to the round. I mean, it starts there with Shy again. This guy is the king of B main. Just dodges that flash, peeks with the Guardian to take out less, which just opens that site up, removes the crucial defender piece there.
Such a big round, Wyatt.
Gets rid of the wall, can't retake off of that.
Look at the economy of Loud. Shambolic. That was an inflection point there. Now his KRU want to try and build a buffer of their own.
Knives pop from QCK, I believe. Try and make a big play happen for his team. He just did on the other with the Sheriff. Guy that we're always looking at right now to step up for Loud. Kesnet on the entry though.
When he come to the king, yeah, best not miss. Les doesn't, even with the smoke in the way. They will be lit, of course, by that recon. There's a pause for thought here for KRU, but they still want to scale in a B. They're committed. Heat again in B main. Loud are going to have to contend with this crossfire.
Shy's doubled up with him as well. It's going to be so hard to get them out of that position. And now just this lockdown for the delay, but it does actually get broken through the wall because of that Guardian from Les. Bit of a misplay there from Shy.
That's massive. Klaus doesn't have much to go off there with the Hunter's Fury either. Loud are in a decent position for a retake, but Heat, oh, he's so annoying. Stuck in the corner as QCK's knives come clattering to the ground. Flash from Heat, but not looking to push off of it. It's Les again, and then KRU get involved. Ooh, buddy, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
A lockdown or not, the positioning from KRU there was just sublime. The double up in B main. Heat playing in the corner. The flash is coming out for the other players to play off of who are entrenched in the site. And of course, the better weaponry doesn't really hurt either, does it? Look at that triple face together. Again, it's
just put these little set pieces together on a dime.
It's the confidence again in their fundamentals. These guys just swinging together. They're not reinventing the wheel here. They're just doing all the little things perfectly, hitting all the right shots.
QCK gets one. Having to back away there in heaven. The TP from Elsa looks like it was cancelled, but he's always there. Smoking towards tree there, but Shy little sectioned off and Les was flanking through mid. KRU got to commit now. Door to come down. Kesnet with a lot to do in managing this pressure from heaven.
Cool positioning here, but because of that drone, Melser forced to go down. Was going to play a crossfire with Kesnet where he could jump up on his contact. This Hunter's Fury could be huge, though.
It is. Kesnet's taken out. But Melser, hang on. Les and Sadhawk brought down here. It's only going to be Kawanzin. They're going to win this round, Loud. Can you bring Sadhawk back? They are pre-firing that angle. Kawanzin revealed as the smoke drops. And KRU strikes a mortal blow here.
I mean,
11th.
Look at Melser again. Late in the round, 21-9. Never need to see this man IGL another day in his life, Mitch. Not a single damn day. Since the swap with Klaus. absolutely white hot on the Omen right now.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for STK.
From elation to disappointment on his face.
Whole spectrum of emotions.
This match has just been wild. Loud sent down to the eco, a hero rifle in the hands of 2Es. On the verge of their third straight loss.
Loud now have to clamber out from the doldrums. 2 spotted by that 0 point there at Kabir. And Shy will just hold this position. The Spike and the rest of crew are en route. And that knife told them everything about where to be.
Absolutely. Jiggling main is Kawanzine.
Get out of my way!
No time for that, buddy!
Oh, so he is in trouble and he needs to back away fast.
Null Command coming up at a beautiful time here. Keston with the knives out, looking to carve. And Kawanzine, the only resistance for Loud in B, has already been excised. Back to the side.
A lot of time to set up this post plant. They have an alarm bot for B main as well, which is going to expose QCK's flank.
Nothing working in Loud's favor here. Having to retake a player down with far weaker weaponry. This is where the magic has to happen for this Brazilian squad. Was their stage? Their hopes of the next international event? They will crumble to dust. Speedway here, Keston has eyes for it. Oh, the light! It's so good! 4 players caught off that recon. It's gonna be a trade though. Heat still wants to pressure here from stairs. We'll probably play ahead of this snake fight. No, back to safety. Crew still disciplined even in the heat of this retake. And Loud, they've got nowhere to get in here. They've got no time. They've got no chance. And they've got no players left standing.
All they can do is just try to play for a couple exits. Ultimately just irrelevant when you look at the state of the economy. Heat maxed out. Melser damn close to the same. And Loud damn close to their attempts to get to the playoffs, to go to Shanghai, going up in smoke for the first time, not able to make an international land since the dawn of this roster, since Sodhawk has stepped foot onto this team years ago.
They've been searching for answers, this Loud squad, but their time has run out.
And perhaps the answer is in the hands of QCK with that operator. Almost a chance on the jump peak, but didn't have the reactions for it.
Smoke here at top mid. Crew want to be the ones that decide whether they get revealed on that lane or not.
Deploying drone.
Melsa will be critical here through A main. Whether it's directly or indirectly. All this util being thrown out to try and keep Crew at bay, but they taste the blood in the water. They're salivating for it.
That drone gets a lot of space up tree and off that Loud. Understand they have to control A main with the split coming in.
Here's the dash. Keston is there. Fearless as always now. Straight into hell, we'll see nothing there. 2E's now pushing up, maybe trying to take that angle, but Melsa has been so patient this round, and is a player in wine. He gets lit by the knife. Can he keep them interested here? Steady, real steady. Loud still have 5 to work with, but there's Melsa coming alive! And Loud now with 2 players up there on Heaven. Kawanzine to spray through's found 1, but less is left on an island. And QCK, often maligned, yet to take the highlights, gets brought down. The game they saw, they conquered. Crew Visa are 4-0 in stage 1. Unreal.
Couldn't be any more different from last year, Mitch. 4-0 our Crew. And America's last year. And 9. These guys just can't lose. These roster moves that they had into this season, not even intended. Heat into the roster, had to come in last minute, and looks like the final piece of the puzzle to just bring the magic to this team. The confidence that you're seeing that they have in each other, how they swing for each other in these moments. The fundamentals look immaculate because you can see that they just believe in each other to be there, to swing, to hit the shots when they need to. There's not one player on that team who is not stepping up in individual moments. We have never seen crew like this. We have seen them with, again, those flash in the pan, those one-off moments like LCQ where for a run for a week they're hot, but not like this, not 4 weeks in a row. They've now bested every single team from Brazil. Absolutely slaughtered EG last week. This team is absolutely a new contender and it can't be ignored.
They dropped one map so far in stage 1 and it was an odd one there to Furia in their first game. It's a new era for this crew roster. Kesnet heralds it, talking about how his style has changed, how he plays around his team, how they play around him conversely. And the scoreboard tells the whole story. Shy, 20-13. Melsa, 22-10. He, 18-11. Everybody getting a piece of the action here on crew. And it was looking dicey, right? Midway through that ascent, looked like Lau was starting to put it together with crew on this attacking side. Unreal.
And it comes down to that man who was crouched in the bottom right, Klaus, their IGL. This swap between him and Melser, it's unlocked Melser's ability to frag. And Klaus's attack side calling is phenomenal. When he calls for a pace change mid-round, it is just absolutely ruined Loud on both maps. They didn't know how to respond in those moments, and crew would take advantage of them by having a quick prod elsewhere, like on Split, for example, when they'd be in heaven and then suddenly, boom, pressure in vents, but then they go right back into the site, explode in. On this map, slowing down when they're walking into B, taking their time when necessary. I just love the game that he was calling. I'm so impressed. I mean, not enough credit can be given to that guy for the second half after their entire momentum from the first completely stalled out.
And when one must rise, another must fall. The story for Loud here gets all the more murky. They have been searching for answers. We just heard from Sadak about the role changes. He even said, look, you guys might see us play some comps that I personally don't agree with, but I'm putting my trust in the coaches. It's a tough story for Loud, but I'm more interested right now in the compelling tale that comes from crew. So let's send it down to Elizabeth, who's standing by for the Ryzen post-match interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great work as always. And I'm here with Shy, an incredible performance, and some incredibly loud fans who are here for you. Congratulations. So I'm going to bring up something that Wyatt said. And he said that this is a crew we've never seen before. Why do you think that is?
Primero que te dice felicitaciones y te dice algo que decía el caster Wyatt, es que este es un performance y este es un nivel de crew que nunca habíamos visto antes. ¿Por qué se debe esto?
O sea, siento que es todo el trabajo que venimos haciendo durante estos 2-3 meses que hemos venido trabajando muy duro, la verdad. Y también el staff, que siento que ha hecho como un cambio radical de la rutina también, que nos ha unido mucho como grupo fuera del juego, y siento que eso se está viendo reflejado como dentro del game y nos está haciendo performear súper bien.
He's saying this is a hard work that we've been putting for about 2-3 months, and it's also a lot of credit to the coaching staff that have been working really hard to make sure that they are connecting not only inside of the game but outside of the game.
Yes, well, you are the only team that has a 0 next to their name on the other side of it. 4-0. An incredible performance. Since the beginning of your career, you're with Leviathan, and then you made this big switch and change to crew, which was a big risk. You did not know what was going to happen. How does it feel to be standing here right now, knowing that it's paying off pretty well?
Dice que es el único equipo que va invicto, va 4-0 y que se van muy bien. Y hablando un poco desde el inicio de tu carrera, tú solamente habías estado en Leviatán. ¿Qué se siente el hacer este cambio, irte a crew y ver que los resultados que están dando frutos?
Nada, obviamente me siento muy feliz, porque también tuve una época que tuve mucha incertidumbre dentro de las decisiones que tuve que tomar, y que se vea reflejado ahora que no esté yendo bien. Me siento como satisfecho de que la decisión fue correcta, y más allá de Leviatán, yo siempre le he dicho que estoy agradecido porque fue el equipo que me abrió las puertas al competitivo. Entonces, eso.
He says, I feel really happy that I made the decision. There was a time where I was very unsure of what was going to happen, what the future was going to look like, and now it's really nice to see it paying off. And for Lev, regardless of what happened in the change, he feels very grateful to be part of that team. He learned so much, and now he's onto something different.
Onto something different, and dare I say greater, because you are performing absolutely insane. Shai, now one last question. Coming into this stage, even in the kickoff tournament, there are many people that doubted KRU, a lot of doubters out there. Anything you would like to say to them now?
Desde kickoff hasta lo que ha sido ahora, han habido muchas personas que han estado dudando de KRU. ¿Qué quieres decir a todas esas personas que dudan?
Nada, obviamente no soy partícipe como del beef que hay entre equipos, pero yo siempre le he dicho de que cualquier equipo a esta altura le puede ganar a cualquiera, y si se bajaron, aún están a tiempo de subirse a la cruneta, como le decimos. Entonces, nada, espero que nos sigan apoyando, que falta mucho por darle a toda la gente de Lata.
He's saying he's not a fan of teams kind of having beef with each other. He's still saying that if you are not a fan of KRU yet, you still have time to become a KRU fan. You're still in time to get on the cruneta, as we call them.
All right. I mean, if you aren't already on the KRU train, you're not listening or you're not paying attention, because you are an absolute monster. Your team are absolutely insane. So thank you so much. And can we give it up one more time for Shai and all of KRU for an incredible performance? And I don't know if you can hear me over the incredibly loud KRU fans, but we have Klaus from KRU in the post show. So friends, please take it away.
Thanks again for that, Elizabeth. And we are now joined by the leader, the general of KRU. You got Klaus here today. Congratulations, man. It must feel so wonderful to be able to start the season the way that you guys have, but to keep it going. How does it feel to be in this position right now, 4-0?
Yeah, obviously it feels good to be like here. Obviously, if you compare this season with the last season that we played, like 0-9 in the regular season, and now it's a completely different team, you know? Like it's a day and a night. So yeah, I feel good, and I feel like we are like preparing better we prepare better for this tournament, for this league, and yeah, work pay off, I think.
Yeah, it's really showed thus far in the games. But last time you were IGLing for this team, you guys went on the incredible run to champions. It was when KRU was on top of the world. You took a break from the role. Now you've come back to it this year, calling for the team for KRU. What have you as a leader learned in those last 3 years?
Yeah, obviously I learned a lot with the last, the year that we played in champions in 2021. It was like we came like third or fourth in the tournament, and yeah, I think I should leave like the IGL role 1 year, and I feel like it's another world. Like I'm like Atom is giving me a lot of things to do. He knows how to make me a better IGL, and I appreciate that about him. And yeah, I feel good. Obviously, we have too many leaders in the teams. It's not just me. It's also Kesnit. Kesnit is also a leader in the team. He's more emotionally, but I feel like I'm more cool and calling the things, and awesome.
You've played with a lot of coaches in your career, just with this KRU roster. I want to ask what makes Adam special, because I feel like in a lot of interviews, you and the other players on your team give him a lot of credit for your success.
Yeah, I think the thing with Atom is he's really versatility. You know,
versatile.
Versatile. He doesn't want to do one thing. He wants to do if one team is weak in, I don't know, an example is one team is weak playing A, we abuse that playing A, and that's it. We adapt.
So you change your strategy.
Yeah, we adapt every time that we play, and that's it. We just adapt, and we don't play a type of game or one strategy or one kind of.
There's no KRU one style. You guys are trying to become a little bit more,
because you see other teams maybe they play their game and play you can maybe see how they play, you know, I see how the other team plays, what they they do. Another team do more fakes, or maybe other teams to contact more, things like that, and we adapt very well to other teams, to be honest.
Yeah, well, something that I'm sure a lot of people are wondering is how you as a team after that last season came together, and what were the hard conversations that you guys had to have in order to get to the point where you are right now? Because I know it's been such a journey for all of you guys on this team, I mean, across the board. So what were those conversations like? And did you feel like you can do that with this team? You can have those tough conversations with your team?
Of course, it's like a different team from the last season, because also we came more with the our psychologistic it is works too much with us, like individually and as a group. So we like try to say things that like maybe other doesn't want to hear, but we say it because it's better for the team, Yeah. And we be transparent with that. And yeah, I think it's that it's a different team because we can say things to each other more honestly. So yeah,
that's good. That's good. Yeah.
Kesnet has been one of the best players in the league. His performance this year has been incredible, but he has a very unique style. He lurks so much more than most of the other duelist players in Americas. And you've talked in interviews, and your teammates have, about how he's taking over some of the calling on defensive side and add some ideas to the team. I wanted to ask, with such a unique player, what is it like as an IGL to play with Kesnet?
It's weird because you have like little timings that he wants to approach, like maybe he has a timing on me, or if he wants to lurk, he looks like, oh, I have this timing, I'm gonna lurk and play without to like.
Do you want to give him a lot of freedom?
Yeah, and also I have calls that I told him, go there or go there, I'm gonna make noise here for you, we're gonna do this to make you space here, and yeah, we like each other, we play for, like, it's not an individually thing that he does, but it's like a team prepare. Like we prepare for that moment. Like if he lurks, we're gonna do that with that lurk.
You guys are doing a lot to set him up. Yeah, for sure. Now we did get a question from Twitch chat, and this one's from your mom's mad cute. Okay, that's
great.
All right. Well, good for you. Thank you. She's awesome. So what have you guys done to improve so quickly? That's the question, but it feels like it's been such a long journey, so it's not necessarily a quick one, but what have you guys been doing? Has there been anything in particular that you wanted to make sure that you were working on coming into this season?
I think we commit more to our, like, the coach staff is, like, it's trying to open our minds, like, maybe, like, saying each other things that we don't like to hear, or maybe... Like the plan of the game is like we commit more in the plan and we are all on the same page. That's the thing that we do better. Like I think we are all on the same page and we know how, like everyone knows how to play for each other. Like we don't play like individually, or maybe in those moments, but every time that we play, we do it with another one. We pick us 2 or 3, even if like it's a crazy play, we do it because it's like what we do. Like we play constantly as a teammate and we play for each other.
Yeah, it's really shown in the games. You guys have been a tough team for people to deal with thus far. The last question I wanted to ask you was, this is now your second year playing in VCT Americas, away from home, living in Los Angeles. But for your team, it seems like you've developed a pretty big fan base here in LA. You have a really passionate group of fans that comes out for every one of your games. With being so far away from home, playing in a foreign league, what is it like to have those people out supporting you here in person?
Obviously, it feels good to have like people that cheer for you here. Like honestly, we are not local here. We are like from outside. Like maybe you have more people from, I don't know, Sentinels or maybe an American team,
For sure.
But here we have like our cheers. So it's just fine, bro. Like it feels good when you come to the stage and you have those guys like yelling like crazy.
Shout out.
And we hear them, so it's fine. Like,
awesome, man.
actually good. I like to have them.
That's awesome. I mean, well, they like cheering you on, clearly, because they're always here supporting. I talk with them from time to time. They're such great dudes. Well, we do have one more Twitch chat question. This one's coming from Violet. And how does it feel to shift to IGL, and does it affect your gameplay at all? I know you said before you didn't feel like you performed particularly well here, but honestly, you know, hey, you got the win.
Yeah. Now, obviously, I don't feel like being at IGL, you need like you have that thing that you cannot kill or you cannot perform well. I feel like it's an excuse, you know. Like
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if you are in IGL. Like most people that are IGL, I feel like I don't know, like. An example, Sean QT, you know, Sean QT from Sentinels, he performs every time well, you know, and he doesn't matter if he's like IGLing or he needs to have another like thinking of what we gonna do in the next round, or he plays well every time.
Is John someone you take inspiration from?
I don't
As
know.
a player?
No, I don't know like inspiration, but I feel like it's a unique IGL. Like I feel he doesn't matter about like he doesn't matter like using an excuse of IGLing.
Yeah.
He doesn't perform. So he feels like I feel like he thinks that he can perform also, and I say IGL. So that's it.
That's what you gotta
I have
do.
the same mentality. Like I don't care if I'm IGLing, another role. I just want to perform it, and it's not an excuse if you perform bad. Like
Yeah, for sure. But hey, you know what? You're performing well, and the results are showing because you guys are 4-0 right now, which is unbelievable. But folks, we've reached the end of Super Week. That's right, it's over. There's the explosion. We have an explosion sound effect, Klaus. Can you do me a favor? Say Super Week.
Super Week. You like that?
Yeah, you like the explosion? There you go.
Every time you say Super Week,
it blows up. Yeah.
Super Week.
Here are the standings. KRU sitting at the top of Alpha Group, 4-0. Leviathan have clinched a playoff spot,
And
as you
they're
can
on
see
top
there.
at the other side. How does it make you feel to see both LATAM teams on top of their groups?
I think it's Lara Mira. I think.
Yeah, Lara Mira. I love it. I love it. All about that, man. Well, there you can see how it all shakes out. But my goodness, what an incredible week this has been. We've had such great games across the board. But let's go ahead, though, and take a look at the schedule. We're going to be back on our normal 3-day match, or 3-day schedules, rather. So, you know, no more Super Week, but it's okay. All right, we got G2 and MIB.